Whoa! Here we are, lads. All right, today was a different change of events than usual. Usually I have some presentation that I've been working on for Fridays. This week I was like, man, I really want to get ready to prepare for some events, and I was falling behind on hobbying. So I was hoping that switching to a little hobby stream would be a decent little change of pace, really get to talk to everybody. Since that was always one of the goals of the channel, was to really form like a community and be able to do both of these, right? I still want to do that every Friday stream and always be informative, but I also want to be able to do like a third or fourth stream a week and start talking about anything in general, about just hanging out and whatever people want to talk about as a whole. Sorry guys, I had a bunch of stuff on my desk. So I'm gonna be hobbying. Essentially I have to base a bunch of stuff because a lot of my stuff is painted. I can show you guys some of my painted stuff. Here's one of my flash kits, a little fuzzy, sorry. And I got my base material. I use this. If you guys haven't seen it, Vallejo is pretty awesome. And I have this epoxy because this actually isn't the best one. The Gorilla Glue is actually the best one of the epoxies if you're looking to put magnets. If you're new and you're looking to magnetize your models, I'll tell you right now, don't use super glue. Okay, a lot of my friends have been magnetizing due to all the different kind of trades that are coming out and everything. I promise you, get an epoxy, and Gorilla Glue epoxy is the best one. There's a channel on YouTube that actually did the epoxy test. I can share it in Discord, but yes. So I have to put some magnets on everything because I like to magnetize my stuff. And then I have a bunch of little flash kits. I got knobs. I got some mega knobs. I can show you guys some of my other painted models because I never really showed my models off on the channel. I have a purple scheme with a mix of blue. It was a little bit of orange at some point. I'm not a great painter. I'll just say that right now. That's probably one of my weak points. So let me look at chats real quick. Let you guys start talking to me and let me know what's going on. I'm a little nervous because this is the first time I've ever just done a hobby stream like that, but I actually do have something to show you guys because I'm still a cheeky git. Boom. So I decided I'm going to show some of the pictures from Discord from people who've been sharing awesome hobby stuff on Discord. I really wanted to get into showing the awesome pictures and everything. Someone had a great idea where they were like, hey, you should actually do kit bashing stuff and creative custom channel as well on the Discord. So we did that. So that'll be something new. But I have a bunch of pictures here from a variety of different people from the channel that have awesome stuff too. So that was something that I want to have up also. But let me look at the chats. They're talking to you guys, showing you what I'm doing. You can ask me some ideas for some of the lists I'm running. And you can tell me what you're kind of running. I'm favoring a bunch of different things. Will Joe's is actually brought up something that I'm going to talk about. So let's go war time. Yes, war time, boys, especially because getting ready to gear up. There's a bunch of little events around me, and I got to start deciding which ones I'm going to pick at and get to. Ooh, the red ones go faster. The wall or not to wall? That is the question. Wait, it's not. Wall's the question. War is the answer. Exactly. Speaking of wall, has anybody been considering the knob with wall banner? Like, in reality? Like, because the double wall has been something that I've been looking into. It's kind of fun. It's crumpet time. Orks. Exactly. That's what I need, guys. I need this energy to get me going because I'm over here pumped up, a little nervous at the same time to do a hobby stream, hoping to go successfully and smooth as I'm ready to go. And I'm always ready to be a proper git. The wall. I need some caps on those walls to the clip, all right? My fresh box of Mega Knives came in, and I'm going to get the Big Mech into battle. Okay, now that you brought it up, not that I wanted you to. Yes, I did. That's one of the units I'm actually looking to bring. So most of us are fully aware that Squig Hog Boys are an excellent unit. Most of us are fully aware that running a multitude of trucks helps you with, Leagues of Voltan, Tau, Space Marines, a bunch of different matchups where people just want to try to shoot you off the table. The truck is a nice chassis to kind of keep you safe. It also has the ability to score, the ability to do tank shock, the ability to shoot out of it. The fact that we know for the most part on most events a ruling that when the mech gets out of the truck, when it comes in from strategic reserves, the mech can still give you the +1 to your truck. I can elaborate on that further. But there's all these different tactics that a lot of different channels are moving into and talking about because we all know what is actually pretty good right now with becoming meta in the Orks, especially because we go over it every Wednesday and we see, and the lists were not exactly samey, but they were starting to look very similar, right? And I figured, well, what's the point of running what everybody knows what they run? It's not like I'm going to exactly run better list than like the same list as Brad Chester, but better. So I need to bring something that's unique, flavorful, my own play style, how I want to play, I'm a mob boy. I just like to run big mobs. I like to get, I'm part golf, or I'm just a speed wall. Those are like the two major kind of ways I played. And right now the speed wall is not nearly viable for the terrain I'm going to be playing on, which I'll be playing on WTC terrain, which is very dense. I can share that in Discord too. So the whole point is I want to hear what you guys are talking. I want to tell me as well, what are a couple units you want to see? Maybe me give a try to. There's a bunch of different units I'm open to. And this is from the RTT level to the GT level, as I'm in an area that's quite active. That being said, what's this? Any of you get to know where a good Spartan point is to convert Captain Badrock? Well, with the Flash Gets kit itself, has a captain like actually a get with a big captain's hat. So I like to take one of those guys. He's typically the sergeant, or we used to be what the sergeant was in a unit, because he has the captain hat. You can just give a different Flash Kit a different head. So that's actually a baseline, decent starting point. Remember, Captain Badrock does have a melee weapon. It's kind of his own, kind of big, kind of like a chainsword, big choppa. So maybe like a corn one or something that you could find similarly, but orc it up. And then knob bodies. Knob body, just a big body. He's not like super big, because he's still just kind of like like a smaller war boss in a sense, and his actual model's old resin model. So you don't really have to get super, super creative. You just want to get right there using that body. Oh, let me see what this list, please. Why want to play tomorrow? Your list or my list? I don't have a slide with my list showing at the moment, but I can tell you what I really want to do. That epoxy is too messy to fuss with. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I heard that this isn't even the best epoxy. It's the first one I picked up that is I had it at the store, but the Gorilla Glue one's better. So right here, he just verified what I said. This is what I'm going to get to later, but I really do want to magnetize my stuff, as it's going to be useful and helpful, especially because, like, say you got the knob on Smash a Squig here, right? You don't want his chop it to break off, right? Or his little bits, or if you get the Squig Hog boys and you little get the dude in the back, right? This is one of the newest kit I got because I don't have a lot of Squig Hog boys, because I don't really like to spam anything, but I did get another box because I just wanted a couple more. Millie Putty works good. To sing it to the magnets as well. Yeah, I got the green stuff as well. I do have the green stuff. I don't know if I want to use the green stuff or the epoxy, but now you're kind of giving me feedback. I'm wondering as well. If anybody else has more feedback about what's a better way to magnetize, feel free to let me know. But yeah, before that, I kind of want to show a couple of the pictures just for fun. So this is one of the pictures we got. I had to start off with Grotz because everybody knows the baseline for starting is a Grot. All right. But the next one is, let's see if I can get it going on here with the pictures. Let me see my arrows. There's my arrows on my mic. Actually, I think I got to go over here. Yep, there we go. Now check this out, guys. Someone decided to make this as a battle wagon. It looks like the freaking the Fortnite truck, but in a battle wagon form. Come on, you guys, give that some love. I'm gonna leave that up for a second in case anybody pops in and sees it. I really, really appreciated that. This was posted a while ago on our Discord, and I didn't feel like I got all the love that I wanted it to get, but it's okay. I didn't make it. Someone else did. Ooh, what is this? Those flashes take forever to paint. All of them flash bars are crazy to paint. Actually, we have pictures of people who were painting their flash kits together. Maybe you guys can get some ideas. But yeah, I got my flash kits. Here's kind of like one of my versions of a Captain Kit Bash. It's just almost like a boy, just another flash kit, because I owned a bunch of flash kit, and then I gave him a melee weapon over his head to be a little different, because they do have arms that do certain things and stuff. So that's totally fine too. You can be kind of simple, especially because it's a Kit Bash or you're going to an RTT or your friends. They're not going to like be very, very critical of you and your models, as long as it's GW bits put together how you want it to be. It's the correct size, stuff like that. Let's see. I want to throw knobs with the wall banner and a brick of knobs. Ooh, okay. The only reason I don't run into that is because I worry about the fact that power claws are -1 to hit, and typically when I bring knobs, it's for that. But if you're bringing multiple unit of knobs, you're gonna throw the big choppas on them instead. Put the knob with the wall banner there. It acts as like you can preemptively pop the knob with the wall banner so that you can have a defensive capability instead of just a threat range of it. Especially if you throw follow me lads on there, you're keeping them in a knife safe spot. Then you can just choose to pop the strap before that and just have a nice threat range to really freak your opponents out. Let them think you're gonna come crump them, right? And I've played the knob with the wall banner several times. And I've always had success, actually. In every game that I've used them, I actually won those games. They weren't like the most meta matchups either. That's why I'm kind of like on the fence. And now with the data slate changes, we have Tau coming with more firepower. A lot of their guns are base strength like 4 and 5. We got Leagues of Voltan that are going to have +1 to hit and +1 to wound on their units. So if they pick a mob of boys, they're actually going to be able to mitigate your Artist Nails ability. And then, like someone brought up in the Discord, the fact that Necrons are becoming relevant and everybody knows I'm going to need to annihilate a Necron brick in one shot. Some people are going to end up bringing tools for that. The difference is based off the terrain you play on, which we're going to be playing on the WTC terrain at the Armed Forces GT, and then a lot of the RTTs and places out here run the GW layouts. It's actually quite dense tables. If you're playing by the correct bases, they're quite dense tables, so you can actually get away with running these big dudes, these big bricks. And most of the time, if people do want to close the distance on the Necrons and start crumping them, that's an option for them. But if they close distance on the boys and start crumping them, boys can fight in death and actually make a weird trade there. So it's not like it's a set in stone that they have to do that. They're kind of limited to just trying to shoot you sometimes in some ways. And then, oh, what's this? Bad Ruck is on a 40 mil base, so make sure you got the right one. Yeah. My Bad Ruck's on a 40 mil base. These my boys. He's a thick boy. He's a thick boy. And I appreciate that because they are. Because here's a 32. Oop, my God, I forgot that was in the way. 32. And then you can see the flash gets are a little bigger. So yeah, thick boys. There's one of my knobs. Not excellent. It's just, oh man, this is actually quite fuzzy camera. I shouldn't even be showing that. Ew. Don't worry, I took actual pictures of my models at some point. We're gonna do like a video when David gets back and more into detail and edited. I'm not editing the videos right now while David's gone because I'm pretty much doing everything directly by myself. And that's okay. He'll be back in about a week. Make sure if you're kid bashing him, keep that in mind. Boop, boop, 40 mil. I'm green tiding a list. Yeah. How do I post it on the reviews since in Discord it says it's too much text? Paste bin. So I know WAAAGH's been doing that too. You see WAAAGH literally just posted on Discord. You go to something called paste bin. You paste it into the actual box that it gives you. Then you go to the bottom of it. You pick the category if you want of what that list is supposed to be for. And then you put create. And then at that point, it will give you essentially you can just copy the link and then post that and people will be able to see it. So it's actually pretty dope. It does help and make things easy, nice and condensed. So yeah, definitely do that. I appreciate seeing your mob. I know that I'm thinking about mobbing, and I'm thinking KFF. I'm thinking Knob with Wall Banner. I do like the Pain boss, but I'm not in love with the Pain boy. That 10 extra points I don't like, and then I end up just being like, well, I'm just gonna do the Knob with Wall Banner then instead, because I would like to have the wall capability for 70 points rather than just the Feel No Pain. And the fact that it's D3 models on the Pain Boy bothers me. It's once per game, and I might get one guy back, and I'm paying the extra premium. No. And Beast Snagger Boys cost more, so that they get more value from the Feel No Pain of a 5 of Feel No Pain. And the Pain Boy boss is cheaper. It says, what you think of the Death Killer Wartrike with Feel No Pain? Oh, that's been brought up several times, John. I'm glad you brought that up again. We did our interview with Brandon, and he brought that to Nova. And I've just overall, I like it a lot. I've actually run it on a War Boss on bike before, which has 2 less wounds than a Trike, but he's smaller and such. And I put it on him, and he stuck around till turn like 4. He was just bothering people the whole time. People never had enough assets to run over there and try to kill him. If anything, they were just throwing bodies at him, and he was just chopping through people. Death Killer Wartrike is great because he's a bigger base. He can start flowering, which if here's a flower, right, pretend it has 3 petals. Those are the bikers. Boop, that's a terrible flower. I got it. Okay. But the whole idea is you come up with the Death Killer War. Oh, I can just deal with this. Death Killer Wartrike, pretend this is a giant base, and then you start bringing these guys and touching around him to get him and get the whole unit into combat. You can block people out of an objective with him. He's fast enough to auto advance and get onto the objective. People tend to think he's more killy than he really is because he's so huge. So I'm in huge favor of Death Killer Wartrike, and he went down in points. So yeah, dude, it's quite outrageous. Yeah, I'm gonna look at this strike one more time. I mean, this bus one more time is pretty awesome. Here's another point of view. This guy is awesome. Let me see. Can I make this bigger? Because I feel like he's way better than me. Boom! Look at that. Oh, and he has the golf rocker, the rocker right there. That's a new model. I'm gonna leave this up for a second while I read some more of your text. That's a nice bus. Yes, it is. That bus needs the mystery machine, or is the Fortnite bus, and just orcs are jumping out of it and such. So you guys can ask me, tell me some more about what you're doing with the list. But like I was saying, with my Green Tide list, I'm looking to run about 60 boys, maybe 80 boys. The thing is, I still want to bring Flash Gets on the list. A part of me still wants to bring Mazrog because I want to bring Mega Knobs. So I kind of want there to be something that people have to kind of choose with threat saturation for anti-tank. If you just bring one unit of Mega Knobs, or at least me, I fear that if you bring that one unit of Mega Knobs, that all the enemy's anti-tank fire is going to go into them. So I'm like, man, I really need something else. But yeah, like he brought up here, the Death Killer War Trike is a cheap package. It's a weird durability. It's great scoring potential. Great ability to go around the board and grab the farthest way objective. Maybe let your boys either teleport with the weird boy to another objective, or let them move up the field while people are trying to deal with your scoring potential. So there's actually decent options. It's just I gotta find the right ratio of boys to scoring potential to actually having something to kill the opponents, unless I just choose to go straight into all mobs and fight outside of that. And I think that's something that hasn't really been discovered. A lot of people will just say straight outright that's not a proper way to play, but I think they're thinking more into the theory hammer of Warhammer, because there's been several time lists that we've showed here from the GT level to the RTT level of people bringing what is not considered meta and having great success. You know, of course, part of that is the fact that they're excellent players, right? And so that's always going to be a factor. But coming with something out of the box that people just don't expect, especially because Orks are not a very popular or well-known faction, you could really catch people off guard. And like I always like to say, our cheap chaff infantry really just crumps the heck out of every other cheap chaff infantry unit in the game. So bringing mobs of boys is always going to have a certain viability. In my opinion, it's just how much terrain do you actually have on the table, and if you just end up running into a few matchups that can actually deal with that successfully, plus the Necron curve that we have going on, where Necrons, people assume 20 Necrons are going to be showing up, right? So always have that too. Let me see over here. Yeah, and this is actually from Daggers, right? If you guys have ever seen Daggers, Daggers is on the channel. He made a Gargantuan Squig Off that I'm actually going to show on here too. Stuff like that. Sorry guys, I'm looking at all this stuff right. Oops, I did press that when I picked up. Thank you, I appreciate that. What I was saying is, Daggers is an excellent painter. He will make most people feel bad if you go based off his skills. But if you look at my basing with my, I gotta kind of minimize this. Sorry, a little too small. My basing, right? Sometimes it just got to be simple. Especially if it's just base infantry. I'll paint. Usually, I paint the ring as well, so I can identify my units a little easier. But sometimes, you know, if it's just boys, you can make it simple. I do have nicer things based that I actually love, my favorite models. But when you'll learn to a certain extent, right? I feel like there's a ratio on this orc players I was talking about on Discord fall off sometimes because they think too much into like, I got to make everything look pristine. I remember when I first got grots, right? I went out of my way to paint every single grot nicely. I went in there and I like painted their belt buckles, I painted their teeth, all this stuff, and then I was burnt out. I was like, oh my god, I'm so tired of painting, because I'd spent so much time painting 20 grots to optimal level, and then when I actually played a game, I realized no one ever looked at my grots, no one ever knew about them, no one cared. So I'm not saying don't make your models nice. I'm saying be a little bit more selective. That way you can get through your hobbying lag a little faster, and it'll actually help you. What is this? I'm the orc player that is active, so everyone is off guard seeing my orcs coming up with no idea what to do. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. And great point that you made there. In my area, there's very, very little to no orc players that I've seen. Just straight up, I'm not even lying. And I live in the Chicagoland area. I go to multiple game stores that are within like 45 minutes of me. I'll play people that are within an hours of me. I play against some of the guys that run GTs, and they have like these little tournaments even in their own households, and I'll ask them like, oh, so what are you doing against orcs? And they're like, I don't know any orc players, I haven't seen any. And I live in essentially the Midwest in America, in a very popular area of Warhammer, and people never play orcs, hardly ever see them. At the event that where I'm going to go to, I know the big boss is coming there too at the Veteran Armed Forces GT. I don't know if Brad Chester's coming there too. So there will be some at GT level, but I'm saying like RTT level, playing at your local stores, such like that. There's a good chance that no one's going to see you coming. That's why it's like, do I really care that much to play what's just meta? I mean, if I want to win, I know what to do. Bring Squig Hog Boys. I own 5 trucks. I own enough Squig Hog Boys to run that. I own knobs. I got Mazrog. I got Beast Bosses I can run. I have all that stuff. But you guys know that's good. I know that's good. But I want to bring something that's different, flavorful, kind of go back to my orc roots and have fun, at least while we're still an Index Hammer. Once the Codex drops, we're going to have to run every version of orcs, right? I'm going to be like, whatever detachment they have, I'm going to run each detachment and just figure it out. But right now, what's been established is good. And once the data slate drops, most of the stuff got better that was already good, right? Because the change to dev wounds is okay, and feel no pains are still great on Squig Hog Boys. The knob on Smash the Squig went down on points, so he's still excellent. So the only thing that slightly changed was the Death Killer War Track is going to become more prevalent, and I think Mega Knobs are going to become more relevant, which is why I want to bring Mega Knobs as well. I think Mega Knobs will find their place. They're not overcosted. They're pretty decent, and I look forward to actually running those too, which would be fairly fun. Did I leave that up? Oh, yeah, let me leave this up. Hello, Blake. Oh, you know what? I see you, James. James, I want to say something directly to you as well, as in my area. I knew what you meant. And thank you for telling me I was muted, because I was muted there for a second. James, I did not forget about you. I remember you commented one other time ever, and you said, I'll try to quote you in my head, what if you do a Legends video, Orc Legends video, for casual players, Legends to casual, something along those lines. And I was like, that's an excellent idea. That's actually an excellent idea, because Orc Legends are very cool. I mean, a lot of Orc players have models that they've had for 10 years, whatever it may be. People can have stuff kit bashed up, especially when we're an Index Hammer and we can actually play exactly how we want, like with a speed bot, like a speed mob and stuff. So I'm like, hey, maybe Legends for at least casual players, right? Because this isn't a complete channel. I want everybody to feel accepted exactly how I want to play. I like to see all the kit bash models. Speaking of kit bash, let me make another picture here. Boom. All that stuff. So actually, James, that was a great idea that you gave me that one time, even though you just said no sound. And I am going to make a Legends video. I've been looking at it. It's just the data slate dropped and all this stuff's happening, but it is on my list of things to do and videos to make, and I'm excited to make it. I looked it up. They actually have some fun Legends models that are on bikes that I wish we had, like the Pain Boss on bike, the Big Mech on bikes, some vehicles, stuff like that. So I appreciate you saying that. Guys, I listen to you, and like I said, this isn't a comp channel. Tell me anything you want. I will be paying attention. I do care. Let's get to the war. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Let me turn something on real quick on my AC, because I was getting hot in here. But let me read this. Haha, I was close to taking my army when I traveled to the Midwest. They get down in Downers Grove. That's not too far from me, actually. Downers Grove is maybe 40 minutes. I'm about 45 minutes away from Chicago. So yeah, I mean, it's a very, very active place here. I can travel north, south, down the street. There's game stores all around me, and I go to them, and I've like met one Orc player in person, and then one at my old local GW store. He's a very new guy. He's mostly playing 500 points right now. I met him. He's in the Discord, and we spoke for an hour. He didn't even know who I was. It was hilarious. He was just talking to me to a normal guy, and then he's like, "Hey, are you at the Discord?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're in my Discord. We talk all the time." And he's like, "Oh." I'm not going to call out who you are, but that was hilarious. That Big Mech gives them a way better save, too. Yeah, bringing someone back as well. Then you can heal someone once they've been damaged. Like, so someone be healed, you'll pick someone else up, and you give them that great save. The Big Mech is such great value, and I personally like the enhancement of Cunning but Brutal on that unit. Sometimes you won't get the opportunity to fall back in charge with that unit. It's just, it is what it is. But what it does is it gives you our enemy the target priority to them. If they decide I have to kill that unit because I know what they're doing, and I know they're going to be a threat later, which when you know what someone's going to try to kill, it makes it more valuable when you start throwing your strats on them for defensive capability, right? So yeah, I like the Big Mech a lot. And I think Mega Knobs as a whole are going to start becoming relevant, because if people are bringing more tech pieces to kill the voluminous units, then that means some units that are extremely durable to small arms fire, aka Mega Knobs, with Art as Nails are going to become more popular, because when that gets to an objective, people are going to be like, oh, I didn't bring enough guns for that, and the Squig Hog Boys, and the Flash Gits, and the Knobs, and the, you know what I mean? That's what we do as Orks. We have target saturation, you know? The small arms fire going into bikers. Like I said, bikers went down on points too. They went down to 70 points. So bikers, Death Killer, War Trike, you start running the Knobs with -1, and the built-in -1 to wound. In general, and you're going to have no targets for small arms fire, which is what I think is kind of going to become more popular. Like when the game first started, a lot of people were just Beast Snagger, Beast Snagger, Beast Snagger boys, Beast Snagger boys. You've seen them all throughout the list, all thrown in trucks. And if things have slowly started to change, people started to realize Beast Snagger boys are good. They're just a little bit of a premium if they're by themselves and they don't have the correct character support. So more and more you're seeing less and less Beast Snagger boys being taken. Now you're seeing them limited to like 2 10-man units, or one big 20-man unit, stuff like that, especially because the Beast Boss got an increase on points as well. So I'm in favor of the Pain Boss too. Now, this picture I have up right here, this is Daggers. He has his little Instagram as well. He's an excellent kit basher and painter. He was a guy with the pictures almost sooner than this. He only has one more picture on here as well. So we have other people's pictures. Don't be surprised if you see yours. If you see your model or anything like that, give it a shout out, because that'd be cool. So he started off with this red dinosaur toy, and he said, I'm going to make a gargantuan squig-off, you guys. So he went for a gargantuan squig-off. This is, he was a little bit further along at this point, but as you can see, he put some mechanical leg arms here. He put this weird tongue sticking out the mouth for his jaw. He put the top up on here. If I could zoom in, I don't think I can zoom in. There's an orc boy on top of there. So give this a little look. I'm going to show you the final result in a second. So yeah, but as for my list, I want you guys to tell me. You can tell me in Discord if you see this later or whatever. You're not in the live stream. Tell me what you really want to start seeing in lists, because if I come back to you and I'm like, all right, guys, I ran the Squig Hog Boys in the trucks. Do you guys really care to hear me talk directly about that only, when for the most part we almost talk about that every Wednesday until like every person that plays right now? And that's no shame on them. Some people are just trying to play optimally to win. But something I promote is it's not always about winning. It's about having a proper scrap and and that's really what Orks care about, is having a proper scrap, embracing what's happening and enjoying the moment. And so if I'm preaching that, but then I'm not going out there and doing it, what's the point of preaching it then? Oh yeah, you guys go have fun and lose, but me, no, I'm gonna play meta. No, that doesn't make sense. So you know, and I like winning too and stuff like that. But like I said, I think it's gonna be a little bit more focused on the meta for me personally when we get our actual codex and I can start playing each detachment to its best optimal capability. That's why I'm like, well, at this point, I should just have fun, guys. We still got the whole edition left. We already know what's good, stuff like that. So yeah, let me know what units you guys want to see. Maybe you don't own it yet, or you want to own it. Maybe you're tired of hearing about Squig Hog Boys. Maybe you're tired of hearing about this and that. I'll tell you right now, I don't have a ton of duplicates of some of the big Stompy things. Like I have a Morkanaut, I have a Stompa, but I don't have 2 Morkanauts. You know, and stuff like that. So I know the Big Boss, I think, is thinking about talking about 2 also. Oh, here you go. Hey, there you are, James. I remembered you, dude. So I knew you were there. So he said, I was thinking of a EDH like casual Warhammer format where you can only take 1 of each unit except battle line. It would make people play a non-meta and rely on battle units, would be more fun. Yeah, I think that's something that's always slept on, right? And then there's always like that 1-page rules I've heard a lot about. I've never played that. But when people are new, you know, you can think of like Highlander style sometimes too. I would definitely try this when you're trying to learn the rules. The difference is people all have different gaming groups, and what happens is, sure, like 2 of the guys might say, yeah, I want to just have fun and do whatever I want, and then there's the guy who's like, no, I gotta win, and then they bring Necrons and they bring all the dudes or something like that, or they bring Eldar, right? So it is a good idea if you have the benefit of a close friend. I would say start talking about them like that, because you guys will get much better as players if you learn how to optimize each one of your units instead of running like the same most powerful things over and over again. I love to see double Gorkanauts. I would too, but I only own 1 Morkanaut. Whoa! I was thinking about getting a Gorkanaut very, very soon as well for that reason, because I keep seeing it. Or like the Mecha Dread, and then run like a Morkanaut, Mecha Dread, Gorkanaut, stuff like that. And then I was like, yeah, I'm going to run Stomp and RTT. And then boom, GW hit us with the data slate a week before the RTT. I was like, oops, should have got ahead of the game. I should have been on it. I'm trying to play different army lists before I need to submit my LVO list. Yeah. what are you trying to play though? Like, are you trying to play strong meta? You're just trying to play what you have. You're trying to pick up more models. What are you thinking? Oh, and let's go right on to the next comment because I'm going to do the next picture. Check this out, winners. Check this out, greenskins lads. Boom. So I showed you, I showed you the models beforehand. That's why I went in that order. I showed you the models beforehand. Check out what the final result was from that crazy kit bash from the toys, and those actual squigs that I was showing you ahead of time. You thought I was just bothering you. No, I was definitely trying to bring it up to this. And yeah, it's wild. Like, if I could get Daggers to sell me one of these, which I don't think he ever would, because it seemed like it took him weeks and weeks to build, and it's his own creative thing. His Stampa looks crazy. He took a big head boss head bunker and he put it on his Stampa, so that his Stampa looks crazy and extra big. So I mean, he's just a very, very talented person. And guys like this are why I'm not a competitive channel, right? Daggers, I'm sure, appears everywhere, but Daggers is constantly around us and constantly getting love because guys like him, guys like the Big Boss, guys like Big Mac Brandon, guys like Wald, a bunch of W guys, a lot of them are just talented in multiple aspects of the hobby. Why would I focus on the 0.1% of players and then the 1% of the top orc players when I can just focus on the top 20%, whatever, the best players and the other skills they have? I think that's the best way to enjoy the hobby as a whole, because sometimes people don't get to play all the time. So why would you want to always just hear about games when there's about hobbying, painting, kit bashing, building lists, building armies, making your collections bigger? Everything across the day is just fantastic. And it encourages me because now I want to get more stuff all over again. I thought my collection was decent, and now I'm like, you know what? I could use 2 Gorkanauts, 3 Squigalts. I'm good. So it's it's kind of a good and bad thing, right? I do own a printer too, but I don't want to print something like him. Hello. I was just speaking of WAAAGH. I see you. Squighog boys came with the knob on Smash Squig. What do people think would do with the extra knobs when they have 18 max Squighog boys? Oh, I can show you what I did. Wait 1 second. What I did is I make a beast boss on Squigosaur. Hold on. Ta-da! This is what I did. Hold on, let me make this. I'll bring I'll bring daggers back. Don't worry. My hair looks hilarious. Sorry. This is what I did. So this is an Age of Sigmar Mangler Squig, I believe it's called, right? Mangler. There are actually 2 of these come in the kit if you get one of these, this big old fat head squig, right? And then what I did is I put some green stuff to kind of make a mount back and try to make it furry and leathery. And then I took the knob on Smasher Squig and I put him on there. Boom. I made my little, if I had to get another beast boss on Squigosaur, actually I haven't run him. That's why he's not on the base. I do have the base for him and everything, but I ended up never running 2 beast bosses on Squigosaur. But this is what I would do because I do own more than 3 knobs on Smasher Squigs. So I took essentially one of them and put them right here. Right? Boom. Fantastic. So I like that question. This is, I would try to figure out doing something similar to this or use his bits. Like you can use this weapon to make your Captain Badrook, right? So you can take that weapon, which I've seen as well, take a git, with the flash git ready to go, and put this weapon on there as well. All of a sudden, boom, you have your own Captain Badrook with modeled newer version of Orc bits, and stuff like that. So just take him. He's a great knob body. His choppa is excellent. He gets 2 of the choppas. So there's definitely stuff to kit bash up, to convert, make a war boss on foot. You can do so many things with his. I'm just looking at my hair, looks funny. There's so many things you can do with this model. It's really cool that GW gives you that, and they don't really tax us on actual money for it. So it's really cool. Also, don't sleep on running a 3-man unit of Squighog boys with the knob on Smash a Squig, guys. I've run that, and I outflank that. Man, that just crumps, because when people do annihilate those 3 Squighog boys that are around, the knob by himself is still just, I'm gonna hang out and mess you up by himself. And for his points of 60 points, and you do the math on it, he is about equal the cost of what it would be for 2 squigs. He's 5 wounds. He has a higher baseline strength, which helps when you're not fighting stuff that's just vehicles. Sometimes when he's running around, he's crumping infantry and stuff. So his baseline stats also matter a bit too. So don't sleep on running him if you own him. I mean, I'm down to just run him in a 3-man unit. I just, like I said, though, you might want to outflank him because you don't want him to get annihilated. He said, I just broke down last week and ordered my gargantuan squiggle. That's fantastic. I'm pretty much on there too. I'm like, oh man, I don't get this gargantuan squiggle. What am I gonna do? I really want one. It looks excellent. And then but I'm thinking if I do get one, I kind of want like a super custom one because I've seen the actual one and he's massive, the actual one, and it's resin. I'm scared I'll break it. To sit on my shelf. You know, you're saying sit on your shelf, but I promise you, my friend, if you run him, you will not be disappointed. Remember, you can pop artist nails on this big boy at T13. Yes, you heard me correctly because he is not a vehicle. So don't ever just think you can't do it, man. Put him in there. He has transport capability. He's excellent. Hello, I made it. Just got done. Packed for my trip. Oh, I don't wonder where your trip is, winner. But that's WAAAGH. WAAAGH. WAAAGH's been around since we were like 20 subs, guys, or something like that. Crazy. Blake, I was just going to do that, but I went with an LVO trip. Okay. Let's see. The creativity of the orc community is one of the best parts about being an orc player. Yeah, it really is. And it's kind of, if you just do hobby stuff, sometimes it's like, I don't know. So yeah, I think that's something that's always slept on. You know, when I first started, guys, I'll just be all right. I was kind of a meathead, kind of a brute in general. When I started Warhammer because I had like a bad car accident, and so I like couldn't really walk well for a little bit. I couldn't do my other hobbies and activities, and there was a GW store by me, and I just popped in and I creeped around on the outside. It was like, what's happening? What are these guys doing? Walking around, and then eventually the guys were so nice. They started talking to me, trying to tell me what Warhammer was. And I was just like, what? I don't know, what is happening here? And the army I was thinking about pinning was Astra Militarum, but I picked Orks. And it's just something called to me about Orks, and it ended up working out excellently. But the point of that story was all I did at first, because I had no creative potential or bone in my body, I just had Orks, mobs of boys, and the old Gaz model, and I just walked around. I used to just play like that. I barely painted things. The things I did paint, I spent too much time on it, so I got burnt out. So yeah, this is something that when you're new, especially if you're collecting the Squig Hog boys and you're getting a bunch of those bits, start getting creative, start kit bashing. I actually have one of my favorite models is War Boss and Mega Armor that I ended up kit bashing and getting pinned up. He's literally one of my favorite models at this point. So yes, he said, nice little conversion. Thank you. I don't have too many amazing conversions, to be honest. Or not even really good ones, but I do have a couple, and they're near and dear to my heart. Joe, easier to convince the wife to get him out than go away for a weekend. Very, very true. But he said, wife's going with. Very nice of you. Very nice of you. He said the gargantuan squiggoth is out of stock last time I saw it. Yeah. Which is, if you have the skill, that's where Daggers comes in, and he's like, I'm just gonna kit bash your sub. I can't say that everybody can do that. I know my Neanderthal brain could not do that. I'm just like a goth boy sometimes. I can't really kit bash that well. I had a hard time kit bashing one Big Mech and Mega Armor on my own. Says Daggers kit bash are missing. I've also seen pretty rad Zagshuk kit out of a Mazrog body and Necromuta parts. Oh, that sounds freaking awesome. I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen it. Maybe it probably wasn't in our Discord, but that'd be sick. I'm a huge fan of Zagstruck, guys, and he's a resin model, so he's hard to find. And if you heard me before, I'll say this again. I do not recommend you go out and buy a meta model, especially if it's a resin model. Start trying to kit bash your own up, right? If you're thinking I need flash kits, I'm going to run flash kits. I don't suggest you go out there and try to buy Captain Badrook, or if you go on eBay and buy Captain Badrook, don't do that. Not in my opinion, don't do that. You just make one of your own. Chances are down the line, maybe we'll get a Captain Badrook model. So it's like, why do that? And this is a 3D printed model that we've seen. That was I wanted to show real quick. I thought this was pretty sick. It's the correct size and proportions, very orky with the ramming part and stuff. That's freaking cool. I'm really down into that one. Here's a version of the Mecha Dread, right? This is what I was talking about. If I'm going to get another model and start running big dudes, I'm thinking a Mecha Dread, right? Of course, Gorkanaut, Morkanaut, then a Mech Dread. Big boy, he has guns, he has great melee potential, he has pretty decent stats, and since Def Dreads are kind of like off the table for me, I don't really like trying to run them. They're not really in a place where I like them. They usually just make me feel bad. They're pretty sick. Now, this is hilarious. This is a creepy little grot someone shared on the Discord. I'm just going to leave it up just to make you guys have nightmares about looking at that little dude for a second. This is, let's see. Sorry. They might drop new models when the Codex drops out. Yes, I've been hearing about that a lot, right? I've been hearing they're going to do that. I've been hearing that when they drop the codex, that models are going to be coming with the codex or like a drop as well. He says basically all the Forge World stuff is out of stock currently, and that's weird how that happens. First of all, Forge World has kind of a low stock to begin with, it seems. So as soon as something becomes meta, people are just snatch that up. Some people might even try to resell it. That's why I say, like, don't go out of your way just to get Forge World stuff unless you're really in love with it, right? If you're really in love with it, go ahead and get it. Like, I'm never gonna say don't do that. I'm just saying if it comes to you want the meta and you want to win, don't you don't want to just start going and running towards that. You want to That's where us as orcs have an advantage over other factions. Is anything can be an orc model if you put enough creativity and thought behind it. So if you really want to start getting something that's like a Forge World, hey man, look for something similar, kit bash it up, make it an orc thing, and all of a sudden you'll be a green skin with the proper mech that you won't. And that's what I'm saying is, like, sure, if you're really going to decide to be going into the meta, I'm never going to tell you not to be a meta player, but I'm going to say let's be smart about it and let's take advantage of our faction for that reason. The fact that we are one of the factions that can use anything as a model is hilarious. Yes, sir. If I get another combat patrol boss, I'll kit bash the mega armored war boss into a Big Mac with Morkanaut Morkanaut force field. That's a good idea. Yeah, the Morkanaut does come with that little force field on his shoulder. Got mine as well. And that's a great way to. That's the perfect example of what I'm saying. The way to think. Start kit bashing your models up. Grab someone a different faction's model. Check on eBay for the least meta faction, like those maybe those sisters and the suits and stuff. You can make those into crazy looking mega knobs, stuff like that. I mean, there's all types of things that we have the advantage of because of that, and it's kind of overlooked. People tend to go like, oh, I'm gonna get this right away. Like, I can show you my big war boss and mega armor, and it's an Age of Sigmar model with kilocam bits pretty much. I'll DM the Zag struck. I don't know if I'll have the potential as I'm a Neanderthal to pull that up without totally like halting the screen, but it could definitely be up on the next one. I definitely want to look at it, so thank you, Wade. Whoa, any predictions on new updated models when the codex drops? So I'm not sure about new because we just got the Squighog boys. Like, we just got like new, as in Squighog boys are like 2 years old and they were not even a model to. I'm not even hobbying. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna try to hobby, make sure I don't fall too far behind. Like they're not like the newest, like 1 year old, but they are new enough that it surprised a lot of other people and such. And so I don't think we're going to get like a new model line, but I do think we're going to get new models, which are most likely, in my opinion, going to be the Forge World stuff being converted, kind of like what they made a new Snickrot, right? When they came out with Commando, because Commandos, guys, when you wanted Commandos before, it used to be a Forge World upgrade kit, and you would just get like gas mask and guns and like weird stuff, and you would want to put those on boys, and boom, that was your Commandos. GW was like, hey, how about this? How about we make an actual Commando kit, and then we'll update the Snickrot as well. That way we can have the Snickrot. So I'm inclined to believe that a part of me is thinking, like, because the points and everything and how the flash kits are getting kind of a little glow up, there might be a Captain Badrock on the way. Now, am I being hopeful because it's a part of the meta? Yes. And if he isn't the one that's coming, I'd like to see Boss Zackstruck. Boss Zackstruck is a jetpack model, or Mad Dog Grotznik. As Mad Dog Grotznik, maybe he's not the most meta all the time, but Mad Dog Grotznik is very important to Orc lore. So I think he would be very, very much deserving of a new model. As when we did the Orc, like, it was one of our early videos, but when we did the Orc, I went through and I looked at every Orc model, right? And I was just looking at them and giving my opinion. It was hilarious because even the chat back then was like, ugh, what is that? When I pulled up Mad Dog Grotznik, and he's all weird looking with his claw up in the air and hunched over, like, what's up, guys? Like, literally just like that. I just looked at myself on camera. Yeah. And he was voted as the ugliest model in the Orc line. So a part of me is also saying, let's get that guy a new model because I'm just tired of looking at him. Badrock, I've seen his model in metal in person and everything. The only good thing about him is that because he's condensed and all put together, he's like hard to break. But I would really much like to see a new version of him. And I want to do like a little short just talking about my favorite Orc books. And in one of my favorite Orc books that I listened to on Audible, it has Captain Badrock as one of the main characters in it. So I think now might be a good time more than ever to start busting out like best Orc best orc books, probably top 5 of my favorite and on Audible, because I know a lot of people don't actually read anymore as much. We're quite all busy. But Audible, man, Audible's great. You know, and the Blackstone Fortress is pretty solid too. In a library, sorry. So that's really cool too. Okay, I see a couple of you guys participated. Remember, guys, the whole point also is give me some ideas on what you want me to do. I'm willing to go run out there, jump on the grenade, and to run out there and run whatever the meta and the list that you guys want to see me run. I don't really like. I care about winning. I'm gonna try very, very hard to win every game, but it's not like I care so much that I'm just like, hey, let me go get all the squigs, or let me get all the trucks, you know, because I do own 5 trucks. If you guys really want to see me go ahead and run like meta as best I can, I mean, I can do that too. That's okay. But I'm like, for the channel and for the new people's sake, for guys that are pro greenskins and war bosses that like to play their own different ways, that don't want to stick to the meta or just buy Squig Hog Boys, I want to appease you guys too. I think there's a bunch of excellent players already going out and running Squig Hog Boys. I think there's other excellent players that are running like the Big Mech stuff or the Squig Offs. So tell me what you want me to start running up and start doing, guys. I'll try. I mean, I'll have fun. I don't care. Oh, the Sisters War Suit is a good idea. Thank you. And those are really cool looking. I also like the 3D printed ones I have. I don't know if I want to show my models because that was such an ugly, like when I put them on the camera, I try to get close to them. But yeah, I would. I think I've said this several times. If Mad Doc Grosnick isn't a horrible looking model, the Meganobs definitely are. I mean, they're all boxed up. Like, what's up, dude? What's up? You want to fight? Like, they don't look good at all. And I think those would be another model that I would like to see get updated. Like Gaz did. Gaz used to be an old looking model, and he got an update. I'm a new orc player, so seeing these conversions make me smile. Ooh, I might want to. I'll show more pictures on here, and I might show my my war boss and Mega Armor because he's the one I'm most proud of. I'm trying to find an excuse to show him off. That's also why I kind of want to bring him out to an RTT and stuff, or like a GT, because I just want to have an excuse to have my Kit Bash model on the table. And sometimes it's just like that, guys. Like me and the big boss were talking about that too in the Discord. And he's like, I just want to run my stuff, man. I just want to have fun. Whatever, man. I'm going to run double Gorkana. And then he tried it and he was like, okay, maybe I don't know about that because the table's pretty dense. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of us are still like that. What is this? He said, I still enjoy the metal commando models. Yeah, the metal ones are quite fine. But I'm saying before, I know when I started the hobby, I was looking for them. There was a Forge World that was like an upgrade kit only. And like with the Battle Wagon guys, that used to be an upgrade kit. Like to have the roller, the death roller, and the cannon and such. I had to order that from Forge World to get that and then put that on my battle wagon. And I did that in 8th edition because I was like, what? You can get a roller on that? I'm putting that on. People are like, dude, your thing is gigantic now. I'm going to shoot it. I'm like, whatever. I don't care. And it was always hilarious. Used to be able to roll 3d6 and murk people and do awesome things. And now that's what they all look like. So I look like I was a big brain, but in reality, I was just a dork just trying to have fun. The big orc machine had a leg made out of tires and shoulder pads. Yeah, I know it was. I seen that too. I'm not gonna call out what everything is. That's for you guys to look at. But yeah, here's I think this is actually WAAAGH's model right here. He's going for the orange theme. That was my second option for how I wanted to run my orcs, but I went for purple instead because ain't no one seen a purple orc. Mad Dog needs an update. He crusty. That's quite direct. Yes, he is crusty. Oh, and he's hunched over. Yeah, and his power claw looks horrible. I'm just gonna say that right now. He looks horrible. So yeah, and who else is hobbying with me? I got one Squig Hog done so far. Let me keep going. But I'm still gonna read your chat. Keep talking to me and tell me what stuff you guys want to see me running because I like it. I like that. I like to know what you guys actually want to see and stuff. I want you to try Def Copters with me. I need more data. Oh, you're just trying to get me to catch all the bullocks one day, huh? I could do that most likely probably at an RTT. I don't mind that. Or like, I don't know if you guys heard of Dragonfall. I'm thinking about going to Dragonfall. That could be fun too. Not just the Armed Forces GT. And I mean, Def Copters are at that weird point for like 100 points. You're like, man, I could really start to validate your existence, especially if I like try to rapid ingress them and try to put them somewhere where they're not going to get shot immediately. Hopefully, get some rocket shots off. Hopefully, pressure someone in their backfield with some units that are flying. So I'm not in love with Def Copters, but you know, they're at a point that you can start reasonably thinking about them. Any good gas lists on the Wednesday stream? I was showing a couple lists, and every Wednesday we show the meta. But what I like to do is I'll get the best performing orc list, and then as I periodically go down, suddenly I'll interject my favorite flavored list. So there's a lot of times that you'll see that as well. And yeah, actually, good is okay is a good way to put it. It's not the excellent, the most top tier list with that have Gazgul. It tends to, if you're going to choose Gazgul or Mazrog, people go towards Mazrog as he's a bit more direct, has a bit better of a durability. The ability to start putting dev wounds into people is amazing compared to like Gaz. You can just whiff, or they could just roll 5-ups, or I know you can get the dev wounds if you have Mega Knives with him, but I'm saying Maz has it at all times. And I know me personally, and of course, dev wounds will work against Gaz as well, so they start murdering him. So I will say he's good, he's playable, but I will say most of the time when you're at that point cost for a character, people just go, oh, I'll just go towards Maz. But I do want to use my Gaz because I have a Gaz and he's painted to the box color. Like I have him as original colors. I know people will be like, make their own, like to match their army scheme, but I actually have my Gaz with like 3 Mega Knobs that are painted exactly like his Goth scheme, because thematically I like to have that as like his personal bully boys. And yeah, to answer your question, yeah, there's lists, and I was thinking about putting him in my fat list. I was thinking about putting him, if I got 60 boys, maybe I can shove in the middle table and try to pop off that lethal. But the thing is that I'm like, hey, if I'm bringing all those boys, I'm gonna think one's gonna have Knob with Wall Banner, one's gonna have KFF, one's gonna have a weird boy possibly. So they're not really gonna be all like right next to each other. But I was considering it. He's definitely on my ideas. Try those Def Copters. They come in the compact roll. Oh, that's such a good point, though. That's such a good point. Actually, I think you might have, between you and WAAAGH, you guys might have just convinced me, because I did just say I want it to be appealing to newer players as well. And that's a good point, because right now Def Copters are everywhere. There's a period, guys, where you couldn't get Def Copters because the GW stopped making them, and they only came in this old box that they had. So I have some of the other ones. I think it's like the Assault on Black Reach or something like that. And I had to go out of my way to find Def Copters before they became all popular now. And yeah, I have mine. Mine are painted. Mine are based. So that's actually a solid suggestion. At first, I was like, WAAAGH is just trying to laugh with me, but I think that's actually a really good point, is that most people actually have 3 now. So I'm actually not mad about that at all. I am Palisade, and I bring you Amadi from Alaska. I feel like that's what you wanted, so I wanted that too. And Alaska, shout out to Alaska. I've always been like, do I want to visit Alaska? But then I'm like, I just don't know what I would do there. But I hear like so many ups and down things, because I was in the Army, and in the Army I met people from Alaska, and they love it. Like the people from actual Alaska, they're like, nah, don't come visit. We love it up here. We don't need more of you weirdos. I'm like, what? How dare you? Yep, that's my flash gift. Yep, that's your flash gift. I thought so, because you're the orange. And then this is someone else's, actually their guns. They were painting their flash kits up. Dude, painting yellow, I have such an appreciation for it. And as you guys can see here, he went out of his way. He did all the brass, the bullets. He did the little insignias on there. He did the little gas canister. He did the pipe for the actual turbocharging type snaz gun. He did the exhaust right here. This guy went out of his way. So I'm going to leave this up for a second, even though it's just weapons, because he's just going hard. My squigs are purple. Yeah, thanks. I like that. I mean, I really like purple, and I think purple going with orcs kind of just goes together. I think it's a pretty good look. And orange, I do think that's so too. Plus, back when, like you guys all know, like if you're not picking a clan anymore, it's okay to have like a weird base color. But if you're going by clan, go ahead and bait it by the clan, because that's always really sick when you see people like, oh, I got a Goth army. What's his name? Oh my gosh, I'm having a brain fart. Insane Clown Posse, right? I think is his name. Okay, Farm Posse. That guy's dope. I'm just saying that he has like actual painted Goth style stuff, and because he's so skilled with like his banners and everything, it looks great. Still washing the flash kits. I think I might have had a picture with the flash kits, more updated guns. I'm not sure. I'm hobbying here and here, but it's about time to get medicated. It is the weekend. I'm wondering, like, do I want to relax, have a good like chill, or do I want to get up, go work, go to do some productive things? I'm like on the fence here, but you guys are motivating me to do both in some ways. Just run the Copters and pickup games. I don't need anything crazy. Nah, man, I'm running those at an RTT. I'm getting multiple reps. I need to fight multiple armies at one in the same day. I need to get my data quick and efficiently, and hopefully the 100 points won't swing me into losing, right? But like I said, I want to run mobs too. So what am I going to just stick them in there with mobs? man, just have a totally out of the box list, just catch everybody off guard, and then they're like, "Are you trying to win, bro?" I'm like, "Yeah, I was actually." I'll post some pics in Discord. I paint named characters as box art. They never match my scheme, but could you imagine an orange Gaz though? I guess I could imagine a lot of variety of Gazes, but as I just said, I'm on the same page as you that when it's like a named character, I do tend to not match my scheme. But I will say my Mazrog is not the box art. He's similar, but he's not the box art. He is kind of like my theme. And that's because, like I said before, I can actually pull Mazrog off and I can put the Beast Boss, actual correct Beast Boss on there. In case I wanted to run 2 Beast Bosses and no Maz. And I gave myself that option because last edition Maz wasn't meta like that. So I was like, you know what though? I like Maz's. I like this mount, like the big grand white squig, more than the Beast Boss squig. So I wanted that as well. Talking about mobs, boom. Yeah, you guys thought I was done. There's my snares guns. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying. Give me the shout out if you see your pictures on here, guys. I love that. What was your MLS? I was a 91 Delta generator mechanic, Army. 2010s when I got in when I was 17. I am now 31. But yeah, let me see that. The state is great. The people are hit or miss. Very orky. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, the guy I met was a state trooper, and he was really cool. And I could see why you said it's hit or miss because it's like you guys are kind of like in the sticks sometimes. You guys got to do a lot to gain your resources and to move around. Nothing's really close to you. So I can see some people becoming a little bit antisocial and it being kind of used to it. So I can see why it's hit or miss. But honestly, isn't that most places nowadays, hit or miss with what the people are, right? Doop, 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 doop. I'm still in the Army. Right on, my dude. Didn't know that about you. Oh, what was your MLS? Or what is your MLS right now? Yeah, I mean, I actually advised my little brother, like, go ahead and join the Army too. I mean, I know some of you guys know I'm not gonna be political or anything here, but like people don't really like to join the military as much anymore, at least not in America, compared to like how we used to be. And I'm like, hey man, it was like a nice experience overall, gain skills. It's a good learning experience for you and to be around a lot of other lads and get like a strong mindset, put yourself through mad adversity before you kind of grow up and grow a professional life and work day-to-day jobs. A lot of guys where I work right now a lot of them are veterans. And what I do at my work is kind of in tandem with what I did when I was in the military because I learned to read electrical schematics and do minor electrician work by being a generator mechanic. And then now I work as an industrial electrician for automated machines. So it ended up helping me out and I do well. So that's good. And that's just one of things I said. Plus, who doesn't like to actually be a part of the grind, Everybody appreciates that when you're a young man to a certain extent. Especially if you didn't get to do sports. Some people just didn't get to do sports, so I think it's a good experience. What was your MOS? 91 Delta generators. I saw that, and those are amazing guns. They are, right? They're so much better than mine. I'm not even going to show mine again. But yeah, and I think that's pretty awesome that people are showing their models in here, and I'm glad that you guys are appreciating that. That's what took me a little longer to put this together because I was like, hold on. It can't just be my face the whole time. I have to show stuff that's way more exciting and interesting to look at. And I want that to be common. Like I want there to be a point why people are showing these things. I know our Discord can show it, but you don't know who's going to pop in here and end up seeing these pictures. You don't know who's going to just decide to actually click on this and be like, oh, that's excellent looking. Maybe I'll stick around and listen to this weirdo with the big head talk. And that's what we're looking for, right? We want everybody to feel included, not just constantly, here's meta. Because if I was just talking meta all the time, I'd get bored. And I don't think you guys want to hear me constantly talk about squigs and trucks. Okay. I do get excited, though, to look at the meta because that's how we became known I knew weeks ago, like almost a month ago, that flash kits were excellent. Right. And now people are starting to catch on in some of the other communities that are less like, Facebook or whatever. But when you're really, really looking, you've seen flash kits coming at the top tables from a mile away, especially if you just paid attention to their rules and you're like, hold on, that's excellent. Hold on, let me see what this. Oh, person, everything. I painted my Orks orange with squigs. Propose. So couches for my purple squigs. That's pretty dope. That's awesome. So you're just saying that you're a mixture of me and WAAAGH. Interesting. They are yellow because I'm a bad moon at heart. And I'm a big red. And plus, I'm red and green colorblind. So they're easier for me. Oh, that's pretty cool. I actually have a whole bag of yellow bad moons dice that I use all the time. It's exactly 50 dice. So I use that all the time. Like when I was running the freebooters list and such, there'd be times where I need to shoot with like certain like units that have just a dumb amount of shots, or like when boys want to fight, and I just grab my 50 dice and I'm like, all right, guys, here's my for 50. And they're like, wait, what? I'm like, these are 50 dice, and these are how many hits I get. Okay, ready? And I just roll the bag out like this. I grab it from the bottom, I go, and I just roll into the dice tray. And if you're a new orc player, I promise you that never gets old. If you're just like, look, I have this bag of dice and it's exactly 30 or whatever, and your opponent's like, all right, how many hits do you get? Well, I get 60, so I'm gonna roll this twice. You just roll it on the table. Their face will just be like, and it's fantastic because the guys will be like, I have my 20 ultramarine dice, and they're just using the same ones the whole time, and you're like, no, bro, I got 45 dice. And like, it's so fun. It's literally who I am, and I'm annoying like that. I went orange because I like Evil Sons, but I also like Bad Moon, so it was the best of both worlds. Excellent, and I like that reasoning too. And why I went orange is because I actually kind of like blood axes, and I can go back to, but like I said, how I play is like a goth for the most part. A lot of the models I own are kind of like speed freaks, but when I go into orc lore, I actually favor the blood axes to a certain extent, just because like they're the most interesting to listen to in books. That's a part of the reason. And I like the fact that they try to like copy humans like tactics and stuff to a certain extent, because it's not all about being brutal. It's about being cunning but brutal, and brutal but cunning. It's both, guys. It's both. Name characters I would paint the rims with their clans. Ooh, I like that. They lead the Snick route with a camo rim, and soon Gas with a checker painted rim. Okay, that's a nice compromise. I actually really like that. I have the old Snick route model. I thought it was fine to give him purple, so he's a little bit of purple, but in reality, he's mostly just metal and brown with some purple here and there, because he's a sneaky, angry, brutal git. 35p crypto ling here, 19-year-old one. 19 and counting. Oh, okay. I don't know. Oh, crypto linguist. Okay. Hey, okay, dude, you're in there. I see you, Mr. High Ass Fam IQ. That's pretty awesome, though. Infantry, first contact, reclass to public affairs. Ooh, first contract. Sorry, I'm reading fast. Infantry. Okay. You were a little grunt. Okay, so you fit right in with the greenskins, and then reclass to public affairs. Oh, look at you. You went from intense to nice and relaxed, dealing with all the guys that are trying to get out and be happy and trying to make us all look good. But that's pretty sick. I like that there's so many veterans here in the community, and actually directly in the Army too. And David was in the Air Force, so make fun of him. No, just kidding. You guys know what I mean, though, if you're with the military when I say make fun of him. But yeah, David was in the Air Force. And David is the co-host. If you guys are new around here, he hasn't been here for a couple weeks, but he's in Italy right now. He works with me. We both work on that, and he was installing this multi-million-dollar machine because he's a big brain git. So let's see. Yeah, nice. You crypto folks are always interesting. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. What do you think our new predators are? That's interesting. Predatory. I don't think we're like not nearly as in a position where we were being directly predated on. Like we had custodes before. Sorry, I'm putting more in frame. We had custodes before. We had Imperial Knights before, and then kind of like Eldar, right? I think now it's almost a bit more about the bad matchup. And I think our bad matchups, I think it's more about, that's such a hard question because I don't want to word this in a way that's too predators. I think what we're going to be seeing a lot at the top tables that could end up punching orc players in the face that aren't prepared are going to be Necron lists. Even though we can win into them, a very good Necron player can dismantle orc player that's not prepared for them. I played against a lot of Necrons, and it's always kind of like, man, I'm ready, but this is going to be a good one. CSM, I think Black Legion is another faction you have to kind of be aware of. They have good punching, they have good shooting, they have weird auras. I think Tau, depending on what list we're going to bring and start bringing into the meta, might creep into something that ends up beating up orcs at the mid-table. I don't think, and then Brandon and I had a conversation about where's Leagues of Voltan. I do not think Leagues of Voltan is like going to compromise our stats, like where we are in the meta. But when you do come across that guy who's very committed to Leagues of Voltan, he's trying to stop you from getting to the top. So you do need to know how to handle them. But something that I think I overlooked a little bit at first when I first heard about them, because I didn't know all of their rules, is Death Guard. I think Death Guard can end up getting us some direct issues. Mortarion is always kind of annoying, and he does play the support role as well. Their tanks are pretty efficient. Typhus can start stacking -2 to hit, so you'll be -1 on your weapon / ballistic skill, and then Typhus will make you -1 to hit. So your orcs are just missing in melee. That could be very annoying. They have those cheap little pox walkers, and then they have lethal actually, and on accident they can just spike and be annoying. Their terminators sometimes can have volume that you don't want to deal with. So I think Death Guard is a sleeper, and they're gonna be cheap, having a lot of marine bodies on the table too. I think they're gonna be a sleeper hard matchup for us. At first, I was kind of like, they're too slow, but then I'm like, hold on, they could give us some risks and tips. So really, to answer your question in like a roundabout way, because I had to think about it a little longer, I was thinking CSM. And if you haven't played against World Eaters, pay attention, because every Meta Wednesday that I go into World Eaters, they're always sitting at like a weird like 50 or a little greater percent into Orks as a whole, and that's because they have very similar rules to us, but they can do them the whole game. And they're very efficient. And when you get a lot of people say like they suck, they don't suck. People just don't know how to play them. And they're not willing to put in allies. But once they start sticking in brigands, once they start sticking in the mounted God, I'm having a brain fart. Not the hellhounds, they're the actual mounted one, the skull crushers. They start bringing those guys. They're almost like the Squighog boys equivalent. They have advance and charge all game. Their demon prince gives an aura of a 4-up invuln, which is very rare in this edition to have like an aura of that much of a durability trait. Their 8-bound being small will also give them a reroll once to wound. So you got to be aware of that if you're an orc player going into them, because they're going to meet you somewhere in the mid table. If they're an excellent player, they won't get you at the top, right? But we still have a better ceiling. But direct competition to us, guys, you got to remember the meta is very different to how we're going into us, because we're kind of a skewed army. We play our own way, so you have to know what plays well into us, right? So you have to just be aware of that. So yeah, and I think, but as a whole, I think CSM is going to kind of rise. I think Death Guard is going to be kind of hard for us to deal with sometimes. Tau, if you bring I'm thinking about bringing mob in lists, and then people are like, what about Tau? I'm like, that's a good point, and then Tyranids, if you're not running just Squighog boys, Tyranids are actually a hard matchup for Orcs in most cases. If you're not just bringing a bunch of Squigs, because Squigs directly hurt them and counter them, but if you jump away from that, the matchup starts getting harder quickly. It's certainly been a career. Like, that's a good way to put it, right? The most pale orcs. Hey, tell me why I was just thinking about you, because I remember when I first started, and just so you guys know, Pale Orc is a channel as well. That's what I was going to say. When I first started, I remember it's the Pale Orcs channel, and I went out of my way, and I got a bike painted as a pale orc. I'm not even lying. I can literally pick it up right now and show you guys. He's like a white orc on a with a power claw. And he's awesome. I just didn't want to do everything like that on my army, but I considered it because it would have been effort. So shout out to a pale orc. You're a great hobbyist. Your models and armies look excellent, right on par, right up there with daggers. So if you guys want to see cool looking models and stuff, look at Pale Orc. He's an excellent hobbyist at all times, and he plays quite often into fun matchups too. I hear that. What is this? The news Gloomsky gets Bad Moon dice are coming out really soon. Hey, do you guys remember those squig dice? Do you guys hate those squig dice? I hated those squig dice. Here's some more boys. Man, that's a good picture, actually. Really nice. Man, dang, dude. I like that. Dang, they look way better than my beast snaggers. Picking me up 3 sets. Dang, you're going right in. I like that. Retired as a 12 Bravo. Oh, dang, goodness. Look at you. Okay. Actually, now that I'm looking, I think I can see. Are those your ribbons on there? I don't know how I didn't notice that before. Excellent. Thank you for your service. Of course, I even say that all the time. The Orcs Kill Team dice is perfect for me. I also use nuke cups, okay, to roll dice with my flash gets. LOL. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. It's so hilarious, you guys. If you don't have just a set of dice set aside, guys, that is like a set number in a bag on top of your favorite dice, because my favorite dice are green with the orc skull, right? But I always have that second bag of dice that's 50 dice ready to go. When the flash gets are ready to go and they're Bad Moon dice, I take out 10 dice and they're like, oh, those are your shots? I'm like, no. The rest of this is my shots. 40. So it's hilarious. And I like to roll in dice trays. I hear the grass is greener on the other side. Dave in the chair force? Yeah, David was in the chair force. Yeah, he was in the chair force. David is a big brain. He's an intellectual. I was not willing. I was willing to be a grunt. I've always played the game very cunning, but preferred speed and bullets over chopping. And yeah, we all are a different way, dude. That's why it's like I always try to say that all the time in the community. Like, I'll tell you what the meta is. I'm aware of the meta is, but I'm telling you, we all get our satisfaction in our own ways. If you go out and start chasing the meta and that's just not how the way you like to play, but you really want to win, and then you're like, hey man, I just got all these squig hog boys, you might really be falling out into like the love of the hobby. Let me tell you a minor baby, like maybe story. When I got to that GW store that I told you about earlier, when I was like a little disabled from the car accident, I remember I started to get orcs, right? I bought 1 unit of Grats and I bought 1 box of boys because I was gonna play kill team, right? Within 2 weeks, I had at least 3 people come up to me and say, hey, I got these leftover orcs. I started collecting orcs and I gave up. Do you want them? So I had people give me bikes. I had people give me an entire battle wagon. I had guys give me 30 boys and the old Gaz model, just like that. And and I'm not saying that to brag. What I'm saying is that flipped the switch in my head that a lot of people will look into orcs, think about them, and then they just straight up drop them as a faction. And there's several reasons for that I can get into, but that's something that almost made me a little sad. And then I remember when I played orcs and I was getting shot in 8th edition a lot, I was like, oh, no wonder why you guys quit, dude. I'm getting shot. I'm hitting everything on 5s. I don't know what's happening. So if you're really new to the game and the faction, you can be like, why am I playing half the game and why am I so disabled? Right? Why am I so predictable? And that's a part of another reason why I started the channel was like, no. Orcs are excellent. And we can do both, just like the Pale Orc saying. He said, I've always played cunning and preferred speed and bullets because that's always been a way to play as well. We have excellent models for that. But if you're one of the lone orcs or greenskins and you spawned on a faraway planet by yourselves and you're not aware of our potential because your wall hasn't gotten big enough, you might just fall away from the wall. You might just get flamed out. You might just get stomped out. And that's exactly what I'm trying to avoid here with the part of this channel. Of course, as you become, maybe you decide, hey, I'm going to be a grand tournament winner and such, and I'm going to go follow Brad Chester, and I'm going to go follow Happy Krumpa and start figuring that stuff out. Those guys give excellent presentations, but I'm not trying to compete with them on that level. We're our own wall here. We're our own thing because we are the Great Wall. So we cover every aspect. That's why I call it the Great Wall, because they're the comp wall and they're excellent and they're great in their own way. But this is the Great Wall that we're starting here, boys, which means we cover every aspect of the orc community and hobby. The grass is greener, my friend. You just need a hobby because life moves slower after you retire. That's what I like to hear, man. That's what I like to hear. There's so many different hobbies that we can start doing, guys. And I have a bunch of different hobbies too, but I'm not going to share that on this stream because it's not about me. I see Tau being, there we go. Or Pale Orc agreeing. I see Tau being a big problem for us because they have so many guns now with the point changes. If it's a decent player, it'll be a hard matchup. Yes. And when you do run into top players, they seem to be quite committed to their faction. They have a vast amount of guns now. They have bodies to throw away so they could try to play the mission as well. They do have a good amount of speed. I will say that they do have like a weird amount of strength 5 guns, so then boys start falling off. That's literally why I said I think Mega Knobs are going to become more popular too, because you kind of want that additional toughness. You got to move up in the toughness. Bikers maybe start taking up a little more space in Storm Boys because they have a little bit more toughness as well. All that stuff. So yeah, he's making a good point, and I've been seeing that as well. I'm actually going to do videos, guys. I'm doing homework and research because I'm preparing the tournaments and doing research for this, and Dave's not around to do anything. So I'm like trying to do all this stuff, and I'm new to it. So, but I'm trying to do videos like factions that I think we need to watch out for and how to play into them with the new meta and how it is now, right? I know Art of War was talking about Dark Angels. I think Space Marines as a whole tend to forget that they own land speeders. And like us as orc players, we know you want bikes, you want trucks, you want stuff to move around the table and take up space and stuff. Space Marine players like, I need my big killy stuff. But really, it helps Space Marines to bring a lot of land speeders. And when you start going into them, you start realizing like that can be annoying as well. So that might be a conversation and talk about how to beat Dark Angels, how to beat pretty much the options. I put this on the other video when I talked about the data slate breakdown, but it was, I want to talk about Tau, Leagues of Voltan, CSN, specifically Black Legion, Death Guard, Necrons, World Eaters. Those are like the 6 ones that I think people need to be a bit more a bit more aware of as orcs, because you'll hear like, man, that army sucks, or oh, we have the potential, they're not S tier or whatever. But for us, they can be a direct like conflict, right, at the mid tables. So thank you, Banwork. With people likely getting ready for Necron bricks, do you think that they'll be turned to the Green Tide Boys? Yes, I really kind of do. The reason why I'm still okay with it right now when I'm talking about me going to it is, one, the tables I tend to play on are quite dense because they go by the GW layouts. And then two, I'm going to play on the WTC terrain most likely, and that one is very dense. So I think that might be one of the few opportunities to actually get it going. But after that, or if you play casually like at your local game store, I do see, if you want to be a little different, not just do Squighog Boys, shifting over to Mega Knobs, because Tau do have a lot of guns, but they lack AP. Okay, they lack AP, and Mega Knobs are just trying to tank that. You're like, oh, you're strength 5, Artist Nails, 2-up save, haha. So yeah, I do think we're gonna slightly go that way, because even Squighog Boys, you put enough volume, just constantly shooting at stuff, and it has high enough strength on the gun. Even with Artist Nails, like winning on 5s, enough volume, you're still going to start hurting them and chipping them down, because just putting saves on someone kills them. Just like we look to just put saves on you, our opponents, right? The other way works on our stuff too. So in general, both of you guys are correct. Is yeah, it's going to deter that, and yeah, they have a volume to take care of that, which is also why I'm like, we might start bringing Mega Knobs, guys. Even more so. Morty is tanky, so Mazrog and Morty really just stared at each other to the point for like 3 battle rounds. That's hilarious. But he's way more points, so Mazrog's doing his job right there. I think World Eaters would be tough for us too. Yeah. World Eaters are tough because they have the capability to fight in death. Of course, they have to roll for it. They have the capability to advance in charge all game. They have the capability to get exploding 6s. They have the Cultist. They have a 5-up feel no pain on top of a 4-up invuln if they chain back to the Demon Prince. They have ability to have strong allies with some guns. When you bring those Brigands specifically, they're hitting on 2s. They have Melta shots. They have their Gatling guns. They're OC8. That way, if they stand in the back of the table, they walk up and start stealing objectives turn 4 and 5. So I think baseline World Eaters without allies is significantly worse than World Eaters with a couple allies. I want to see your pale orc. Oh, I might have to go grab that in a second, right after I talk about more of these comments, because I did say that to the pale orc. I have a pale orc that pretty much comes after him. It's almost like inspired by him, I guess, if I really want to think about it. I need that Squig plush from Xmas GW recalled for Hazard. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that thing did get recalled because people were trying to eat it or something. That's weird, but I like when GW brings that stuff out. Christmas GW comes up with cool stuff. I seen this Docker keychain that was showed me in Discord. I want to do that too. It will be a good thing. I'm starting Orc Army now, so I have something to fall into. Boom! There you go. You got something to fall into, and we're here for it. Them beast nagas, them flashy bases. Look at right. I was just talking about you guys don't want to get overwhelmed by basing and stuff. This guy was like, I don't care, bash it all up. And that's also awesome too, guys, right? If you have the skill, the talent, the time, the creativity, go ahead and just bam, just base them up, make them look beautiful. This guy's creative. These are Savage Boys from Age of Sigmar. Threw some guns on them, made them really, really fancy. I appreciate that greatly. And this is the big boss. He has purple orcs. I wanted to show that too, because I like the purple. Oops, I almost messed up. A World Eaters army will most likely always have Angron as well to deal with, unless, like I said, you start bringing the more. I've seen some competitive lists. Specifically, have you guys seen that guy Christian that was here before? He's my cousin. I'm just like David is, and he never really brings Angron, actually, like ever. He decided, I'm going to bring 3 brigands, stuff like that, just bring more bodies. Remember, those cultists that they have a built-in 5-up feel no pain. They can get up to strength 4. They have an okay volume, and when they string back, if you guys know about how stringing works, of course they'll get the 4-up invuln. So all of a sudden they're creating screens that you're not really wanting to charge into as an orc. Like, I've charged a 10-man unit into one of those cultists and killed like 3. Like, what? You guys are cultists. But when they got the 4-up on the 5-up, that's going to start swinging math like crazy. So I think a lot of them will have Angron to deal with. You're right as a whole, right? I'm saying that when you get to the harder matchups, they might drop them for more stuff. as a whole. Like another unit that I just didn't mention, Mauler Fiends in World Eaters are excellent units. They get additional charges to buff. World Eaters have a strat for auto advancing 6 inches. So imagine they have advance and charge. Mauler Fiend already moves, 10 or 12 inches. He gets +2 essentially to his charging. So Mauler Fiend is looking to turn one charge you. He can have a built-in 6-up, feel no pain. Of course, you can kill him, but he's cheap for them. He's very cheap for them. And then when you get past him, they've moved into position to put their cultist on the line with the 4-up invuln and the 5-up feel no pain trying to score, right? And as an orc, if you see Angron, you're like, I mean, I can kill him. Like he's kind of killy, but like I've had Angron bounce off a unit of knobs with a -1 to wound and a 5-up invuln. I mean, of course, he didn't roll great, but that can very much happen. He's not nearly as killy as he used to be. I think Mortarion is much more of a threat at the top tables, at the mid tables than Angron. But if you play Angron right and you start throwing them at orcs, sometimes if they don't have the tools, like I said, if you move away from Beast Snaggers, you might actually lack the tools to kill Angron too. But yeah, he's as a whole, World Eaters are a weird matchup for us. Most people look at them and they're like, I have enough guns to just kill your elites and choose when to kill them, right? For us, I found that like throwing Squighog bombs, the mines into the 8-bound while they're trying to stage is very useful to us when we start countering them too. The roast looks great on those. I like this nasty base he put up in there too. And mind you, I'm not like super trying to disagree with you, like saying you're wrong. I'm saying another way to think about it is like that. The roast looks great on those. Here's a speed mob that's getting started up. I wanted to show that too, right? See how he took that, and I thought it was important to show this. It starts off that he has direct actual GW models right here. Bam, 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 bam. And then it's like, the heck is that? The heck is that? Right? He took a speeder and started adding things there, right? What is this? Hold on, bro. What is the, I'm just kidding. That's extra model. I literally don't know what that is right now, and then what is this? He has the the shop, the big shop, mech shop. I actually have that too. Mine just looks hideous. The previous AOS models, yeah, those were excellent models. So they look really good how he did that. And Angron has a chance to turn one charge. Yeah, he moves. He gets auto advance 6 as well. Advance in charge, stuff like that. I've been playing an orc equivalent to Nicely. Yes, you have. Most fun on having 10th. Morkanaut, 2 Gorgonauts, 2 Maker Drag, 2 Dead, and 3 mechs. Stupid fun. Yes, I've seen you show that several times. And you've admitted, not the most meta. I've lost sometimes. La la la. Doesn't matter. When you show up to the table like that, people are like, whoa, that's freaking awesome. Like, I'd love to have access to those models too. I don't even have 2 Mega Dreads, or 2 Mega Dreads. So it's like, yeah, man, that's a great way to actually play. And that's what I appreciate about the orc community. And what I was saying about you too is like, we all have our own way to play, right? He's going heavy mech. I went heavy boys in general is how I've always been playing orcs, and I'm not ashamed of that. And he shouldn't be ashamed of running with that, even if it's not the meta right now. And then we got Speed Boss Ann, that's been around here, and Speed Boss Ann is hitting us with the speed wall in the index. Like, I don't care. I'm gonna run all the boogies, and that's awesome. I hunt Cypher with squig bombs. Yup. Yes, hunting those lone operative characters and stuff like that. You don't have to see him, guys. Remember that. My CSM player just got him, moved him up for some reason, and I bombed him off the board before he could use the +1 CP ability. Yeah, boom. That's what I'm saying. Those weird, or you're trying to bring those assassins, right? People might bring those assassins. Only 4 wounds. Just throw 2 bombs into him. Oops, he died. And I think that's something the enemy will always forget. You can remind them, right, to be a nice person, right, that I can do it. But they're still going to want to move up the table. And you can still hit them without seeing them as long as you're within range. So it's definitely true. You know what? If you give me 1 second, I actually want to pull that, because if the pale orc is here, I do want to show him the one model that I essentially painted after reading his name and watching his channel a couple times. I never knew this moment would come up. It's weird that I even have this. I feel awkward. Give me 1 second. Oh, literally it's from here to that right there. It's right next to me. Hold on. It's a little dark over there because I turn off my lights. All right. All right. I put him on a different shelf because I was using him. All right. Ready? Hopefully the camera isn't horrific. Let me minimize this. Show my big head again. Hello. My big head is back. Boom. I was in line. I don't know why it's so fuzzy. He has green lips though, and he has pale skin. And he's still purple themed. Oh, maybe a little better from over here. This is my pale orc. Yeah, that's you, pale orc. Pretty much hilarious, right? Little homage to the war boss that was there before me, before I even started all of this, when I was still a spore mine. Or a spore. I said spore mine. What the heck? Doo-doo-doo. So yeah. Well, anyways, I'll make sure I keep hobbing a little more before I get too far behind, right? I don't know how long this hobby stream will go because I've never done one like this. So if you guys participate, I'll stick around. It's only like 11. If you don't choose to stick around, it's okay. I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep doing my thing. I don't know if the pale orc's seeing that. If he appears again, I'll just show it again. But yeah, I'm gonna keep putting my basing together because I was basing. I'm not lying here. I'm trying to get my stuff done too, guys. Don't worry. We're all in this together. And thank you. Yeah, and it was a little hard to paint because white and stuff like that. And I'm not an excellent painter. I'll just say that off the rip, guys. I might be okay, good at decent other things in life, but painting is not one of them. I didn't learn how to paint until I was like really just started the hobby. I had no creative bones in my body, no creative innate abilities. I got horrible handwriting. I got a big head, all that stuff. It's just yeah, so that's why you see a lot of the time I show all of you guys and everything like that and show everything because that's something that I almost live vicariously through the rest of you in the community, like the awesome kit bashing, the awesome painting. That's all great. Being a sweaty tryhard and trying to win all the time, I do that and I've been through that. But you cannot just becoming a creative art master artist. That's just sometimes you're just born with that. And I was born with 2 left hands when it comes to painting. So whoa, I don't care. I don't care that I'm bad, I'm saying. And thank you for saying that's awesome. Hand cam next time. I don't have a hand cam like that. Like, so I'll just say this too. We're starting to do bat reps, like practice and stuff. I got a dice tray that I was like set up literally for the channel. It has orc coins along the outside of the walls. It has our little logo inside of the dice tray. I do have legit GW terrain, that they don't even make anymore. That is very nice and it goes pretty well for the GW layout and it's fully painted. And as a whole, there's really not that many bat reps out that are for orcs. So I just felt like, hey, I might as well just try them. They're just a lot of work and the whole camera and hand thing, and I want it to be good. I'm thinking the POV point of view. It's not that like I appreciate like Art of War for their actual skills and everything, but it's not immersive when it's like all up in the sky right over the table like that, unless you're really, really high end like Tabletop Titans. So I kind of want to do the POV where I'm like holding it. So yeah, I do want to have a camera, like a hand cam. That way when we're doing the POV bat rips and such like that, it can have more clear picture directly on, zoom in, because I'm about the immersiveness, guys. Like I've said that several times. Like I don't know if you guys played on player place terrain before, but I have, that they've done that at several events I've been to. I'm not a fan of player place terrain, not because it's not good for the game. It's because it's not immersive for me. I don't get the enjoyment from I moved this building into the middle of the battlefield. It's like, what? What'd you do? I thought only we could do that. I thought only we could teleport moons where we want them. So yeah, that's something we're gonna do too. So to recap what I was saying, as a whole, I like to be immersive. The battle reports, I want them to be immersive. I want to do a little couple of orc shorts like of the books. I actually wrote them down. I was just thinking of a good way to deliver it, but I feel like I should just get that out because I don't know how much of you guys have actually listened to orc lore, like from the orc perspective, I'm saying, right? Or at least from the majority of the orc perspective. There's orc like related books, right? Like Hell's Reach, where like we're killing Black Templars and they're talking back. Like I would say, they're giving their point of view, and that's very exciting too. But that's a little bit of older orc lore. And nowadays, guys, there's a book with just straight up Captain Badderock talking, just like other war bosses interacting, making agreements or non-agreements. There's books that are like, one is the Imperium perspective, and then one is like an orc main character perspective, and those are super fun books. Like where there's catachans involved, like all types of stuff. So I'm definitely feel like I need to do that. I just haven't heard much feedback from the community from that either. So I'm just like, if you're doing white base with Isha green, then Celestial gray, then Vallejo white. I think I have. I don't think I have Celestial gray, to be honest. What I do actually is I take this because it comes out looking kind of white, right? Because this lasts such a long time, guys, if you didn't know, for basing material. And I'll take this very like white basing, and then when it dries, I hit it with like a contrast so that I can have them all like different, like you're saying pretty much, but I'm explaining to the chat that's why I started with the white one. So instead of getting like one color and then just monotoning it across the way, I tend to be like, I'm gonna paint this. I'm gonna paint over this white basing material, and I'll just give it like a contrast, a heavy coat of contrast, and then dry brush it if I really want to be quick. But yes, I'll look into that what you just mentioned. Oh, okay. Another reason why I want orange orcs is because I love Adrian's orcs from Tabletop Titans. That dude's a really good painter too. He's really good, like hobbyist. He's come up with some really cool looking models before when he shows them on stream. So I like how those guys are. Obviously, a lot of us are big fans of them. I actually own that pop-up terrain that the first one they set up. If you guys know what I'm talking about, I do own that. I was a part of that Kickstarter that was like a year and a half ago. I got that terrain. I was thinking about using that in Bat Reps too. That way it can be more relatable on the like casual kind of normal person level instead of like the studio level like they have it. And that could be terrain I use too, not just the GW one, the GW layouts, because their box terrain, I'd give it like a solid. That first time was a solid 7 at least, maybe 6.5. The issue is you have to deal with like the fact that it wants to move back and the Velcro to hold the buildings and like stay. But I told them that, and then they responded they improved that. So that was pretty awesome. Why I liked it though is like you don't have these disputes when setting up your table, right? If you're like playing with someone casually, you're just like boom, 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 put these down. Boom, that's the terrain, guys. Here we go. Let's just play. Not to overthink it. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. You're not trying to take advantage of me. We're playing what we got. We put this away. Boom, boom, boom. We go back. So I've used it. I took it to my friend's house. We put it in the garage. We played Warhammer. We had some drinks. We watched some UFC fights. Guys walked by that never seen Warhammer before, and they're like, "What is that? That's pretty dope." So shout out to Tabletop Titans, even though they'll never see this. But that pop-up terrain, I could put that in the Bat Reps too. Cunning but brutal. Brutal Cunning, best orc book. That's one of the excellent orc books for sure. The Vox in the Void channel has new origin orc stories that are pretty good. Yeah, they are. And if you guys ever heard, God, who's it? Is it Baltimore or whatever? Where it says like the story of the cork or like where corks come from. Excellent. That might have been one of my favorite orcs to listen to stories and such. There's in Vox, the Vox channel, the Vox in the Void. Sorry, I'm messing up his channel name. The Vox in the Void. He has some about like flash gets and stuff like that too. So yeah, it's overall it's pretty awesome. And if you're not, I don't know how many of you guys, because I don't hear too much about that in the Discord or in the community as a whole of orc lore. And I get why, because a lot of it is very dated, a lot of it is very convoluted. You'll hear some things here and there, like one of the orc memes is like, if you believe it hard enough, it'll happen. And to an extent, that can be true, right? But if orcs did just believe anything into fruition, they would win every battle and they would win every scenario, and the universe would be bent to their will. So there is a cap and limitation on that. And it's not just wall potential, it's overall, because that lore is just a little bit more dated. But things do work in orc. And remember, guys, orcs have I'll say it again, excellent technology. Once they reach a certain level of like wall potential, they exceed the Adeptus Mechanicus. There's an orc book where the orcs just show up with their attack moon, or actually, sorry, that's a different one. But they show up with essentially, God, what's that name? I'm having a brain fart. Not the Stampa, the bigger version, a Gargant, and they show up with the Gargant, boom, and they just teleport it onto the planet. And Dad Mechs are like, did that just happen? They're just looking at each other. They're all super upset. They're like, what? They just forgot all about the fight. The Adeptus Mechanicus were like, I got to get that. I got to know how they did that. That shouldn't even be possible. So even though people will be like, yeah, orcs throw boxing nails at you and shoot you, to an extent, that's true. But the other extent is the orc big mechs are very, very intelligent when it comes to creating technology. Or there's another orc story where orcs, this isn't like a spoiler, this is obvious in the book, where orcs, I'm not going to give the context of it, but orcs essentially kidnapped a bunch of Eldar psychers and then used their brains to generate the power for one of their technologies, for one of the teleportation technologies. You understand? So it's not like orcs are literally just like putting silly putty together and then putting a AA battery to it and just like no, like the big mechs are like legitimately intelligent and have a way of thinking and a process behind this. And there's been several times in orc lore where they give like reasonable explanations and capability. Like I just said, they literally kidnapped what orcs kidnapped? Yeah, they kidnapped Eldar, yes, Eldar psychers, and then use them as giant batteries. Like people forget about that too, and that's a part of orc lore too. So even though you hear a lot of silly stuff, it's like they do a lot of legit stuff too. I was interested in tabletop Titans terrain because my store terrain is pretty bad. But then one of the owners started making terrain out of wood to match the GW standard, and it's been great. I think you showed me that, and that's really awesome that he did that and he went out of the way for that. And it did take like a year to get the tabletop Titan terrain. So if you get it, it's going to take a while to actually get it. Like if you got the Kickstarter, but I'm not going to say don't get the Kickstarter. I'm just letting you guys know. I'm the one with Nids versus Orcs, where even Orc spores and Nid spores fall on the micro scale and to the giant scale with Squiggle and Ballotines, right? Exactly. That's what's so cool. And that's funny how you say that because I own a Tyranid army, and because the Octarius War, which is pretty much what you're referring to, my Tyranids are purple very similarly. You guys can see it in the banner on the channel. Like when you guys look at the channel, it shows some of my Tyranid models. They're similar color to my orcs. They're purple. They're purple for that reason, because the way I see it is they've been fighting each other so much, they almost start to look alike. Like their colors start to look similar to each other. So my armies are based off that theme in that war, the Octarius War as well. So I'm a huge fan of that. A part of the reason why I collected Tyranids was to get beat up by my orcs. Like literally, I'll look at Christian or I'll look at people and I'll be like, you should play Tyranids so I can crump you. So I can crump. That's just really what happened. Sorry if I yelled out of nowhere and you have your ear on. We need to get this wall bigger to get GW to release the Gorka Morka, right? The re-release. I actually have those old Gorka Morka dice. The issue with those Gorka Morka dice that upsets me, but is hilarious, is the face of the orc skull on the Gorka Morka dice is actually a 1. I'm like, what? On my other orc dice, the orc skull is a 6, and then the 1 is just a 1 pib, right? But for the Gorka Morka dice, the orc skull is the 1. So like I can't really roll them together, but they're really nice looking because they're like white and red they're red like the pibs and the orc's face, but then they have like a white side and a green side. I think they're very nice looking dice in my opinion. So I got them anyways. I'm tired if you can tell, but I need these orcs painted before the tournament. Yeah, and I need to get these based, but I want to participate with you guys and not make it a super dead boring stream since this is my first one doing it. I'm getting some done though. I'm not like completely out of this. Like I'm not completely useless. I've done some. And I appreciate anybody who's here, who was here, who's still here, because I was pretty nervous because I was like, I don't think our community is big enough that people are going to interact with me if I go on a hobby stream. Like this channel, guys, only been around. Like we started it like in, I think we put we stole like not stole, we like put the name up and we saved the name in like June, and then we started posting videos like late June or July, something like that. So we haven't been around that long. And I was thinking about like how big would we have to be to get like interaction in this level. There was times where I did this stream where there was nobody, where me and David were just presenting information and there was no one on the stream. It was 0, and we just kept talking to the camera. Like if you look at one of our first videos, it was like 4 hours long because me and David were just like, get in front of the camera, do something, blah, just do it, because we were freaking out about doing it. So that's why I'm just venting or expressing my appreciation for anybody who's here and participated, spoke to me, entertained. If I used your pictures, stuff like that, you're greatly appreciated. and I'm leaving that because that's funny. And because Tyranids are the meta faction right now, and it's funny because I do think Death Guard and Necrons and Tyranids need to be addressed, because when I started the hobby, Death Guard was the starter beginner faction along with Space Marines. So a lot of people have Death Guard armies, sleeper armies that they don't talk about or they don't use all the time. So you might just see them pop out of nowhere, just bam, 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 start popping out, because they were a very popular army. Like even I had Death Guard army, but I traded it for Tyranids. And then 2 Necrons for the next 9th edition beginner army. So a lot of people are going to have Necron armies, especially because they were easy to collect, to have a bunch of Necrons, right? So yeah, that's the reason why I'm saying that. Speaking of Orks taking Eldar prisoner, Orks are so much fun from the point of view, but so horrific from everyone else's. That's a good point. That's a good point. Like there's so much fun, like great parts in the lore where Orks are giving their perspective. They're like, "Why are y'all running? Why are you running?" And then the humans are like, "Oh my god, the Orcs just ripped that dude's arm off and beat him with it." You know, and the Orcs just like, "Bro, I'm just trying to interact with you. Stop running from me, man. Get over here." Like, and of course in a more orky fashion, but it's hilarious that that's a great way to sum it up. Is Orcs are constantly thinking like their point of view is how everybody else thinks, and that everybody else should think more like them. That's why when they look at Space Marines as a whole, Orcs kind of like Space Marines for that reason. They're like, "Oh yeah, these guys are gonna come right at us. These guys think like these guys are green." Like they joke that the Black Templars, when they see them, are like just greenskins and black armor or something. And whenever Orcs find an opponent that's like respectable, they call them like they joke to themselves, or they at least think to themselves like, "He must be kind of orcish. He must be part orc, or he must be a different kind." Like they'll say those kind of things to themselves, because to Orcs, it's it's just about the WAAAGH, it's about the experience of the fight, it's about a mentality. That's why I keep trying to say that when I was talking about my list that I'm trying to bring to events, is like, I tell you guys it's about the scrap and such, but if I'm just bringing just meta stuff all the time, it's like, am I even living by my own word? So yeah, I want to bring out of the box stuff, a little bit more creative, a little bit more fun. Even if I don't have like the top performance, I want to do good enough to be respectable, but yet still encourage new players that maybe only have limited access to certain models, right? And that's why I thought it was very interesting that someone said, "No, you should use Def Copters," because a lot of people have them, just baseline have them. And it's true. And a lot of people have baseline boys, baseline War Boss and Mega Armor. So you're making me think I need boys, I need some Def Copters, I need Mega Knobs, because if you have War Boss and Mega Armor, you're eventually gonna get Mega Knobs. Yeah, and I'm not gonna put the Death Dread, to be honest. Just because, like you said, I at least kind of want to try to win. The Death Dread just isn't doing it for me right now, even though I own 5 of them. So I love them. So when they do get a little bit more points down, like I said, they just need a little bit more drop. They're still just right there, a little too much. Drop them a little more. They were last edition, they were like 95 points, guys. That's what I'm saying. Like, and I know they got a glow up in some regards, but everybody else did to an even higher regard, that it's like it doesn't make them playable, just that minor glow up they got, because they do only have 8 wounds. But I'm thinking about that Def Copter point. That was a great point made by you in the chat. Hey, I'm still getting these bases done, guys. I'm trying to make sure I talk and make sense while I'm still trying to base. My eye. Okay. I need mine painted by January. Okay, so you have a good, space and everything. I see my glasses are reflecting. I'm wearing glasses now, guys, because I wore my contacts too long, and my eye got all jacked up. So I'll go back to wearing glasses, but I know there's like a reflection and kind of weird stuff from this. Yeah, you have some time. I would say like don't pay attention to all the minor details on your models yet. You can go back and do the belt buckles and little stuff like that. But in all, you want to get to battle ready. You don't want to burn yourself out before you get to that point. I have 4,000 of 4,800 points left to paint, but whatever. Okay, you need to keep painting immediately right now, and you need to, like I just said to him, just get to the battle ready point, right? Just put some colors on there, the bam bam here and there, and then slowly, as you kind of find your favorite models, you'll be more willing to go back and hit like little more detailed parts about them, right? Like you can see my flash kits are actually kind of like I don't want to show them because yours are better, but it's fine. You know, they're actually a little bit, but not over the top touched up, right? I still do the guns. I still do parts of the gun right here, but the model himself is pretty chill. I didn't go overboard on the banner because I'm trying to paint a bunch of them. And then I got my Big Mech and Mega armor with the KFF, right? He's nothing over the top. I'm just trying to show you guys. I'm not an amazing painter. Like, you could just be a part of the hobby and paint to your best capability and have fun and still do good enough and be respected enough. I can show you one of my ugly models. This is literally like maybe like one of the 10th models I painted. Look at this thing. I don't think I was doing. Right? He's not even in my scheme right now, but I just wanted to show him. He's the old Assault on Black Reach war boss. And this squig, because people were like, I don't have an attack squig. This is what I did. I took a Runt Herder squig and I just threw him on the war boss base. Boom. Boom. That's just so I can remember to be back in the day, so I could remember to fight with that little squig because he has his own attack profile. But yeah, look how ugly this thing is. I'm gonna stop showing it. He needs to get repainted. I found this channel during a live stream night searching 40K Orks 10th edition. Was so stoked. It was like this instead of another Bat Rep channel. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that we, you know, appeal to any of you guys at all. Like, me and David were super surprised or like encouraged that we found our own little niche and spot in the community. But that's what I always thought. I thought Orks needed a real home for the community for all aspects of our wall, you know. Of course, bat reps are fun, right? We like to see bat reps with Orks. We like to see them go in their matchups, get into great scraps, stuff like that. But there's so much more to Orks, between lore, between the community, between hobbying, between creativity. Like, dude. So I wanted there to be a nice home for us. Hopefully we keep growing and we appeal to more people. We encourage more new players to grow because, like I said before, when I do every Wednesday, guys, and Friday we stream. So when I do the Wednesday ones and I would pull up the 40K stats and I can show you guys directly, Orks, and especially in the beginning edition, were one of the least played factions. Just like, bam, out the gate. And we're the second oldest faction in a 40K, or at least like one of the oldest. Sorry, it's like Gene Steeler, Space Marines. Orks are somewhere in, like, we showed up in second edition. And we were still so like not played. And I think it's because we are skew. We are a bit hard to figure out. Being a melee army is harder to play in 40K, just speaking objectively. The combat phase is more niche, more nuanced. You need to know exactly how to utilize your pile-ins, your consolidations, your charges. Now with the new edition, like how you are forced to base contact, there's ways to circumnavigate that a little bit that are important to us, right? So if I have to base with this Squig Hog Boy, there's a chance, if I want to, I can choose, because I have to base you, right? I can just choose not to create enough space for another base to fit there, right? I can just choose to pace him. Technically, I based you. I based you as much as I could. But you can choose to, there's something I had to learn this edition. Instead of me doing this, right, getting nice and neat next to each other, I just choose to base just enough that I cannot fit another base there. That way I can continue to move in the direction that I want to, utilizing the charge phase, in the charge roll. And that's something that you'll like is very important to 40K, especially if you're a melee army, is like charging is movement in itself. Movement wins you games. Placement, model positioning wins you games. The ability to score. All that's very important. Controlling our rate of attrition, because we're not like so durable that we can just stand there and just hope to stat check everybody. Like Necrons, you know, you'll see, and it'll make you feel some kind of way sometimes when you see them and they have durability buff, just like they did last edition, or regen capability, and the guy's just like, I walk forward, I stand here, you know, and you're like, man, and you're alive, you're playing like that, you're allowed to. There's people that are bringing like 80 Necron warriors and just walking into the middle of the table, and they're just like, I stat checked you, haha, right? Orks don't really have a like a time period where we always played like that. So if you're gonna be an Ork player, you got to realize one of our phases, the most popular phase in 40K, the shooting phase, we are at the greatest disparity most times. So you have to be creative if you want to think like that, like the Pale Orc was saying. Then you got to realize that the one position in the game that we are really good at, which is fighting, is the more nuanced part of the game, right? So it's just like being an Orc player is, I wouldn't say an acquired taste, but it's an acquired skill set to be a successful Orc player. And then you have to literally know how to play how you want to play as an Orc player, right? Because I have my way to play, but you, the more you get into the hobby and your faction, the more you'll know how that you like to WAAAGH, right? The Pale Orc was on here. He's on the other side of the spectrum as well. He has all the mechs. And I don't have all the mechs. I have Stompas, I have Gorkanauts, I have a bunch of Mechanauts, Death Dreads, I have a bunch of Killicans, right? But he's like, no, I got all the big stuff, the Forge World stuff. And I'm pretty sure he's been in the hobby longer than me too. Orc. We'll make it. Orky, green is the best. Whoa. I made sure I didn't, wow, I was loud this time. I was screaming a little bit. I got too hyped. I think Wes Hammer talked about this once, but a Space Marine chapter are affected by the Orcs' color beliefs. Ultramarines are lucky, Templars are tough, Blood Angels are fast. Yeah, or right, you can think about it the other way. That's kind of how they're written in lore too. Like Ultramarines are kind of always lucky, even against the Orcs, and that's what you're saying, right? It's like, is it because GW is putting it there, or is it because the Orcs think of them that way, right? The Black Templars walked out into, I think, Hell's Reach, into the middle of the open and just met the Orcs, and the Orcs could choose to respect them for that reason. And Blood Angels being fast because Orcs red ones go faster. It's true. Our WAAAGH energy will somewhat, right? But it's not going to make them faster than everything in existence just because we believe they're red. That's all I meant to say, is like there is a certain limitation to our beliefs. Otherwise, we would take over the whole universe based off just pure will, because we have the greatest will. Painting an contrast method is the best because faster, but also fun to slap out 20 boys in 3 days. Yes, it does. It feels great. Or airbrushing, which is way more work and sloppy, but I was like, not sloppy, but way more work and like tedious to some extent. But that's how I did my boys. Like I had 90 boys and I was just like airbrushing for one day, all of them purple, give them all their green skin. I just sat there for hours, just did it all. When I was getting ready for Vegas, I did the same thing for my buggies. I just went through and like, okay, I got to give them all a nice base coat and such, especially because you see my painting sometimes, guys. I just got a heavy, ugly hand. So yeah, contrast is awesome, especially if you're going to dry brush as well and just help make up for that. Both of them make it much easier. I knocked out 90 plus Orks and Grots since I found this stream. I was looking for anything Orks 10th to watch. I try to catch every stream now. Damn, that I was so moved by that I just had to wall so I didn't get all sappy and weird. But that's exactly what I was hoping for and loving to hear, because I still get a little bit nervous in anticipation of what is the community and people going to think. Am I going to perform well enough to be heard? Am I going to provide any value to that extent? So I appreciate that, because I'm just a green skin like you and war boss like you, and that's what I was looking for. I was looking for, just like you said right here, I was looking for anything Orks. There were several times, and yeah, I did that on purpose so I can try to point at the text. I think that's more immersive, kind of funny. I remember there were several times where I'd just be like, Orks, lore, and then I'd get like that one channel that is just reading Wikipedias, and I'm like, I guess, and I would just listen to that. Or I'd listen to like an Orc lore story, but it was from the perspective of a Space Marine killing us the whole time, and I was like, I guess. Like, so that's exactly how I felt. Yeah, I can still enjoy it, but I'm here because I want it to be about the WAAAGH, about us getting our time in the sun, getting our attention and love from as a community as a whole, finding our place to all be together and like learn from each other. Because there, like I said earlier, I thought, hey, my collection's pretty solid, and then I started looking at everybody's collection. And I was like, there's a lot more toys. There's a lot more stuff I want right there. So dang, I need to get more. So like that's pretty cool. Or just how people play as how people play just so differently. Like we had the Pale Orc jump in. Like I said before, dude, I remember when I started the hobby, the Pale Orc was one of the channels I noticed, even though I didn't watch everything. I'm not gonna say I was like a huge fan. I'm just gonna say like I noticed him. I found him. I watched him before. I painted one of my bikers a Pale Orc because I read his channel name. So yeah, it's like I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly what I was hoping for and looking for, to kind of fill that void that we lack as a community, that we lack as a home. I think we're kind of too spread out as Orcs. There's like the comp people all the way over here chilling, and then there's like the people who are getting involved in the competitive play, and then there's like the newbies that are trying to decide, do I want to be a hobbyist or do I want to be a comp player? Then there's the people who's been playing Warhammer longer than I've even known of it. Sorry, I got to use new hand. That have been playing Warhammer longer than I've even known of it, and they're like, the faction doesn't play how I like them to anymore, or I have all these hobbies, but I don't have these models, but I don't have time to put them together, or the editions change so much, and I have these particular models that I love and put years of work into. I want to play with these models, but whenever I look at the content for them, it's only skewed to the competitive aspect, so I don't even get to hear about them. That's exactly what I was like trying to, kind of like pretend that those all scale. I'm trying to bring it all together. I don't have to be the best hobbyist. I don't have to be the best competitive player, but I do want us to be the best, or one of the best communities as a whole, that fills every niche of our love for the hobby. Pump up the war. This stream provides a ton of value. Your channel is one of the only one that regularly posts video streams. Thanks. And I've never even seen you comment before, so that really means a lot. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, that's what when me and David were talking about it, I was telling David, like, I want us to do live streams. I want to talk. I want to interact with people. I don't just want to do edited videos, though we're going to have more edited content for sure, because we want to put out content almost every day or every day. Like, that's what David's point is for the most part. Like, his job, David's going to be looking to take some of our streams, break them down into edits. Me and him will record on the weekends, like we did with our Zagstruck short. And David goes out of his way to spend his time learning to edit and doing all those things. So yeah, and then my responsibility and duty and enjoyment is to actually participate in the live stream. I have to be on my toes. I have to be somewhat quick-witted. I have to have an opinion, and I have to talk the whole time, which is something I like to do anyway. So, yeah. So I'm glad that you guys are here, and I'm trying, and I'm hoping to be better every single time. And with the support you guys give us, I mean, I don't see how we can be avoided. I mean, the Great WAAAGH is rising. Boop. You guys have been crushing it. Thank you. And you guys have been super supportive and helping us too. It helps. It matters a lot, dude. It matters a lot. Like, I was nervous when David was going to be gone for that little bit, because we just started to catch momentum. And then David's like, has to go to Italy for a month for work. And I was like, gonna have to carry the boats. If you guys know what that is, give me a shout out. Sadly, not enough people talk about orcs. So glad that you are here gathering the greenskins. That's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna say I'm Gaz, the war chief, right? But we're creating our wall here, right? And if, like, you guys heard, there's like a short story of the orcs where they were their ship crashed on like a deserted planet, right? And so there was a couple knobs, and then they had their broken ship, and they didn't have any Big Macs, right? And they had like one Big Mac, excuse me. And they were like, okay, guys, we got to gather parts. We got to try to figure this out. I can feel a wall. Like, the orcs on this backwater world, or they didn't even have water. I think it was like a desert planet. And they were like, I can feel that there's a wall brewing. There's a wall calling for us. We got to get the ship going. They were motivated to get off the planet specifically to join a wall. And then, because the wall started growing, under their abandoned ship and inside their like broken down Morkanaut, there was a bunch of spores that ended up growing and then producing a bunch of runts. So if you don't know what a runt is a smaller version of a grot that does like its own useful things in the ecosystem, but really it's just getting eaten all the time. So then it started producing runts, it started producing squigs, and then it started producing new wild boys. And then so the orcs, the next day when they woke up, they like found footprints running away from this Morkanaut body chassis, and they were like, what? Are there boys? And then they found the boys, and the boys are just like, oh, 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 oh. And then the orcs are like, all right, guys, we're gonna give you a gun, relax, listen to us. And then the orcs are like, the boys are like, oh, oh, and then, oh, shut up, listen. And then they were like, all right, what's going on, boss? What's going on, boss? Like, so that's literally how it works, is people will feel our wall energy growing, our community growing, and it'll bring more and more people in. Like, it's just, yeah, I don't want to rant anymore about us, but that's the point, guys, is this all derives from the lore of the orcs, the feeling of how the orcs play, the community, all of it is intertwined, and it does work because we all think alike to a certain extent, right? I'll listen to David Attenborough orc lore when I paint. Yeah, he has great stories. I listen to him too. He has a great voice, all that stuff. So that guy's awesome. Voldemort can be awesome. Like I said, the Cork video, if you haven't seen that one, that's an excellent lore video. Just right up orc Cork lore, I think, and it's like an hour and a half or something. That's excellent. You're gonna listen to. Channel and the Discord are great. So many ideas bouncing around. I would have never thought of without this. I'd be stuck waiting for WAAAGH's video or Art of War to tell me stuff. Yeah, and there's Happy Crumpet too. Of course, I like to give them little shout outs, and but I totally get what you're saying. I just want to give those guys some love too. There's Happy Crumpa and Insane Clown Posse too, but they're, like I said, they're not even doing the same thing we're doing. Like Clown Posse is a bit competitive and artistic. Happy Crumpa is a bit like team play and competitive. We're here for it all, and I love Auspex Tactics, and he's actually a orc low key. If you guys don't know, a green skin also, but for the same reason that we said earlier, not enough people talk about orcs as a whole, and we were kind of like one of the least played factions. So why would these big channels go out of their way to appease one of the smaller communities in their eyes, right? But I'm not here to appease anyone but the greenskins, because that's all I wanted. Like I said, this is an enjoyment for me as well, because I wanted this. I would search for orcs just like you guys said how you found me. I was trying to find me to an extent when I would look around. The green tide will always flow, and it will always rise, but it has ebbs and flows. Agreed. The channel and the Discord are great. It's hard for me to motivate to go play games, but I can hobby and talk to like-minded to get. Well, you should play, right? Because we've also been encouraging that too, is that because people don't see us coming, you can catch people off guard. So, and I know playing is a lot of work, but once you do get your hobby up, right, and you start getting those stuff painted, there's like a certain satisfaction and enjoyment you get from the immersiveness once you are painted. So I'm not saying this you can't play unpainted, but I'm telling you, like, you reach that next level of immersion and love for your own faction and your own hobby when you have your models fully painted on the table. I was someone who would paint with like 90% gray stuff. Just punch me in the head right now. I was that guy. I would show up to the GW store. I'd have a box of orcs. I'd roll those orcs up onto the table. Some of them were painted a different colors because, like I said, some guys gave me some orcs because they gave up on orcs. And I was like, I don't know how to paint, bro. And then Bat would come up to me and he'd be like, hey man, you want help painting? I'm like, no, I got this. I'm just gonna crump people. So like, but once I did listen and I started to paint, now it's like every time I get something, I just want to paint it up. And it makes you really more involved and more committed to playing your games. So I do suggest that play and show up to RTTs. Even if you're not super competitive, you can meet people to have a cool gaming group. You can have a bunch of different looks in games, get a bunch of games in all at once. We're just committing one day. And we're not really known yet. So you can catch a lot of people off guard too, man. I downloaded Warboss on Audible on your recommendation, and now I'm waiting for bits of Kit Bash. A snacky graph figure. Dude, yeah, that's an excellent book. That's an excellent book. I really like that book. I'm gonna do a short with that, right? Hopefully David can edit it up or whatever. But I'm thinking about putting in the top 5. Some of them have been named already, but still, just for the rest of the gits that will never watch this. That's what I'm doing. I'm assuming what you mean is that you have a bunch of non-painted stuff playing sometimes. Is that what you mean? Because yes. All right, let me. I'm glad you guys are commenting so much. I'm completely surprised. I'm not gonna lie. But let me keep pacing. You guys can keep chatting away and telling me things. Tell me, like I said though, I know I keep bringing this up. I can tell you what mostly I have. Bunch of speed stuff. I have a bunch of orc boys on foot. I have like 12 mega knobs. I have like 20 knobs. I have like these, and I'm saying these are painted already. That's why I'm saying like I can start bringing them up to the RTT or whatever and GT. I have Def Coptas. Of course, I have my Morkanot. I have my Stampa. I have Killrig. I have Killicans. Just to show you guys know that way, because I know like I can ask you guys what do you want me to bring, but then you guys are probably like, what the heck do you own? Yeah, and I was gonna in one of the videos we want to do is an army showcase as well. Like we did that one short video, guys, where you like shows our army on the table and then there was smoke and green light. Like that's when we were trying to figure out how to do stuff. And because me and David are trying to do that as well for like an army showcase, tell you guys what the channel is about and stuff like that. Those are all things that are wanting to come that we're getting better at. But live streams are very important because that's how you have your community and get interaction and stuff too. And that's a bit more of David's kind of thing, cup of tea right now to figure out is the editing and the little short form content like that. I'm here for y'all. David can enjoy sitting behind the computer like a little mech, like a little big head boy. Okay, and right now I'm trying to base these flash guys. Also, don't be like me. Base your dude before you put him on the base, man. Okay, speaking of what I did, these flash kits, I got them probably like 3 to 6 months into the hobby. So all I did was put them together, and then I was like, I'm not paying those guys. Now I just play them like that. Now look at me. I painted them, and now I have the base under that. I could hypothetically, you could put them in the freezer and then try to like disconnect the base from it. If you use super glue, right? You can put them in the freezer, pop it off. But just trying to spread my learn from my mistakes. If you're new to getting your models, I know you want to get on a table in gray and all that. The one thing I would advise to do, get some tub of texturizing, something like this. Maybe you have to get a different one that's a color you like already, or the GW version, whatever your preference. My point is, if you're not going to paint them, please try to base them, because you'll appreciate yourself later in the future. And being based is battle ready, so you have to do it anyways at some point, right? Let me I'm gonna keep putting this up. You guys can respond in chat and tell me what you think now that I told you a couple of things I own, right? I got my war boss and mega armor that I like running. I have 3 war bosses. That's why I also kind of thought about running mobs of boys, because I want to run like 2 war bosses on one list. I do own, like I showed you, I do own 2 beast bosses on Squigosaurs. If you like wanted to see like a toughness spam or something like that too. I think I own like only 12 Squig Hog boys right now, which is still most than some people. I'm just saying I'm not going for the 18. And then what else? Oh yeah, I got Ludas. I got 15 painted Ludas already, of course. I got some burner boys painted up. Most of my collection is actually painted up, guys, believe it or not. I got like 60 grots painted up. Yes, I have 60 of them straight up painted and based. But I own 110 grots. Yes, I'm that guy. And some of them are second edition grots. And then I own some Met guns, of course. All right. Horribly done, but I got them done. That's all that matters. I'm going to drink some water real quick. Stay hydrated. All right. Let me see what you Greenskin said. Oh, I just scolded you for not playing. Yes, and War Boss is an excellent book, guys. If you guys look it up. Boop. Every time I show up to the Warhammer shop, I'm always carrying a new git. Okay, that's good. Do you mean like a model, or you mean you're actually carrying someone to teach them how to play? Like, I guess I interpreted that both ways. Oh, WAAAGH is saying I should bring 30 knobs. WAAAGH, I think that's mostly going to just favor you, as most people don't have 30 knobs. What I was also thinking with whatever I'm choosing to run to kind of like represent the community and what the community wants to see is I want to stay away from spamming something other than like a battle line, because I think a lot of people aren't going to have like the duplicates of the same thing, and maybe they just want to see how a bunch of different stuff works and how it can be done. Of course, I could run like 2 of the same thing and stuff like that, but I'm trying not to run like 3. Otherwise, it's like, well, I just run 3 beast neck quick offs, boys, right? But I could run like 2 bricks of mega knobs. I think people could relate to that. Not too many, not skewing, so that your whole collection is just one model line. Because like I said, this isn't like, to an extent, guys, remember, having a skew is being somewhat competitive, because people might not just have this, you're stat checking people at that point sometimes, right? So yeah, I mean, I like running killicans, but I don't think they're like that viable right now because they're slow, but you can strategic reserve them. You know, I've seen them on a list with Gaz before, but then Gaz you can't put them in a truck anymore. I never played them like that, but I seen lists, is what I said, that were like that were useful. Since I've dropped Space Marines and started playing Orks at my store, half of the Imperium players have re-rolled Xeno, seeing how much fun I'm having. Nobody wants Marines versus Custodes every day. Boom. Exactly. Exactly. And I think it's not that people, necessarily like want to be poster boys and do all the like the typical thing. It's just that the hobby is expensive. It's easy to collect Space Marines, and it's very easy to collect Custodes. Mind you, guys, not hating on those factions. I own Space Marines. I have a Imperial Fist collection that is fully painted and based, but I'm an immersive player, like thematic guy, guys. I got that faction because I think Imperial Fists are like kind of funny, because they're like They're like the Ultramarines, but they don't have plot armor, so they just die all the time. So I got them so I can kill them, right? I got them so I can crump them. And then that's usually what I do, to be honest. I get factions that I want my orcs to crump, as crazy as that sounds. So I got Imperial Fist, but it's a small collection. It's like maybe 3K points or less, but it's all painted, all based. And then I got Custodes, about a little more points, but I have like dreadnoughts and mostly just combat units. I don't have any of those tanks because I want to crump. So I have stuff that wants to crump me back. And I like that happened to you, WAAAGH, because you've made that all a more diverse meta as a whole, more fun for everybody, and you all will become better players for that. But yeah, most people are just scared to get into Xenos because they're kind of expensive to start. I consider Leagues of Voltan Xenos. I don't care what anybody says. And then we said that 3 bending labs. I would like to see a wave of grots. I'm looking to run 30 tomorrow. Yeah, my list, I'm coming up with like 30 for screening purposes. Running 60 seems a bit too much, but it is pretty cheap and it is decent OC. So if I'm running mobs of boys and then mobs of grots, am I just a weirdo? Probably not. 3 wagons with arcades to run around for speed and sturdy point grabbers, dude. Yes, I don't know if 3 is the case because I guess you start getting like really expensive on what you're actually going to put and play the actual mission with. But 2, right? 2 battle wagons. There's a list that you can go find in our videos we've edited. Definitely look at it, dude. It's really cool. What you can do is someone put, and this guy did very well in the tournament level, 2 battle wagons with 2 20-man units of Beast Naga boys with 2 pain bosses. That's what he decided to put in them. So instead of, you could use the Hunter rig because they're cheaper now if you own those guys too. But the battle wagon is just a tougher chassis as a whole, be with the reducing damage. I mean AP by 1. So yeah, I mean, battle wagons are definitely super cool. They didn't go down at all. I would like to see them go down like 10 points just because I'm that guy. But I love my battle wagon. I love it. In that little video we showed, actually, someone asked me before what my favorite orc model was, and I said my battle wagon is probably one of my favorite models, if not my favorite model. Yeah, a battle wagon. But that's because I have the death roller. I have everything that I had intentionally bought for it and got painted up. So I'm thinking maybe 1 battle wagon, 1 hunter rig, be kind of funny, like put 20 snaggers in one, put maybe mega knobs or something in the other. Like I want to not and this is never, I'm never shaming my own community. I'm never going to shame someone for being optimal and running. The rule of 3 existed because people quickly understand in 40K that running the same excellent data sheet is the most proficient way to play and lead to success, right? But I want to relate to the casual and newer person and be able to bring a variety of data sheets with maybe 2 units that are the same, stuff like that. That way, when we grow our faction or your own collection, and then the codex comes out, you can kind of go into the direction that you feel you are as a war boss, because we're gonna have speed. Some of you guys are gonna become speed bosses. Some of you guys are gonna become big mechs or mechs. Some of you guys are gonna become ground and pound golf boys. Some of you guys are going to be blood axes with commandos and trying to put turn 1 pressure on people or to be around the battlefield. Like, we have no idea what's to come. GW did a great job with Death Guard. They did a great job, so in my opinion, with the Tyranid codex, and then the Death Guard rule changes. So like, dude, our codex might be freaking awesome, and there might be all the options. We might have the DACA, we might have the speed, we might have the regenerating mobs. Like, it seems like GW is willing to go all in on the narrative and the thematic parts of the list, and that's why I want to start running just like a bit of everything, because I think it can relate to all of you guys as a whole, and then we can also move, and as the codex comes out, into what we really want to be playing or favor. I mostly run 2 of the same unit. I got 2 knobs, and they are half with choppas and kill claws. I seen that, and we talked about your list before, and I was like, that's a bit odd. But then when I started thinking about it more, I'm like, not really, because then you're more versatile into like a couple of different data sheets and such. But yeah, I have 20 knobs too, and they're painted and such. And I like that for that reason too. I went Space Marines to start out because Indominus, yeah, was so good for Black Templars when it came out. Exactly, because it was easier to collect. You got into it, which is common for a lot of people, right? I ended up getting the Leviathan box set because I have the Tyranids and I just have the Space Marines. They're still on the sprues, but at some point, probably not, but at some point, I could see myself getting them built up Add it to my Imperial Fist collection, just so I can annihilate them, because that's what we're here for, right? Crump. Oh, speaking of the Big Mac Brandon, hold on. I think I still have the banner. That'd be hilarious. The Big Mac. Yeah, we did a interview with Brandon when he talked about Nova. If you guys are gonna end up going to Nova or any big tournaments, he drops some nice knowledge bombs. He's a well spoken individual, very experienced war boss, and he plays different to me. So always important to have different points of view and how you wall, right? Oh, and I didn't even respond to what he said. Dang, you still going? Yeah, we out here. We crump. Okay, but what's happening actually is the community is responding quite well and interacting. So I'm constantly going. I think I've only like based like 5 models. So yeah, I need to get back into this because the idea was to do all these flash kits and my knobs during this stream. That way I can just plug them into my tournament list. Because they're all painted, but like I said, they're literally not based. So but yeah, I'm still going and I'm proud to still be going. Yeah, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Maybe I'll cap it at 3 hours or 4. It'll be well into the late night. I don't know who's going to be around still. I assume you guys will fall off and fall asleep. But I don't know, man. Some of you guys timelines from different time periods might show up and keep me going. You know, it's all about that wall energy. What's up? And what's up, Big Mac? Yup, good screens. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm wondering, like, now someone got me thinking, do I want to run Grants? No, like, no. I need to win. I need to at least try to kind of win. I can't just be super beaming it out here, right? I'm also looking to sell the Necrons half an hour. Well, good luck. That's one of the most sold things ever. But I mean, if you can, you go in. Good. More hobbying and get people in for a lower barrier to entry. I own a bunch of armies, guys. I strongly favor Orks. I have 2 shelves over here to my left that have my collections, and then I have some that are put away in like these magnetized trays. But one of my shelves is just all Orks from top to bottom. On top of it, inside of it, all throughout it, and then the dresser next to it, or sorry, the shelves next to it have like the top one is Custos, and then it's like Tyranids share a shelf with Tempestus Scions. That's another army I own. I own a full Tempestus Scion force, so just Scions, 3 planes, 6 of the Torok primes. I still have 2 of them that are like on the cusp that they could be kit basher to Orc trucks if I needed, but I own 5 already, so I don't. So I own a bunch of armies too. It's not like, but it's because I love the lore. I like the immersion, and I tend to get armies that I want to crump. Like, I don't know if that's weird. Am I the only one who does that? But yeah, I got armies that I want to destroy. I guess the Tempest Science was more to my personal appeal and compromise that I don't own guard. I did have guard for a little bit. I started to fall off the deep end, and I was like, wait, you can't own Tyranids, guard, and Orcs, dude. Relax. So I gave my guard away to one of my good friends. But I kept all the Tempestus Scions because that's the original guard force I had, was just all Tempestus Scions, which I really like. I mean, they're fun, they're fun because they play their own unique way of 40k too. And they get crumped in a hilarious manner because they're T3. Boom. Haha, same. Same, yes. I think you were talking about the same thing right now. Currently painting Commando. Sneaky gets wall. Whoa. Sorry, I hate when I do a small wall. It makes me feel embarrassed. But I don't think I've ever seen you comments before, Maxo. So thank you. I appreciate you showing up. Like I said, I appreciate any of you guys showing up and supporting me right now, and us in the community, and like the live stream, because I haven't done like a hobby live stream like this, and I was worried that no one would be around, and that I'd be here with 0 viewers, just basing. But you know what? If that did happen, I would have kept going because I would have at least based more stuff. I'm like sitting here talking to you guys. I forgot that I was supposed to be getting some stuff done too, so that I'd be prepared for you. But it seems like for the most part, you guys are reacting well to me wanting to bring different things. I think the best suggestion I heard was maybe try to bring Death Copters and a War Boss and Mega Armor because they're part of this, because they're in the starting kit. So that's been in the back of my head the whole time, where I'm like, that's a great point. I might have to do that. And it's not that there's anything wrong with Beast Nagas, because they're really good models. They're really cool looking. They have great rules right now. Everything about them is good. But every channel and every person and everyone knows that they're good and has heard about them. at this point. So a part of me is like, maybe I should just lean over the side and see what will help the community and see what's going on here, right? So yeah, I'm gonna look into just play different data sheets. I'm still gonna try to win and play like good optimal stuff too. Like, don't be surprised if I run one unit of Beast Squig Hog Boys or something like that. One big brick with a knob and Edwap as kill chop, because that's my favorite way to run them. But it doesn't mean that I'm gonna like try to only run those all the time. But I'm very aware of the success I would have if I did, or hopefully I would have success, unless I'm a bad player. I put Warlord Badrug with Flash Gits to sit on home objectives so that Knights don't get the buff from killing the Warlord so early game. How'd that game go? I mean, they're quite an expensive unit and useful unit to not participate with, but it's because it was just the early game. Okay. Yeah, I get why you would do that then. I mean, did you have a good time and experience? At least prior to the data slate change, Knights were a hard matchup for us. But yeah, I love Captain Badrock's -1 toughness aura. Yeah, I think people forget that Flash Gits are knobs. They get 4 base attacks at strength 5. So Captain Badrock bringing stuff down 1 toughness, they can start crumping, dude. I mean, I've crumped things with them in combat. I can't help it. Like, I know some people are like, why would you charge in the combat when you're shooting so well? I got into the mid-table objective. I crumped them. Then I was able to stand there and do Overwatch the next turn in an optimal position. Okay, that's why I did it. Before you think I'm a weirdo, but yeah, it's really cool. They have flea market days at the hobby store down here. Very cool. There's been a couple of those around here too, and it's fantastic when you have something like that. You bring in models that you want to sell or trade. They set up tables is pretty cool. Communities that do that are excellent. That helps so much, especially when some people are just like meta chasers and they're looking to get rid of stuff. I know some people have gotten like Lord of Skull for like $20 or whatever. And like I said, I did it actually on Facebook though, where I traded my Death Guard army that I had that was mostly painted. I did the hobbying for it and everything. I had Morty, I had 3 Plague Burst Crawlers, and I was like, this just isn't like my kind of army. Like, they're very slow. They're very mono way to play. Not my cup of tea. So I traded them for Tyranids. So if you could find a place that you can trade or sell, definitely attempt to do that. Be careful, of course, if it's online. But I went and I drove like 2 hours and met this dude in Idaho or something in the middle of nowhere. It was hilarious. He looked all freaked out. So yeah, it was very cool. Are 18 dev copters viable? No. You say right now, no. I don't say no to many things. No, but you can use them. The Grey Knights player mentioned that not many armies have the feel no pains, and as many feel no pains as in an orc army. Yes, that's very true. And not as many have so much for feel no pains. That's something that I like to tell people when we're talking in general. And they're advising on a list when they have the extra points set over. I'm like, hey man, throwing in that 4 feel no pain for 15 points will always be worth it. I don't like to tech into it to the point that I have like 3 beast bosses and then Maz. I don't think it's that necessary because you still want to play the mission. Remember, guys, Orks are primarily a movement point scoring army, at least right now, currently, specifically as well, for the most part. Is like, really how you're going to beat people is you're not going to be out killing them. You're going to be controlling the table. You're going to be controlling your rate of attrition. You're going to be putting lines up in the OC, getting up into the mid table, clogging people up, making them fight you, making them shoot at you, making them shoot at not optimal targets, and cover so much easier to get. Our armor save got increased to some small arms power. We got a little bit more durable to that. The feel no pains from the Squig Hog Boys is just another super annoying way to get that. The pain boss giving feel no pains to Beast Snagga Boys. If you choose to use a pain boy, there's another way right there. Like, I really like that we have that now, even though we don't regen units, but just having this awesome ability to just have feel no pains feels good, especially when you're rolling it out. But remember, with Grey Knights, guys, that can go. I mean, I talked about them as well. Actually, I didn't bring that up earlier. Grey Knights, if you choose to run into mobs, this is one of those armies that will decimate a mob, or that are built to decimate mobs of infantry, to be honest. This is another faction why I'm worried about bringing mobs of infantry, because Grey Knights, they actually have potential to kill your infantry. That's like the only thing they actually really have potential to kill reliably. So, hold on, let's see if I can do this correctly. Oh, yes. Hold on, guys. I'm about to do something because speak of the creative boss, I want you guys to see. Boom, daggers. Whoa, daggers. I busted out some of your painting pics I wanted to show. I was showing the chat earlier. I can leave this up for a second because there's a couple of new gets in here while I keep going over the stats. I'm not skipping you guys nowhere. I just wanted to show that work well. But yeah, this is another thing like you mentioned with Grey Knights. They're one of the armies when we talked about like our predators and like why we would move away from mobs of boys. Even though I like to play mobs of boys, that's another reason. People are expecting us. People's small arms firing them out of bodies are getting us more voluminous, and stuff like Grey Knights that have become better and more prolific. This is the one thing they actually can kill our mobs of boys, even our boys. So, but then again, that's why I'm leaning. Even I think Mega Knobs are going to become more popular. I'm saying it now. You're going to see Flash Gits, Mega Knobs, Squig Hog Boys, Trucks. I think that's kind of very similar to what we're already running. And Death Killer War Truck with the 4 at Feel No Pain. I think those are all going to start getting some more play in different variants. Where it's going to go or how it's going to go, I'm not sure yet. But that's given the call out right now. I think that's how it's going to change our meta a bit. Sorry, our list a little bit. I found out I didn't have much to knock down the big knight, a big knight, let alone killed 2 small dogs. Yeah, it's something you have to tech for, and as an orc player, that's going to be one of our difficulties. And it's not just you. When I went over, I was 40k stats every Wednesday. Imperial Knights at one point were dogging us, and we had like a 15% win rate into them. And I was looking at the Leviathan GT pack for 5-week span. Okay. So it wasn't like the whole edition because at some point, guys, data does get outdated in my opinion. So I like to keep my Wednesday 40k stats within like anywhere from like a 3 to a 6 weeks period. That way it's all relevant, right? It's all like relative of what's happening right now because as the edition changes, how people play and what they do is change. So I like to leave out like long, like older stats for that reason. But yeah, you have to tech into that. That's also Mega Knobs can do it. With the dual kill saws to a certain extent, they have the strength, they have the reroll wounds. If you don't want to just go into beast snag of boys, which is why I'm trying to talk a little bit more about Mega Knobs. They got a little point decrease. So yeah, they're totally viable. They're not like win you the tournament to just run them, but they're viable. Big Mac Brandon ran them with kill tanks as well, so they've been relevant. They've been decent the whole time. It's just they got point decreases. Or Codex, Hopeful Predictions, Speed Freak Detachments. Yes, we'll have War Bikers as battle line, like Old Army of Renown. Yeah, all day. I like that. I own at least, if not more, 22 War Bikers, so I would actually like that. So yeah, that would be really cool. Moving gun platforms. When you have them, Flash gets in them trucks. Yeah, and remember, I'll just say it one more time in case someone's new or haven't heard this. Most cases, like in a WTC ruling, and like if you go to an RTT or whatever, or if you're talking even to your normal friends, when you come in from strategic reserves with your truck, the mech can disembark because technically the truck has ended its move. Okay. It's not the end of the movement phase just because you came in from strategic reserves. So when the truck comes in from strategic reserves, the mech can disembark. Of course, keep him hidden because he might get overwatched. Well, he can't, I guess, because he's a lone operative. Sorry, that was dumb. He can disembark from the truck, and then he can give his +1 to hit on the truck. That way, it can be a gun platform or a bunker for all those flash gets. Plus, if you've seen flash gets, or if you haven't yet because you're a newer player, here's a flash get, right? He looks awesome. Sorry, that was ugly as heck. He's awesome looking, but this is a beast snagga boy. My goodness, look how much smaller he is than that guy, right? And the base size, right? So you got to keep that in mind. Even if you have knobs, right? Here's a knob with a power claw. Here's still a flash get. Freaking huge. Okay. So once you do disembark from that truck, gaining lines of fire is going to be a bit harder. You're going to have to move it. It's base by base model. The truck just makes it easy to get those guns on target coming from strategic reserves. Bah, bah, +1 to hit. Boom. Hitting on force. You don't get the abilities, right? Don't use your data sheet abilities. Don't cheat. But it's exactly what it's saying here. It's a gun platform. Keeps them safe for one decent round of shooting. Then they disembark. They get their great round of shooting. You pop the ammo runs. And then they might take in a couple casualties, but then you just keep it going. Keep fighting. I think if you started a casual format rule set, you might be the seldom minority of the format. Okay, maybe I read that wrong. I'm not illiterate. I'm not very literate. Okay, I'm a hardhead. But yeah, that sorry, I went too fast. If you think if you two started a casual format rule set, you might be okay. Okay, I'll consider that. I'll consider that. I'm listening. Don't worry, I'm listening to you. You're coming from it from a different perspective than casuals ever since you first appeared at talk. So I'm definitely paying attention as well, my friend. Yes, I mentioned the 4-up feel no pain. He was like, he checked me, stinky gray beaky. Yeah, for sure, right? I like putting them in those gray knights for that reason, especially because now they just like run away from you the whole time and they play like a kind of not my favorite way of 40k. So I really like destroying them, even though the games aren't as entertaining sometimes. Taking their Gargantuan Squiggoth to an RTT on Sunday, and it's funny because I showed a GT, someone that performed in a GT, I'm pretty sure on Wednesday, last Wednesday, or was it this Wednesday? I think it was this Wednesday, where they brought a Gargantuan Squiggoth, they brought a Morkanite, I believe, and then they brought Gas. Yeah, and they did very well with that list. And if someone showed me that list, I'd be like, hey, bro, you're memeing a little bit. But no, it works. It works. I'm not calling anything a meme right now. Gargantuan Squiggoth, fantastic. It can be art as nails. It's only 440 points. Right there where you want it to be. It's really great. I would love a Gargantuan Squiggoth, especially if I can get one as creative as Daggers, right? Even though I have a printer, it's only an Elegoo Mars Pro, so it's kind of small. I don't know if I want to like do that, like print them in little tiny pieces. They gotta make Def Cop this battle line so I could take more. I thought you were gonna say so I could take 18. You're like, no, so I could take more than 18. If they brought Def Cop this and Bikers as battle line in a speedwa, okay. You guys are getting me excited because we don't know what GW's gonna do. That might actually really be a thing. And Daggers, bam, that's your little thing. Let's see, do I have anything else on that? If you guys didn't see, there's an Orc Mega Dread, boom. Little creepy grot. These are a couple of pictures I showed earlier, guys, in the chat. But I realize now I've been going for so long and some of you guys just appeared that I didn't get to show what you guys actually did. Here's WAAAGH's one of his flash geets. And like WAAAGH, you can see here, WAAAGH did not base prior to putting him on. That means this awesome paint job, he's going to have to worry about basing. I don't think he paced at least. Okay, I don't want me to talk back. Here's an awesome, this guy went out of his way to do the flash, the flash get weapons in yellow. He said because he's colorblind. So that was the best way to put it. And if you're into DACA, Bad Moons, baby, Bad Moons, they're yellow. Here's the mobs of boys. I miss boys being 30-man units. I don't think that was necessary for GW to make them only 20, but it is what it is. It is what it is. These guys are just excellently painted. They're like a little bit of a golf look to them too. So yeah. And I need to base a little bit, guys. Oh, and this is what, if you didn't see before, this is what this came from. This thing. You see this? It's this. Yes. He made this dinosaur baby toy, okay, into this amazing Gargantuan Squiggoth. So I'll just leave that up there so you can be shocked like I was when I first seen that. Bam. Do. And he said, and this is Orc Daggers right here. He's in the Discord as well if you ever feel like talking to him for some reason or anything. I think he has an Instagram. I don't use Instagram too much. I probably should more, but yeah, I think he's in there too for like a bunch of pictures of all the different stuff. He has a 6 Stampa. He has a bunch of different stuff you could look at. Way better than me at everything hobby related. Oh, Dogdacious with that hideous dog thing. Whoa, Dogdacious has been around, and me and David cracked up when we first seen that do a little weird face thing. Not making fun of you. I'm just saying that's a hilarious picture to have to go with your name. All right, hold on. Let me keep basing a little bit, guys. Okay, so like I said before, though, I think Mega Knobs are going to become more popular. I don't think they're going to take over necessarily, but there's a good chance people can start running 3 units of them. There's a good chance people are even just run one straight up unit in them. And I can see why, because if people are bringing more small arms fire for Necrons or more volume of fire in general for Necrons, if Mega Knobs did get the points decrease, and if you're going to be almost to a certain degree, at least stat checking all the small arms fire from your opponents, Squighog boys and Mega Knobs do that better than just boys, even if the boys have a feel no pain, and better than just knobs if the knobs are now disembarked from the truck. Even though knobs have that built-in -1 the wound, of course, right? But if you're sitting at a toughness 6 against strength 5 weapons, and then you do -1 move, that is now wounding them on 6s. I mean, I know you guys know how math works. I'm just saying that's why I think Mega Knobs are going to become a little bit more popular. And they already were. They're already viable. But when you give someone points decrease, 5 Mega Knobs for 150 points, and then the characters came down enough that you can pay for an enhancement if you choose to without feeling bad. Yeah, I just think Mega Knobs. I just think Mega Knobs are going to become a bit more popular. I don't know how much. I know exactly how much, but you know, I know Big Mac Brandon's here for it. I know I'm here for it. So yeah. I think, and part of me is like, man, should I bring Def Coptas, Mega Knobs, War Boss and Mega Armor, Big Mac and Mega Armor, and then Mobs of Boys? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? No, I'm just feeling with the war energy. I think you guys are just giving me ideas right now. I'm actually, even though I know you guys aren't directly telling me what to do, just talking to you guys is actually getting me my juices flowing. I'm getting into it. Boom. Oh, I thought he was saying thanks to me, but he was actually thanks to Dogdacious, actually. I was like, yeah, what's up, Daggers? No, he wasn't talking to me. Yeah, and his color theme is freaking awesome. He has yellow, which I think yellow looks magnificent whenever painted on models. That's why, like I said earlier, I do have an Imperial Fist army. They are funny because they get beat up all the time, but I do like I like very bright armies on the tabletop, guys, because we're gonna be standing, you know, X amount of feet away from each other and the table sometimes. When you see these bright, or at least bright pieces on models or the bright models on table, it looks freaking awesome. I like it a lot. So yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Did you just say how they convert to knobs and boys? Oh wait. Are you the Dogdacious? Are you the one that converted the ones that I actually have on here? I think I have a picture of someone that put Ard Boys and they converted them. Here's one of them, and I think here, boom. Is this what you mean? Because I actually had this picture here, or was this you? Because I'm a little slow. Oh, I got a weird boy near me. Did Brandon just turn into a weird boy? Because my boy's whispering at me. What's up, weird boy? What you saying in my ear? You get like, yeah. Oh yeah. So he's saying, yeah, these are yours. Boom. Well, then I guess you're answering the question better than me. How well do AOS Ard Boys convert over to knobs and mega knobs? I think okay. You know what? Then just I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna grab my Big Mac that I converted, and he's from an AOS model. Give me this time. I'll do it much quicker than last time. Give me at least 5 seconds. All right? No, sorry, I'm not that fast. Give me 8 seconds. I'm still an orc. Okay. All right. It took longer than 8 seconds because I forgot he's in here. Okay. Because this is my to go combat patrol box. For if I ever show up to my local GW store like on a weekday. I've been busy now, but the idea was to have a combat patrol ready to play with like my local community, to let them get some exposure to orcs and have fun. Okay, but to answer your question about Ard Boys, so this is my War Boss and Mega Armor that was converted from an AOS, pretty much War Boss type model. Okay. So similarly, your Ard Boys, or the Iron Jaws at least as well, will convert quite well to Mega Knobs. Okay. And then there's my little Grot Gunner that I got on the side of it. I know it's a little blurry, you can't see all the details. He has a Big Mech head. He has kilocam bits on the shoulders and on the knee pads and on his feet. So I would say if you do use some of those things, I think having maybe like bits from kilocans might help you, and bits from other kind of mechanical type models will help you with the conversion, as their armor does look distinctly different, but they are the correct size. So I would say you'll be totally fine converting them. Just have bits, right? Just have your bits. Orcs get a lot of bits. They have some from flash kits too, stuff like that. Okay. And you know, I'm glad you asked this because I was just talking about the knob with wall banner. I've used the knob with wall banner, only with 20-man units of boys. Just to reiterate my point from earlier, I'm not deviating from what you said. So the 20, I had a 20-man unit of. I've been running them. I've run them at least 3 games. A 20-man unit of knobs with wall banner, and I've had success, man. He helped me actually against Grey Knights as I was able to screen them, but also hold the objective from their 3-inch Paladin deep strike to try to steal my objective. So he got dug in a hole from points because he couldn't find a good place to spot where he didn't want to just get annihilated. And he got boxed out of the board. Another time was just run up to the middle of the objective, a ton of OC, not enough small arms fire to kill me. I rolled just enough on my field nope. I'm at my invuln. Another time they got countercharged and the knob with wall banner stayed alive. With his 5 OC and his 4 up invuln, and like the knob stayed alive. And so then he just kind of stuck around and was being annoying and existed the rest of the game. So I've found utility. I do put the enhancement on him to give him more 2-inch more movement, and then you have the strat to give him the capability to +2 advance, +2 to charge, which that in itself will play psychological games on your opponent. Okay, them usually right, and you know this if you played other editions with Orks or the Wilds, and 9th edition, right? Now when people see us, they're like, you got to call that in the command phase, even if you go first, which means, or if they go first, meaning that they can kind of like pre-measure you and try to counter you and your wall, which makes it a bit harder for us, especially if you're a newer player. The knob with wall banner does help you mitigate that potential. Now, do I think it's going to be the most optimal? No, I'm just saying that it has play for that reason. Is when you don't have to overcommit on your wall to get the benefit of the threat range of a wall when you have a knob with wall banner. That's what I'm trying to say. And you still get the strength and the capability, right? There was another game, just a different game, but turn 3, I called my knob with wall banner to call his wall. So turn 1, I didn't have to do it. Turn 2, I called it for the rest of the army. And then turn 3, to have continuous momentum and go steal objectives, go push to their side of the table, I called their wall. So then the boys went up to strength 5 and were still able to punch around, still have their durability. And by the time they went to clear it, I'm like, dude, you're dug in a hole. It's over. I stole that, right? So just saying as a whole, knob with wall banner coming in with turn 3 with a unit of knobs, like you said, is viable because this is for continuing momentum with a different set of durability and threat range than the rest of your army will have if you've called a WAAAGH turn 2 already, right? It's a continuous of momentum, which is still directly a correct way to play too. The one thing that I would say is I worry about them hitting on 4s, the power claws, and then you got the death guard with possibly making them another -1 to hit. So if you're going to do that, it might maybe be a little better to do it with the big choppas. That way you're not whiffing, because on 4s, man, it can go either way. If any of you guys ever played, coming in on hitting on 4s could be annoying as heck. So that being said, knob with wall banner, I think he's kind of slept on. If I have 70 points, am I more inclined to be a pain boss or a knob with wall banner? It is a pain boss. A pain boy, sorry. Pain boss is the beast snagger version. Pain boy or a knob with wall banner, I'm more inclined to bring the knob with wall banner. For that ability of he gives you more strength, that means you get more attack because it's a wall. You get his OC from him having more wall OC during his own wall and the wall in general, and he continues the momentum if you choose to bring him in even for turn 3 and to keep moving him up the board. So I'm totally cool with the knob with wall banner. I think he's possibly one of the most slept on characters in our index. Wouldn't you have to board your reserves in your own deployment zone? I think Bagger said that. Not by turn 3, 6-inch, any board edge. And if you use rapid ingress, you can come down on their turn and then advance and charge on your turn. Exactly. And it's like I said, it's a continuous momentum, which is why I'm totally down with the knob with wall banner. So far, I've just run it with boys, because when I run my knobs, I tend to run them with the power claws. So then I tend to just put the war boss in there. But if I was to run a unit of big choppas, I'd be inclined to run the knob with wall banner to a certain extent. I do own one of those resin ones, or you could just make your own, because there's a bunch of different ways to make your own. Like there's a bunch of AOS versions to play too, right? And then he said, hope I answered your question, Daggers, in a long-winded, continuous thing, because I've been thinking about running the knob with wall banners as well. So I'm glad someone brought them up. You didn't even know I brought them up earlier, so I'm happy. Thank you. Great greenskin minds think alike. Somebody got to kit bash the big pig into a squiggle. Dude, this guy Maximo is just out here. Yeah, dude. I like it. Someone does, and if it's gonna be anyone, it's gonna be Daggers, man. Daggers is able to kit bash almost anything out of anything. It's freaking awesome. Yep. Dogdacious. I'm gonna give it a shot. Wait. What do you okay? You mean the AOS conversions, right? I assume not with Wall Banner. I'm putting the big pig on a kill rig. That's hilarious. I like how you guys keep calling them pigs. That's how I felt when I first seen my the squigs. Is I was kind of like, why does guys look very piggish? Okay, I'm going to continue basing real quick. Daggers, don't pay attention to my models. They're not beautiful like yours, but they will be based and they will be battle ready. Mwahaha. And like I was saying earlier for you guys who are in the stream, I'm looking to run a list that's not counter meta. I'm not trying to be like out completely 1,000% out of the box, but I do want to bring a list that's a bit more related to like those intermediate players or newer players that are looking to bring comp play, but they're not trying to throw their whole collection money into one style of data sheet or play. I think that's really for the top tier players when they get to do that, when they have large, vast collections and they're excellent players and they know that they can actually play their list optimally and perform well at large tournaments like Brad Chester or the Big Boss or the Big Mac. These are all guys in Discords, by the way, so I'm using their channel Discord names as well. That way, if you guys see them, you know that they're very experienced right now and they can give their own perspectives, because all those guys play different too. That's why it's really cool. They're all very smart and they all play slightly different and they all had success. And Daggers did too. Daggers, even though I give him credit for being a very skilled hobbyist, he's actually shown that he's a quite solid player as well, even though he'll just play like whatever he wants to play sometimes. So that's really awesome, I think. Okay, got another one done, guys. Being a little useful here. I am hobbying. I'm not just talking to you guys, but I don't have another camera to show you what I'm doing, and my painting isn't amazing, so I won't be impressing you anyways if I did. What does this say? I see, said the blind man. I see. All right, so the weird boy gave you some eyes. Meganized wall banner for the ultimate wall. Ooh, I don't think you could put him in that unit. Now you make me want to check. All right, before you guys all yell at me. But I'm going to check anyways real quick. Now with wall banner. Oh, tell me why I had that open already. Unit composition. Leader. No, he just goes with boys and knobs like I thought. I just wanted to double check because you never know. But yeah, no. I'm a wall banner just with boys and knobs. But I get what you're saying. It's the ultimate wall. Just woke up and the 700 point tournament prep is done. Card is packed. Let's go crump some geese. Whoa! Give you a proper wall right there. So you're getting ready to get pumped. We were just talking about that. And you're just waking up out here. It's like, what time is it? I don't even know what time it is right now. It's 1/2 past midnight. So it's about half an hour past midnight. We've been going almost 3 hours. But I think if anything, we got more viewers now. And I still haven't finished my basing, so I need to do this. But yeah, good wall energy to you, Rob. Good luck. Have fun. Remember, don't worry too much about the outcome. It's about getting better and experiencing the scrap, experience the environment, and experience how to play your orcs properly. And then, once you get more optimal and stuff like that and enjoy the experience, every time you go out and have a tournament, you'll have a good experience. And that will make you actually play better as a person, because if you go out just seeking results, you might put too much pressure on yourself. You might put pressure on your opponent in a weird way and just have a less promising experience. I mean, there's been several events I showed up to where I played a guy, right? And then Christian played a guy, and both of us were super sweaty. So I played him first, and then Christian played him next. And then the guy only got like 10 points, and then he just left and he didn't play anymore. Right? And I think the better way to do it is still crump him out of existence, but don't be so stringent, like not let him have any points at all, not have an experience at all, because he might have been a new guy, a new player. Luckily, he did show up back eventually, and he does play still. But I was just saying, like, when he left and he wouldn't exist anymore, like, of course, me personally, I was like, that's unfortunate, like, And then Christian was just like, well, he got destroyed. Whoa, I was like, hey, Christian, relax, bro. I'm a big head. So yeah, it's like, Go there, have fun. Yeah, take pictures like you said. Let me make sure that. You let us know what you guys said. Thanks. Yes, shows the results. We have a link in the Discord for tournament results, so you guys can talk about that. But yeah, remember, it's about the experience as a grief skin. It's literally about the experience, my friend. Get in there, have fun, crump hard, collect the teeth you can collect. I'm sure one of the channel Big Macs will have something for you to buy for loot with those teeth, right? And I'm speaking figuratively because we don't sell anything on the channel or on the Discord. Oh, let's see. Sell the armies. Oh, you saw them already? Sell the armies being taken to the RTT this weekend. I guess it is kind of the weekend already. Gray Knights and T-Suns heavy. 3 people bringing orcs, including me. Wish me luck, boys. Whoa! Dang, man, your community has more orcs than like 4 communities that I'm aware of in my area. I mean, I've never seen that many greenskins around each other, dude. Like, I've only ever seen like 1 orc player face to face at a time. So that's pretty awesome. I think your list is going to be annoying as heck for Grey Knights because they're not going to be able to kill much of anything. T-Suns took a heavy nerf, so they're going to have a bit of an issue, but of course they still do have Magnus. They still most likely will have God, I'm having a brain fart on that gun platform of the monster. I don't know why I'm having a brain fart. Blah. You guys know what I'm talking about. The gun. So you might have a couple of those, but as a whole, flamers aren't going to bother you. They got weaker. They're not spamming some things anymore. So I think you're going to do good into those. And then other greenskins can go either way. You know, like you might run into a bunch of Squig Hog boys and they'll tear down your Squig Off, but who cares? Because you're just trying to have an awesome experience and have fun anyways. And you can just outplay people sometimes. And that's always going to be viable. You might have like not a perfect matchup sometimes, but you play the mission, base people, move block people, stuff like that. You can still win games. So good luck to you, Daggers. Good luck to you, Rob Broom. I know you're up and hey, Rob, drink your water, eat some stuff so you have calories for your mind. Don't get too focused on that. Do a couple air squats maybe before your game. Get pumped up. Like you want to be ready. You know what I'm saying? And you want to be in a good mood. Start in a good mood. Be happy. Be happy to be there. And your player the person you're playing will most likely reciprocate. You guys have an excellent experience. And it won't make it, you're less likely to have gotcha moments because you guys want to be talking to each other. You know what I'm saying? Get them full of daggers. Whoa! I like Juan, obviously. And it's because if we unite, we'll take over the galaxy. That's exactly what's going to happen, Charles. And that's what we're trying to do here. Because like I said once, and I'll say it again, welcome to the great. Whoa! Sorry, I had to do it, guys. It'd been at least an hour since I did that, okay? But yeah, that's what we're trying to do here. Have the community. Hey, I gotta make sure I base this real quick. Organize a wall with the other orc players. One of the orc players did actually join our Discord. And then it's funny because he joined our Discord, he's part of the community and everything, and then I met him in person and I was talking to him while he was playing against someone as a Tyranid player. And he's a kind of new orc player, right? So they were playing like 1,000 points or something. And I'm talking to him and we're having a good conversation. Me, him, the Tyranid player. I'm in the store, I'm walking around. It's been like 45 minutes. I know the store owner, I've been talking to him, Long story short, the guy invites me to Discord, but I'm like, yeah, that's my Discord. Like that's the Discord me and you are in, my friend. And he's like, who are you? I'm like, all right, that's pretty freaking hilarious. So I actually laughed pretty hard, and almost everybody in the store laughed. So yeah, that was really funny. So I am trying to communicate with other orc players. There aren't a bunch around me, but the big boss is showing up to the Armed Forces GT, so I'm actually most likely to see him there. So we're gonna take a picture together, be gits, maybe grapple. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna assault nobody. But yeah, that's the idea. Got to get another orc player to play duo with me so we can have 36 Deathcopters. Whoa! I don't even own that. What's up with you in Deathcopters, dude? I've never had anybody obsessed with Deathcopters. I'm trying not to laugh. Yeah, dude. I mean, if you could find even like 5 orc players put together with that many Deathcopters, I'd be surprised. Right? Oh my gosh. How many of you guys own more than like 6 Deathcopters? I just want to know in chat. Do any of you guys own more than 6? Because I own 5. And yeah, it's a weird number like that because that's how I bought them off eBay. Okay, back like a while ago. Okay, but yeah, my boy out here, Maximo, is trying to find all the Def Copters. You know, so yeah, bam. I'm just saying. I own a bunch of bikers, so I'm not like hating on you for that. I'm just saying I never seen someone with so much love for Def Copters. And that's pretty hilarious. I don't know if you're trolling me or not, but that's pretty freaking hilarious. So yeah, I just like that. You guys want to spam some more funny things of units and stuff. And that orc player did ask me to play duos. Now that you mentioned it, he considered the duos with him, but then I think he decided to just like do it with a different faction, so it's not just orcs on orcs, which I think that's totally fine for like, you know, if it's a casual like gaming club, like if you're both the same faction, if anything, that's just maybe extra strong because you guys are benefiting from each other and it becomes one thematic list. And from what I've seen, like when there was the Adepticon, because I live like 15 minutes away from the Adepticon venue. When there was the Adepticon duos tournament, the best performing lists were kind of like the same faction twice, like 2 Grey Knight lists or something like that. So I do think that probably would be optimal to play the same one. So I don't blame him for just changing it and not wanting to play with me. I have enough Def Copters. What do you have, like 18? Armed Forces GT. Yeah, that's a GT near here that I know a guy named Gary Frank. He hosts it. It's about 80 people, and yes, it's actually for veterans and active duty military. I think like specifically to support them. So yeah, and Gary Frank's the one who sets that up. He's a really interesting individual. He's an older guy, has been playing for a very long time. Him and his partner, like working like a professional partner. His name is Brandon too. They're both very excellent individuals. They're both very good, nice, smart guys. Christian and I have had games into them. Christian has his phone number, but yeah, he hosts this, but the terrain is based off WTC terrain, and the rules were set up for when Knights had, could still see. I'm having a brain fart, but before Knights got their nerf, so it's towering. So they were able to just shoot everything. So his terrain is based off not being able to shoot too hard, which is why I'm considering running Mobs of Boys and Mega Knobs, because I kind of want to just try to like lean into that and have fun at the same time. I have 18. Of course you do. Of course you do. Max. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're close. Flight of the Gorkies. Okay. Yeah. Like Gorkies, like, are you saying like because Gork praise Gork, or are you saying because we eat Gorgonauts? That would be so hilarious to see a room, all that room coming at you, right? Just all like Def Copters and war bikes. I mean, now you guys got me excited. I'm almost gonna be disappointed if Def Copters aren't battle line now for like a speed wall. I don't know why suddenly my expectations are so high, but that just happened because of you guys. So thanks for that. 9 for me. Haha. All from assault on Black Reach. I assume that's what that means. Yeah, I like I was telling the chat before, they didn't, GW stopped selling those Def Copters. They didn't have models, so they only had them for assault from Black Reach. So all mine were purchased from eBay. And then I got them up and I painted them up and such, and they're based and everything. But then GW's like only 3-man unit sizes, and I'm like, I guess I can make 1 unit. So it's kind of funny. It's kind of weird. But one of them has like a custom Mega Blast, so the other one has the drill, because if you know, I'm sure that the Legends version of a Def Copter has a chainsaw on it, like a chain blade, like the same one that the Mega Knobs use. So like I have one that has a melee weapon on it. Can be used obviously as is. Now we just hit with our propellers, but the Legends version does have that, which is why when I talked about our friend up here, where's our friend up here? I lost him in the chat. Oh, James right here. James gave me the idea to do the Legends video, to start presenting Legends models just for fun, on the casual level as well. That way people play with their garage hammer with their friends or whatever. Maybe you want to play a speed wall, and you want to have like, oh, there's a big mech on bike. Like, yeah, bro, there's one of those in Legends. Just, that could be fun casual level. Can't take it to events, but casual level. Would love to take tractor cannons with anti-fly 2+ and devs for D6+1 damage and take down max. Goodness, just because you can, right? Just like I'm gonna crumbs, man. Smash him into the ground. Yeah, Magnus, take that, you spiky red boy. Yeah, daggers is hilarious. Rob Broom, only 4 old GW Siege plus 3 of the new ones. Okay, yeah, you're like literally right there with me, where I have some of the old ones. Well, actually, only have his old ones. Now that I think about it, but you have a weird number because of the fact that things have changed. So yes, I feel you. Wait, Flight of the Valkyries, Def Cop the Heavy. So it's Flight of the Gorkies. Ah, okay, okay. A little play on words right there. I feel you. I'm okay, okay. I like that. I like that. Flight of the Gorkies. And I like how Def Copters are just like motorcycles with propellers. Whatever, dude. That's awesome. So yeah. And thanks again for you guys, for everybody who's here, because I'm like surprised to a certain extent that if anything the hobby stream is actually getting slightly larger as we go, which is good because I didn't get enough done. So I'm just gonna keep going. Try to get this going. I'm trying to base this dude right here. Okay, I really am. Even though you guys are doing a great job of distracting me and encouraging me and giving me ideas all at the same time, which is exactly what a proper orc would do, right? You do all those things at the same time. Orcs have the ability to multitask as long as they all have to do with the proper time and a proper scrap. Na-na-na. Yeah. What are you guys hobbying now? Did you guys change when you guys are playing since the data slate? Or are you guys running like the same exact thing that you guys were running? Because I know we didn't get like drastic changes, but I remember when I was talking in Discord and some of the live streams, people are like, my list lost 40 points. And then some people are like, my list is over now. My list, the one I was running prior to the data slate, went up 20 points when the data slate, after the data slate dropped. Yeah, I think, yeah. And it was one of those, like I said, I'm fully aware what the meta was, but so I had like a truck spam with the beast boss, all that stuff on my list as well. Because it's good, like just because it was directly good. But then I kept talking to people about like just enjoy the experience, and I was like, I should be enjoying the experience instead of trying to just be meta. Who am I trying to be? Brad Chester? Bro, heck no, I'm trying to do it all. I need a hobby saw for resin in the Forge World. Big Mech Buzzgob. Yeah. Buzzgob is a named Big Mech character. It doesn't like exist because I think he's like Legends now, but yeah, that's what he is. But he's awesome. And I'd like to see someone like that come back, because you're right. We don't actually have a Big Mech character now. Now that you said it, a named character. We don't have a named war boss either. All we really, I mean, we have Mad Doc, who is a horrible, ugly model, voted by our community in a joking way as the ugliest model that we have. Mega Knobs are another very ugly model, in my opinion. Not very, I guess they're just kind of a little blocky and stiff, right? Those are probably 2 of my least favorite. What's another model that we dislike? Well, not we, I guess me. I don't know. I don't even know from my community what other ones are like our collections that would be disliked from that. I just know those are my top 2 that I'd like to see improvements. One of my Def Copters has a custom mega cannon in the front. Love me to bits. Yeah, mine does too, actually. One of mine has that too. So yeah. We getting a finished shot of the hobby progress. I mean, I'm only using this little camera and it's not really excellent. I'll just tell you what I've been doing. I've been basing because all these models are painted, but they weren't all exactly based. So I've been putting the first initial basing on, so at least they'll be counted as battle ready. Then from here, what I do is I will paint them with a contrast paint, and then I'll hit them with the dry brush, or I'll like put rocks on there and hit those, stuff like that. So I'll put like little bushes, little rocks, like on something like the Nile Smash Squeak. For like Beast Snagger boys, I tend to just leave it like that, or just infantry boys. Like I have a bunch of boys that are based already and done, but for them it was I put that basing material, put the contrast, dry brush, boom, and then go over the top. And like I said, I mean, thank you for asking for my hobby stream, but I'll just say again, I'm not a extremely good hobbyist. I'll just say that that's probably one of my weak points, to be honest. As an individual, I'm just not creative. It's not because I don't try. I do try. I try. Yeah, I think I showed you guys the. Oh yeah, I did. The like this was my favorite. Even though it's not great, I got my war boss. This is my Kit Bash war boss in Mega Armor. Right. I put some killer cam bits on him. He's an AOS model. Then this is from a. This is actually from a track buggy or something like that. It was like almost like a go-kart with a big shooter on the back of it. So then I popped off the big shooter and the little mini orc that was there, and I threw a grot there. Boom. So he literally looks very similar to the War Boss and Mega Armor that now comes with all the orc stuff. So maybe I'll just leave this guy right here because he is magnetized. Right? Okay. Need to step up my bits box game. Yeah, that's something that happened with me when I first got into the hobby. Is I didn't keep as many bits as I really like could have or should have. And now I'm like, hey man, like I could have used some of those. What's going on here? So yeah, if you're new, keep your bits. They're very, very, very useful. You never know what's going to change in the meta. You never know what's going to happen. Like if you guys didn't know, like an 8th edition, right? Or we'll just say this, you didn't know, but 8th edition, 9th edition, this sounds crazy, right? But you had to pay for every piece of war gear, and everything was like cost like 5 points, or even in 8th edition it was like 3 points, or a power stab is 2 points. You're like, what the heck is a power stab, bro? Is this on my kit? Like weird stuff like that. So people would kit bash or steal from kits to make each unit like the cheapest possible, right? So like, you know how when you get your boys kit now, you get the boy with the rocket included. You used to have to pay for that rocket in the boys unit. So say he was 85 points, you'd pay like 10 more points for the rocket. So then no one wanted to bring the rocket boy, but you wanted 10 boys. So you would find ways to utilize him. So like, or the runt herder, like the runt herder used to be an individual guy. He wasn't a part of the Grotz unit. So I have at least 3 run herders that I converted to normal boys. I put bits on them with their guns and stuff in weird positions. And I just made them into normal boys to get more optimality out of it. And then now things changed. If I still had my runt herder bits, I could just pop those arms off and put them back on there and not have proper looking runt herders. But because I got rid of all those, because I didn't realize that was going to happen, I made that mistake. So don't do that, in my opinion, right? Just keep them, try to find a nice place to put them all in a box, maybe label the box what's in there so you don't have to go through it all over again. We can be efficient about this, he gets. But yeah, he's made a point. I should have stepped on my bid box too, right? But luckily I at least had enough for this guy. Go to bring and buy, sell if anywhere near you. Can pick up a load of op bits for the cheap. Yes, that's a good point as well. You can get random bits, especially because like we talk about, any kit could be an orc kit, right? In the community. I'm a little bit upset about BuzzGob too. It can be proxied for a basic mech. Yeah. And that's what it is. And maybe he gets a new kit. I mean, I'd like him to have, like we're such an old and big faction. Like, let us get a couple more named characters, man. Like, I would like that. I mean, we don't do that bad. I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying, like, BuzzGob was pretty dope. He was dope. Oh, put some respect. Snickrot's name. He my number 1. Yeah, Snickrot's awesome. I have the old Snickrot model still. Painted up. He's based. He's ready to go. I actually have 20 commandos that are also painted and based that are ready to go. And when I built my commandos, I built one of the kits just full up like kill team, and then one of the other ones I did favor kind of towards what I would run an actual 40K game. But I like them. You mentioned earlier that squig you showed came from the Mangler squig. Yeah, from AOS, right? I still have him right here. This guy. So this was my conversion for when this was before gosh, when did I decide to do this? I don't know exactly how great the Beast Boss and Squigosaur would be. I knew I had my Maz kit. So my Maz kit, my actual Beast Boss kit, which I have over here, Maz can detach, pop, and then I can put the Beast Boss body on top, bloop, and he's stitched because he's magnetized, right? But I didn't know if I need more. And like someone brought up earlier, we have the knob on Smasher Squig. A lot of these, if you buy Beast Squigs boys, right? If you buy the Squig Hog Rider boys, you're gonna have extra of these once in a while. I do say keep most of them, but if you have this guy, this is what I use them for. I put green stuff. I made him a little chair that looks like a little pelt. I had him stick to this, so it looks like he's holding on to the Mangler Squig. You put him on a little bit of stuff, so he's like the same height as your Mazrog, and boom, you're in the game, baby boy. And it was a nice, effective way. And you get 2 of these in that kit as well. So say you are someone that wants to run like Maz and 2, you could possibly hypothetically use this guy for that reason. And he's menacing looking. Right now I'm missing his little tongue, but this was gifted to me by one of my friends. Actually, he gave me the Mangler squig because he was just a nice guy. I'm gonna put this guy on the side right here. Anytime is a good hobby time. Anything beats gray plastic. Yeah, and I'm trying to be battle ready. Okay, so I only got 4 left of these flash gets to base. And then I got a couple of the knobs, and I didn't even paste this yet. See, I didn't even paint them yet. My beast boss. Okay, let me put this stuff on the table. The wall keeps growing. Gotta paint the flash gets next. Whoa! Exactly. We are growing. I mean, even this live viewer stream has gone up, and it's like almost 1 a.m. out here. So I appreciate all you guys, some other timelines showing in, or some of you late night owls that are hanging around. I feel the support. It's encouraging. Sorry, I'm looking to make sure I can grab my models while I talk to you. I'm very aware that sometimes the sound doesn't sound as great if I turn, so I'm trying to make up for that. And then we got my little Gra Oiler. Boy, look at that dude. Look at him trying to weld. And then he's holding on to a squig you can't see, but that squig has a hose coming out of him. See a little booty? Yeah, these are hilarious. Dude, when you start looking at the Grot models, Orks are awesome. If anything, we can have more of that and more squig models, in my opinion. I'd like to see, like, you know, if there's Fenrisian wolves and there's hellhounds or like Ripper swarms, I'd really very much like to see like some iteration or squig version of that. Doesn't have to be good, doesn't have to be crazy, but I'd just like to see the bases and how that would look, right? I would just like to see the models and have the ability to run like full squig lists and just thematic squig lists. So I'm grabbing the rest of my models and I'm choosing the base right now. It's a couple of knobs and a couple of beast snagger boys that I missed. Bam. In my mech. Yes, I have the actual mech. This is how the actual mech look, you guys. If you guys heard about the mech several times, he's very simple. See how simple he is? You can make one of these on your own. Like, no problem. Actually, a good way to try to make him is the flash gets have a pose with they have a pistol arm sticking out like that. And you can see that would be a good way for this one. Then you can use maybe some kind of kill salt version of this for this arm. And then he just gets any old banner, really. So this guy's super easy to kit bash. But I just have the actual one. Because he came with a bunch of death dreads. Predicting Uthcake Blackhawk from Rule of Cunning as a future character. He loots a shock rifle in the book, and GW Rumor Engine showed the end of a shock rifle a while back. I didn't know that. Oh my goodness. At first I thought you were just saying stuff, to be honest, but no, you have an actual theory, you weird boy. When you say weird things to me, that's what I'm saying. Oh shoot, 24-hour stream. Hey, but hey man, now I'm getting excited. I'm really? Heck yeah. Or it's Captain Badrock. I'm just gonna say 24-hour stream. Whoa, that'd be crazy if I don't think I have the stamina or potential or ability to do that yet. But one day we will, and you guys will just watch me just fall asleep right here on stream, just pass out, just give up like I'm gonna wake up suddenly and start hobbying again. Like, I'm in it. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. I wish GW would update tank bastards from Finecast and maybe the data sheet so we can get a choice of option. 5 tank hammers in the unit would be amazing. Yeah, before you didn't have to bring all the pistols and you didn't have to bring the hammer, I don't believe. The hammer used to be I could hit you and put mortal wounds into you. He would like kill himself. So he would like hit you. He would die because he would die because he would blow himself up, and then he'd put mortal wounds into you. So like I killed Trajan Valoris with that tank buster with the hammer. I don't know if GW is gonna go back to that. They want everything to be the kits for the most part. I can understand why. It makes it much, much easier when you're first getting into the hobby, because if you get into it and you buy stuff and you're like, wait a second, this is the least optimal way to play this. Dang. That would be annoying, and I like that GW went away from that. But that being said, yes, they need to update from the tank buster, from the Finecast, and the data sheet, because the data sheet is when you have 3 different profiles in one 5-man unit, it's like, what do you want me to do with this? Like, do I shoot from this vehicle? Do I get closer so I can hit you with my pistols? Do I get so close that I could punch you with the hammer? Like, what's happening, right? GW needs to make those very cheap. I know a lot of people will give me certain like responses like, no man, they have rockets and this, and I'm very aware. I'm very, very aware. I'm just saying in practical sense, it's a little outrageous. Therefore, if you're gonna make something outrageous and weird like that, you need to kind of lower the points to the fact that it might just do nothing and then be okay. Like Ludas, like I like Ludas, but I think they're only gonna really get some kind of utility if you're willing to pay for the mech and the truck and maybe try to get them like that. But really the way you're getting utility is putting them in plunging fire, overwatching a objective in the middle of the table that's getting reroll full hits to hit. That's like the only way you're going to get good value for your Ludas. For the most part, tank busters are kind of in that regard too, but probably worse actually. 24. All right, 24. I'm just kidding. I don't think I can last 24. If anything, I wasn't even prepared. I guess I'm always prepared, but I didn't expect to go this long. Like I was almost expecting like 40 minutes in that no one would be here anymore. They'd be like, "Shut up, dude! You're not saying anything." And here we are. So thanks a lot. I appreciate that. And one day there will be a 24-hour live stream. There will be. If anything, I'll do it, and then all of a sudden David will appear and stand in and do it for a little bit while I pass out, or I'll just sit right here next to you guys. But I do sleep with my mouth open. Hype. Whoa. Here we go. I like that whenever people say that. I can just imagine. I'm thinking of using them for knob on Smash a Squig. Okay, that's a good idea. I mean, knobs on Smash a Squigs are awesome. You mean they already come with that? Like they come on the kits. Yeah, but they already come the kit with it. So, I mean, if you want to convert your own, there's never like a bad reason to convert your own, right? Flash kit is fire. So many bits. Very true, right? They give you like banner abilities. They give you like little weird skulls. They give you bullet chains. They give you so many like really good things. That's why like I said, I had already 15 flash kits. 10 of them I got on my own, and 5 someone gave to me. But actually, I own 15 flash kits that are already painted and built. The last 5 are not painted as nice because I got them from someone else and I didn't put the work in. But the 10, yes. Yeah, exactly. I missed the tank busters from Knife. They were the most feared unit by my friends' armies. Yeah, they were very useful. But the change that they made did make sense. It did, and I'm not. I don't know if people will hate me for it. It's just like I just get it because for newer people as a whole, having a kit that you buy and then people being like, well, you don't want to use half that kit because it's costing you an extra 30 points to your unit, therefore it sucks. You're like, what? So yeah, they need to be changed just because they don't make sense, but they need an update from the Finecast, and then you can maybe choose to run them as all pistols or all the rockets and then one hammer. Maybe that would make more sense, right? Then just because they have bomb squigs, like bomb squigs are always useful. It's just like the rest of them are not trying to be useful. So I totally get that for sure. But I'm gonna say it again. Welcome to the great war. All right, hold on. Let me base these couple dudes. You guys can tell me what you're thinking. Tell me what you're thinking. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe I think I can go longer. I was thinking maybe I'll do 4 hours. Would that be impressive? 4 hours, guys. I mean, I think the longest channel video that David and I did was like 4 hours. I think so. So we're creeping up into the breaking records territory for our channel stream live, and this is more interaction by far than we had back then. Back then we were talking to nobody and nothing. We were just existing. I only had 1 box of flash kits. I have built 0 so far, but I have no bits left. You're something else. Fantastic. I appreciate that. I really do, because they're just awesome bits in general. They're so useful in every way when you're talking about kit bashing. That's freaking hilarious, though. I have 1 box of flash kits and I've built 0 and I have 0 bits left. Okay, those guys are not flash kits now. They're just stuff. I mean, that's awesome. Why not? Any kit can be any orc kit. The end. That's where we're at. That's where he's at too. All right, let me bake these. Let me base these. I have to get some. I have to get one of these freaking units done with these flash kits. My goodness, I have these 10 dudes, and they weren't even finished kit bashing still, and we're 3 hours in. And just you guys are right up in there talking to me and such. Boom, going. Also, I was thinking, okay, guys. So I got this computer because this computer. I did get some basic material on there. So this computer I actually did get for the channel. So it would help because we started to stutter and get poor quality of the audio because our computers couldn't handle it before, David's and I. So I got this computer for the channel, and it has the potential to game and do all types of things. But I'm like, do I want to game? And I only want to game if I game with the community. So if enough of us or a handful or whatever it is have gaming computers and we want to agree on a game like Dawn of War or maybe, I guess maybe Dark Tide. I don't know, it's not really Orky, but like any of those games, maybe the new Warhammer Space Marine game, and maybe if that's a PC, I'm sure it is. I'd be down to also having a orc like, you know, community of gaming as well. Right now, I haven't been gaming because I've been busy with this, but that'd be another way for us to all interact and just have coolness and just be around and talk to each other, Lork-minded people, play, chat. You guys talk to me. I'm more familiar with you. You guys can become familiar with each other. Maybe find new gaming partners, stuff like that. So if you guys ever interested in that, I'm open to that too. I was talking to Big Mac Brandon about that. He was telling me about Dawn of War. I've heard a lot of good things about Dawn of War, but I've never played. I've just seen little videos of it and stuff. So yeah, you guys can let me know what you think on that, or just hold off on that until we're a slightly bigger community, and then I'll re-ask again, and then there's a chance that that can end up being a thing too. So I don't know how many of you guys game. I used to be a big gamer. It's fun. I do like those real-time strategy games. I do like those like teamwork horde slaying games. Like I liked World War Z. I liked Earth Defense Force 5, shout out, or Bannerlord 2. So yeah, if you guys know what Earth Defense Force 5 is, I'll be very surprised. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just another idea that came to my head. I have all these ideas, guys, and right now our channel, if anything, like this is a chill mode because, like I said, I'm missing the partner here to do the other stuff because you see we have all these ideas we've discussed and like we're moving towards. I just can't pull the trigger on them because I'm doing things alone right now. And I do other things too. With I can't. I don't just do the channel right now all the time. But yeah, that we have a bunch of different ideas, and when David's here, we'll be able to optimize and do those even more, be even better and powerful community, more interactive with each other and familiar with each other. That'd be really cool and helpful to each other. Ow. I got a bunch of this. I'm getting this basic material everywhere. I don't know what's wrong with me right now. I guess I'm terrible at multitasking. Okay. Flash gets time to be based. Are there any chats? Make sure I don't leave y'all hanging. I'm waiting a little bit to if you guys let it build up at all. I'll let the chat build up a little bit. That way I can at least base while you guys are doing it. But yeah, I don't know did you guys tell me if you guys changed your list at all? Did your list? I know that some of you people said they changed, and the points decreased. But like, are your units time changing, or are you still running like the Beast Boss? Are you still running 4 trucks? What are you trying to do? What are you guys doing? What are you leaning more towards? Are you moving away? Are you running 18 Nevcopters? Like, who are you guys? What are you guys doing? I know some of y'all are still running the Gargantuan Squig off, like daggers. And I can see why. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, that Gargantuan Squig is having success all over the place. The fact that he can be artist nails, just people are probably just mortified by that. Just mortified by the fact that your T13 with -1 to wound. I love that. I really do. If I had the ability, I would make my own, So yeah. Just because it's fun too. I mean, who doesn't like? I just like big stuff, like Of course, I get the nids so they can get beat up by my orcs, but I do appreciate seeing them like big monsters and everything. That's what makes them fun to kill. Like that's what makes them fun to crump. Like that they're big monsters. And the Gargantuan Squig is essentially a big old monster, and he's transporting. Oh, here we go. That was horrible basing on my end. My goodness, that looks terrible. I'm telling you guys, that's why you want to do it before you put the models down. I know a lot of you guys get super excited. You want to start playing with your gray. Just go right ahead off the bat. Pick a basing material that you like. Base that up. It only takes one night to dry up. and then start putting your models together on top of it. Even if you're gray, you got your base done, it'll make it nice when you go backwards. Otherwise, you're going to be like me and WAAAGH, where we're trying to base these flash kits while they're already on the base, and the flash kits are all low to the ground, barely carrying their guns. So you're over here sliding up on the bottom of it, getting some of your basing material on their feet next to their bullets. It's not a big deal. It's just my opinion, like advice, minor advice. All right, let me look at what your chat said because I was not looking. I also need some water. Hold on, I'm going to catch up wherever I was. The plan is to use all my flash bits and loot the Silent King throne. Yes, dude, I love that. I really, really like destroying Necrons. That's one of the armies that I like beating up the most. Just a variety of reasons, but to hear that kind of gets me going. I really like that. But I really, really do like beating up Necrons. The games can be difficult sometimes, but it's just fun to destroy them. No time to game. I need to paint from RTT. Yes, you do. And I need to base like I'm saying this right now. And yeah, I will encourage right now orc players get to the RTTs. Even if you don't see yourself as a competitive player, because our faction is unknown, we're going to do pretty dang well overall in the meta. Get out there, get games in. You might do better than you think you're going to do because people are not expecting you. Also, it's a good way to like build your own social network up, right? I'm into that greatly. I think having a good social network in life is good for us as people are the hobbyists. We don't want to be too secluded. You can meet a lot of not like-minded individuals, get games to people you're familiar with to avoid those gotcha moments, to avoid those corny, cheesy moments where you have to remember 26 different faction rules. That way you can feel like you had a fair game. Like, nah, you just play this guy. Hey, actually, I don't want to run something meta right now. Do you just want us to all bring one of something? Yeah, man, because he knows you, right? That's another benefit to going to RTT. So it's not even like you have to show up because you're a competitive person or you're trying to win necessarily the whole thing. You can show up because you want to network. And then with those people you network, you might find like-minded people. And then you can have more fun casual games and then not even always do that. Like that's totally viable too and an option. So that's why I promote RTTs and stuff like that, because I'm not really thinking, oh, you need to go out there and try to win first place. Definitely try to win because, we all like to be winners, but you'll gain so much more than that by just being there. I'm glad I caught the stream, but I got to go make tracks, else I will be late. Whoa! Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Get it done. Collect some teeth for Gork and for Mork. Did that Speed Freak games come out yet? Speed Freak game would be very thematic to the channel. Yes, I can't believe I almost forgot about that. Did that game come out is what I want to know, because that actually is a good idea. Yes. Speedball's ad might appear out of nowhere just because you said that, to be honest. It's hilarious. I want to know that out, and if it is, that's a great shout out, Dackers, because I don't know how, but I actually kind of forgot about that game was coming to fruition soon. Yes, I changed the unit of Storm Boys to bikers after your interview with the Big Mac. Yeah, he made a great point with that. I really do like that. And he did it before the meta changed to more small arms fire. I think that was a preemptive jump that ended up making sense and ended up playing into the future anyways, because the bikers went down in points. People are bringing more small arms fire. So to go from multiple unit Storm Boys, maybe just bring in bikers for that reason, to to survive, last a little longer, require more commitment, stuff like that is totally going to be useful and helpful, especially in this meta. So yeah, shout out to the Big Mac. Whoa, that baby wall. I told you cap the walls. I'm not trying to be demanding here, but how am I gonna proper wall when everything's in like small letters? Like wall. No. Whoa. That's how I like to do it. Plus, I'm making fun of you. I'm just making fun right now. I'm not actually critiquing you. Yes, the Speed game is out, but baby in beta. Okay. I almost feel like I want to write that down on a note, because that's really, really freaking cool. So yeah. I think, how about this, guys? We'll go 4 hours. That way we can match the one that me and David did. And then I can show them and then make them all happy and stuff. So we'll do 4 hours. And if anything, David might be waking up when we end this stream. Yeah. He might be waking up in Italy right now when with the stream ends, and then he might catch the end of it, and then we can WAAAGH him and then fall asleep. Speaking of sleep, whoa, peace out. Good night. The get you get. I appreciate you showing up. Appreciate it. My bits box consists of 2 other bit boxes that I got on eBay. Keep an eye out for them, lad. That's a good point. There's a good point. I've seen some of those on Facebook Marketplace, kind of cheap. You're not likely to get like janked off those because they're just bits, and sometimes people are just trying to get rid of them. You can haggle them a bit down and such. Yes, and any kit is an orc kit. Any kit can be an orc kit. So that was actually a good shout out. I appreciate that. So you guys are so, that's exactly what I'm looking for. You guys are more creative than me, thoughtful in different ways. Very, very useful. Let me do these flash kits. So yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys, I don't think you guys responded because I guess you guys have your hands full and are busy with that too. But yeah, I mean, I talked about the knob with wall banner here. I talked about the mega knobs. I mean, I talked about the battle wagon. I mean, the hunter rig is actually kind of playable, especially if you're going to run 20 and then a pain boss. Like, am I out of here? Like, am I being crazy? You know, we got the war bikers, obviously. Those were excellent. With the Big Mac interview, he talked about that. Big Mac made some good points. You know, I try to let him rant and get his points out because he had a lot to say and he was making sense. And I also didn't want the video to be too long. That way it was such an investment. That way when you guys see it, you know, you like it, you're familiar with them. That way if we ever do one again, that it could be longer or, you know, even more detail in the conversation. So that'd be awesome. Look at that. I got it. I got the other flash get. You get. Do. So yeah. Okay, I'm still painting. Don't worry, guys. Sorry, hobbying. Let's see. Yeah, guys. Yeah, so let me know what you guys are doing anyways. Just like in general with your list and your meta. The war boss came down in points. You know, the stuff on me. I'm being so messy right now with this basing material, guys. I got it on the mic. I got it on my arms. That's just my fault, though. It's being sloppy. And then I know someone was telling me earlier with the epoxy when I was starting to do the magnets, it was quite messy. I didn't use that one, and they said it was a mess to mess with. I almost feel like not opening it and just going and grabbing the Gorilla Glue one. As I heard, it was much better when I watched that video about the best epoxies for metal to plastic contact. So yeah, it was the Gorilla Glue epoxy seems the best if you're going to magnetize. Or like someone else said, you could just put like green stuff, you know, and that will hold the magnet for you. So that's totally a viable way too. Okay, guys, I'm almost doing it. We'll make it. By the time it's 4 hours, I'll definitely have all these based. I actually accomplished my task. It just took me 4 times longer than expected. No regrets. No regrets. All right. Let me get another one. Boop. War boss on bike with a Death Killer War Trike. Are you saying you're saying 2 different units, right? And they're leading 2 different ones, right? So I actually did run my war boss on bike. The only thing that disappoints me is you definitely feel the difference in his offensive output with such a low amount of attacks when the war boss gets so many attacks during the wall. I do wish the war boss on bike got some kind of throttle, even if it's not as high, to the amount of attacks he got. Ooh, ugly. I said you on, sorry. And then Death Killer War Trike, I think he's an excellent target for the super cyborg body for the 4-up Feel No Pain. You got me talking about Death Copters now. See what I mean? I think he's an excellent target for the 4-up Feel No Pain and his big base for the like flowerings or touching him to get into combat potential. So if I had to choose, I am slightly in favor of the Death Killer War Trike. I did run my war boss with knobs on war bikes, right? It did a little better than I expected defensively, but did worse than I expected offensively. And now that bikers have gone down in points, it's like I just got to bring more bikes. Sorry guys, like not guys, but in general, I was thinking that when I would put my list together and stuff, I'm like, man, I was trying to run these knobs on bikes, but the points difference and the offensive output of just the volume of punches and ablative wounds and da da da. I just favored the normal war bikers now at this point to a obvious degree because knobs war bike didn't get a points decrease. It's 125 for 3 guys, right? And I know they have one more wound, but it's 3 guys. Oh my gosh, here he comes back. Whoa! 18 dev copters. Whoa! You like how I had to walk, even though I knew it was gonna be a meme moment and that you were gonna do that. I still had to walk because you put it in all caps. That was pretty funny though. I knew you were gonna. When as soon as I said dev copters on accident, I'm like Maximo's gonna appear out of nowhere and start yelling about dev copters, and I have to respond, and then you did. So thank you for doing exactly what I was hoping. All right, guys. Now I'm basing a knob, just a straight basic knob with the power claw. Got to get these guys based up. It's funny I had so many things painted. I noticed like I had almost everything painted, but I didn't have everything based. Right? I had a lot of things based, but I didn't because they started to make like I don't like having like a huge pile of shame, but at the same time I don't get too much excitement about basing. So I had let that go, and then I was like, wait a second, I need these guys based right now. So I was getting done. I caught the interview earlier today. Very insightful. Top job. Thank you. Thank you. Whoa, whoa. I'm glad Brandon seemed to have fun when he did it. I'm glad it's getting a pretty good response. I'm glad there was something you guys gained from it. A couple of people have mentioned stuff that have gained from it, knowledge base. I tried to be a moderately acceptable interviewer, even though I've never done something like that before. Tried to do my little homework on it. And then Brandon had good energy, good flow, good information and stuff. And then the banners made it hopefully easier to follow the conversation too. So that was pretty cool. So thank you for the feedback. That's good. I'm glad to hear that because when other people in the community have success, we want to do interviews with them too, right? So you guys, if any of you guys go out there, do excellent, like in a GT or even do good at a GT level, stuff like that, we can have an interview too. It's not like it's just limited to Brandon just because he was around a long time. It's the whole. There's a lot of guys that have been around here that, like I think Rick Kincaid. I don't know your Discord name right now, and I don't think you actually watch all the time. But Rick Kincaid is an excellent player that I had seen, and like if he shows up and performs very highly well again, I can do an interview with him too. Like I don't think Brad Chester would ever do one with us because they have their own channel on Death and Glory. But it would be like a similar thing there too. So I'm open to it. Of course, we want it to be like a certain level of like insight and like accomplishment as a whole. But yeah, I mean, if you're running super thematic lists and different stuff, I mean, that can happen too. And that's what I want to encourage. That's why I would do it, because it would be encouraging to everybody as a whole. People could hear firsthand knowledge from how stuff goes, because I do enjoy doing the WAAAGH Wednesday, but then sometimes I don't have the context for how these matchups went. And then I'm really, really like, man, I wish I had the context for that matchup because that really could have gone either way. But dude just won so decisively. What happened? Like, and sometimes you want to know that, and that's what an interview can be, So thanks. Yeah. Basing here. I'm running. Luckily, we are going 4 hours because I'm running out of steam and chat's running out of steam, but I don't blame you guys because it's like 1 a.m. here now. And then I know we got some reinforcements to the WAAAGH from some of our fellows from across the pond and all over the world. So I appreciate all you guys for showing up and giving us that nice extra WAAAGH energy to keep us going strong. This will be very hard to watch back considering that we won't have the timestamp for a little bit. So you that are here, you that did appear, I appreciate you greatly and thank you. And it went better than I expected, with more responses than I expected, for much longer than I expected. So this is nothing but good, and it does nothing but encourage me to do more. you know, because I was over here thinking like, man, I really need a very strong presentation right now. But then when I started doing my presentation video about those Mega Knob tactics, I was like, I think I can make this better. So then I started to feel like, well, if I can make it better, I can't post it like this. So then I held back on it and chose to do this, and ended up being a good idea. Dang, guys, I'm almost done I'm almost done basing those guys up. And here my War Boss and Mega Armor chilling. I posted on my progress in the Discord. I'm incapable. Shouldn't say I can't. I'm incapable pulling it up in Discord, but I will look in and respond to it. And because this hobby stream's going so well, guys, don't be surprised if we do a third stream during the week sometimes, like on a Sunday or whatever, just so I can interact with you guys, because we're always going to have our WAAAGH Wednesdays. I think I just really like doing that. I think it's informative. It helps me and some of you just kind of see the meta as a whole where orcs are. But then on Fridays, I like to kind of come up with like a theme sometimes, more of the time than not, or an idea. But don't be surprised if either sometimes the Fridays are hobby streams, or if I just do a third stream in a different time during the week. And then that becomes another thing that comes out of the schedule, because you guys are responding so well to it. It allows me to get ahead and hobbying and like get into hobbying again, and not be completely drowned and left behind thinking that I have to just only do a bunch of Math Hammer or research constantly. I mean, I like doing it because it makes me a better player, but it does take the time and such. And then as a whole, is about the community and being around you guys. I mean, look how long we've been going. Bam. All you guys are around here. It's pretty awesome. So I'm still going. I'm going to finish these guys going. I keep catching these second and third waves of energy. It's pretty awesome. I think David will be surprised as well, because we just kind of flex to this as well. And yeah, we are exactly what Wilkert said. We're worldwide. Whoa! And then Brum, hello. Brum. It's 8:12 here, but I'm glad I caught my first stream. Just finished painting up Zagra last night. 8:02. I assume that this is in the morning. Yeah, or yeah. Well, I'm friggin' glad you're here, man. That's really cool. I don't think I've seen you comment like on a live stream before. So thank you for being here and for being supportive. I appreciate you. It keeps me going. And like Maxwell was saying, let's get it done. Finish strong. That's exactly what I got to hear. Oh, let me sit up in my chair, dude. You sit up in my chair. All right. You're right. Let me finish strong. Let me keep this going. We only got like 20 minutes left of our little wall energy right here. We're gonna keep it up. I feel good. I got so much done. And you guys gave me ideas of, because I did really want ideas of like what you guys. I'll say it one more time. I want ideas from what you guys want to see me use, RTTs, maybe even GT level, instead of just running with the typical truck, or like 18 squiggle, 18, squiggle. Like, I do want to run like stuff that you guys are feeling is coming, and I think something or that you guys want to see for your collections as well, or to promote like the ways you guys like to play different, etc. Which is why I'm considering using Mega Knobs. Because the War Boss and Mega Armor is very common, like someone brought up earlier, for the Combat Patrol. Defcopters are very common for the Combat Patrol. So if keep that in mind, I can maybe try to come up with an idea with that, right? Try to come up with a list that's playable. Sure, maybe I'll lose to the top table winners handily, but I can have great games until like mid-table, mid-boards with playing stuff that's not even meta, as long as I play well and stick to my guns and have some kind of cohesion in my list, of course. I think having like one Maz maybe on the list wouldn't, having the Maz on the list wouldn't be terrible, since most people are just going to have him to collect in general, since he's a named character. And if you magnetize his torso, like I said before, you can just put the Beast Boss on top. So if at any point Maz gets nerfed and doesn't become meta and you want your Beast Boss, magnetize that torso, pop Maz right off, and put the Beast Boss back on. So I think he might be still staying on the list or be brought up on the list, because most people I think will end up bringing or owning him. So I'm thinking Mega Knobs, maybe boys, just straight up boys, not snagga boys. Maybe one unit of Squig Hog boys on the list. I don't know if they'll make it, but one unit of Squig Hog boys on the list, because I think some people will definitely have at least one unit. such like that. So let me know what you want me to be doing. Let's see. What did I miss here? Oh, Brum coming in with that fresh juice, with that fresh wall energy. It's true. It's true. And YouTube, you've been here a long time and assisting a lot. So I appreciate you greatly, Joe. You've been motivating. Oh, Aussie 445. Okay. That's pretty awesome. Aussie. Sorry. I was just say that because I watch UFC and Robert Whittaker all the time. So whenever I say Aussie out loud, I start saying that. 4:45 p.m. Damn, completely on the other side of the world type thing, right? That's crazy to think about. Yeah, here it's. Let me look at it again at the timer. It is 1:18. That's the time it is here. 1:18 in the morning. That's not bad. Not bad at all. That's just enough time all across the board. Da. Okay. I'm almost done, guys, here with this basing. I'm actually feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm getting the hobbying done. We chatted, we talked. I got good ideas. I got stuff all over my mic. I got, ideas for the channel. I got motivated. Like, this ended up being way better than I expected, to be honest, guys, and it's because of you. So thank you. Let's go. Okay, nice. Yeah, guys, I'm almost getting this done. I got the whole little band of brothers over here above the greenskins over here. James, I still haven't gotten in my first game yet. I'm finishing up the rest of my first army. I just need to paint one beast boss, one knob with banner. It's 2016, 2016 in here in Hawaii. And okay, so you guys you're at a good time here. You're just far enough back that it's not very late at night. It's only like 8 p.m. You guys are doing good. That's a good time to be hobbying. Settle down, wind down your day again. Your day. I know me sometimes when I would like paint. It helps me kind of like relax and end up falling asleep later when I would have to paint all my collection and stuff. And it's cool that you're actually painting all your stuff before you're playing because, like I said, it's immersive when your stuff's painted. You and your opponent will appreciate it, regardless of how the fight goes. As long as you don't lose like the one model you spent 8 hours painting and then it dies on turn one, that's the only time that it's not that it doesn't feel good. Yup, got the Discord open, been watching your picks come in. Oh, nice. We've been presenting that, and I want to save pictures from the Discord, stuff like that. That way I can show them like I did earlier over here. Bam. But I want to show actual pictures from the Discord and memes and stuff that I could pull up, throw them up on here when we're talking about the chat, stuff like that. Direct examples, really fun. So glad Hawaii has a teleport. Take me back to 2016. Oh man, talking about 2016. That's making me feel a little old, I guess, is it? UFC fights tonight. Yeah. Okay, another UFC fan. Yeah, you got Shevchenko trying to get her belt back. And then speaking of the Aussie, right, we got the upset out there with last week with the Adesanya losing to Strickland. So yep. Yeah, that's the main sport I watch. I mean, there's a lot of good sports, obviously, but right now that's the main thing I watch is just the UFC MMA for the most part. That's what I watch. If I do watch any kind of sporting endeavor, but there's a lot of good sports. I mean, basketball's an entertaining sport. Football's an entertaining. Soccer players are highly respected and entertaining. So there's a lot of things going on. But I think me and a greenskin, I just appreciate a proper scrap. Just goes across the board for me. Oh, and if you know what the UFC is, maybe you know who this gym is. Team Curran, right? Ugh. Yeah, so that's where I used to train. So yeah, I mean I've always been a fan of that. UFC fights nice tonight. Yeah, I've been a fan of it for a long time. So yeah, and being a proper greenskin, that's exactly why I appreciate a proper scrap. It's just who I am. It's just who we are. Okay. Let's see. All right, guys. I only got like 4 models left. I'm literally making it to the countdown timer. I'm feeling like such a like efficient person right now. My goodness. Earlier in chat was going. I was getting involved, and I was like, wait a second, I'm supposed to be hobbying, and then I totally fell apart from the hobbying aspect of the stream. But you guys got me back on track. You guys have motivated me to finish strong, stay focused. So I'm definitely gonna do that. Can't let y'all down. We're gonna do this, guys. We're gonna make it to the 4 hours, a little over the 4 hour mark. We're gonna make David surprised, make us proud. A little bit too much on the guy's foot. And I got stuff done. Sorry, I'm dropping models over here a little bit. Sorry. So the half dozen of you that are left, you green skins, I salute you. We're in this together right now. Really, I punch you and knock your teeth out. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't punched you yet. Okay, guys. Did I show you guys my hideous war boss? Look at this. Yeah, he's hideous. I got to give him a repainting. But in response, I will show you this awesome Grottweiler. All right. Let's go. Let's see. Did you respond? Oh, here we go. Yeah. UFC fights tonight, just in case you haven't watched, guys. It's fun. Yep. We are in the future. I get the Wednesday show on Tuesday. That's a good point. Now you're gonna be messing with my psyche the whole time when when I'm going into that, because when you do comments and I do see you all the time. So just do me a favor, don't say that while I'm streaming. I might just get lost in the sauce, like a Rick and Morty episode. I know you meant Thursday. I'm tripping. Sorry, you said it right here. I'm tripping too, but yes, that's hilarious. You guys are in the future. Use a beast, boss. Let's get it. Whoa. Okay. I gotta keep going. You're right. I gotta get it. Got to keep it going. I'm almost in here. Speaking of the beast boss, I got him base too, actually. I got him base today from the stream. And I got these beast tanker boys that I didn't have painted. Because like I said earlier, I don't like go out and get a ton of everything. Like I literally only own 20 beast tanker boys. But they're all painted. And now they're actually all based. So yeah, like what I say to you guys is exactly kind of how I think. Like I'm not a rocket science here or like a super genius or a long time super hobbyist. I'm trying to, as like I guess at this point I am pretty advanced, like on my collection and stuff, but not overly advanced like some guys who have everything and duplicates and mass. What I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, I've learned just enough to advise on what you're gonna do. I can remember because it was recent enough to when I started my collection, the pros, the cons, the mistakes I made. And that's what I try to advise as well as like how I approach when I went to tournaments and results, because I'm a highly competitive individual in many aspects of life. But then I realized, like, if you always take that to Warhammer, some people might not love it for that reason. Some of us, we use it as just a chill point, right? And I think there's a nice medium in there. And I think RTTs are a great spot for that. And then once you're comfortable with those, move on to the GTs when you really want to test yourself. And start bringing like 3 of the 3 18 squig hog boys, stuff like that. You could do that at GTs, RTTs too. Trust me, you'll meet guys that are ready to do that too. But what I'm saying is, when you get to the mindset of moving into that kind of gameplay is when you will. But you can be a beginner, a collector, a newer player, an intermediate player, and go to RTTs, have great success, have great experience, while still playing the theme and the way that you want to play. Okay, that's just true. You might not go 3-0, but you dang well can go 2-1. You might go 3-0, and then someone else might just score more points than you. So it's still going to be awesome. So let me do this. Dang, guys, I'm almost done here. I literally have him, the war boss, left to base. I'm so excited. My old war boss. The reason why I'm baiting that ugly war boss, even though I have the newer ones as well, is because I'm considering at the Armed Forces GT, it has very dense tables. They run WTC tables that were here to hinder towering. I know I'm repeating myself, but in case people are new, the reason I want that is because I'm considering running 2 war bosses on my list with mobs of boys. I know you guys looking at me like, what? But I'm telling you guys, I really like running mobs. And I'm thinking 2 units. I'm thinking knob with wall banner with the war boss, and then the other war boss with my knobs with power claws and such. But I'm getting to the point that I might drop the knobs with the power claws and literally go into the tech piece that I said of the mega knobs with the big mech. So you guys have been making me think, and then now I'm like, Do I want to find a reason or excuse to put DevCopters on the list? At least at the RTT level, yes. Maybe not at the GT level, at the Armed Forces, because that might cost me extreme games. But for RTT level, yeah. Let's see. I actually left that on for a long time. That kept me going. Thank you. Yeah, you meant Thursday. Nice. I went out and bought everything. Now I'm a growling trying to get dude, I can relate because when I got into Warhammer, it was like November, right? And I know very, very well because I got into Warhammer um like 1 or 2 months before COVID-19 popped off. And I said the word. Hopefully I don't get blackmailed listed by YouTube. And like I said, I'd gotten into a car accident in that November and I couldn't do what someone said here, orc jutsu anymore. And so I couldn't do that stuff anymore. So I was like hobbling around a GW store and all that. And it became Christmas time, and I ended up getting a bunch of just boxes, just like I had a mountain boxes, and then I had them in my living room. And I remember at one point I looked over at it and I was like, "That's a lot. How am I going to hobby on that?" So don't be drowned. Don't get left behind. Hopefully, this 4 hour stream helped you make some kind of progress, or maybe you're just interacting the whole time. I don't know. I appreciate you regardless. But, and keep in mind, of course, I know you told me you contrast paint. Don't burn yourself out on the hobbying part by getting too detailed and such. Right now, just try to get baseline stuff going, right? Like if you're teaching a new person how to do push ups and pull ups because you were in the army too, if you're teaching someone how to become physically fit, you're not going to have them immediately hit the hardest workouts and go for the longest amount of time and hit a 10-mile ruck march with the pack with full battle rattle. You're not going to do that, right? You're going to build them up. Do that with your hobby collection too. Build it up to a point that you'll have everything at your disposal, but maybe not everything's fully 100% painted, but it's getting close to battle ready. And then at that point, boom, then you start to accelerate and go up, up, up. You can do it. Why did I think of Waterboy when you? Why did I think of Waterboy like with that dude? And you can do it. That's what I started to think of when you said that. It's still motivating because I just got this dude left, but that's exactly what I thought. You mentioning grappling at the Army GT OJJ Orc Jiu-Jitsu. I think we'd get kicked out if I started grappling someone. But that's hilarious. Yeah. I know that when I was in Vegas, I was like, I want to grapple Jack Harpster, but he had, I think it was bronchitis, right? And then I was like, I want to grapple Mark Perry, and then Mark Perry has like 50 pounds on me right now. It might be more. I heard Mark Perry is like 300 pounds or more than 300 pounds, right? I'm pretty sure he's more than 300 pounds. So, yeah, he'd be a thick boy because I'm 225 right now at 6'2". So let's see. Now I have to get all of it painted for a tournament. Dude, that's a lot. But you said you have until next year, so you can definitely do it. OJJ. I'm trying to get Mega Knobs with the Big Mac. I'm going to try the Mega Knobs with the Big Mac. Yeah. I know Brandon's been really into that. We talked about Brandon earlier, even though he's running Beast Snacker Boys right now. He started with Kill Tanks and Mega Knobs. And that was before they got the points decrease. And we know all these shooting armies got buffs, which means having that built-in 4-up, having the unit that comes back, having the unit that heals might just really be where we're going to end up being at alongside the squigs and the trucks too, right? But I'm just saying alongside, because I'm in love with knobs, but they still do lack the save. They do have a little bit less toughness, even with the built -1 to wound. They're a bit pricey, stuff like that. So I can see knobs not taking a back seat, but becoming more in even line with the mega knobs. I can't even get these in line. There you go. I've been waiting to see Billion Clown Farms post tournament video. Yeah. I was thinking about that too. I was like, I wonder if he's going to talk about it. Maybe he won't because he gets the he didn't get like a 3-0 results, but I don't think that should hinder him. Or maybe because he edits his videos, it takes longer, right, guys? Because like I know he doesn't put like a ton of effort. He said that himself into things. So I don't know how much he edited either. But I don't edit anything when I come on here, right? You guys seen that pretty much every presentation that you find on the channel so far, like with tactics or anything, are from live streams. The only thing that wasn't a live stream that we've recorded, that we've posted, was the interview with Brandon. So yeah, like I mean, he might just be trying to edit it. You know, he puts up pictures for it, gives a feedback. He might write a summary for it. That way, he brings all the details because he was very good in his other summary, or maybe he just didn't think it was worth it for a large event like that. I mean, I think he has a Discord though that his people can ask him. I'm not in that Discord. I pretty much get a good amount of interaction on the Discord that we're all in, and our, you know, my Discord, our Discord. So if he does end up saying he's going to post a video, that'd be cool to find out, and then I'd watch it. I'd watch it, especially because I kind of did a segment on it, and I kind of just want to hear what he says. Yeah. Death copters are the best. They're cheap. They're shooting. They got the deep strike, beakies and knife ears. Ain't got a chance. That's funny. It's kind of, I know it's not like they're amazing in all reality, but yeah, man, they really do have like a certain kind of play. Like they have enough punches to mess up with knife ears and get decent movement. They're the only other unit that has built-in deep strike other than Storm Boys, so there's a chance. And then when their rockets do hit, even though they're most likely not gonna hit, but when they do hit, that flat 3 damage is excellent. It feels really good. So yeah, I mean, Def Coptas, for that reason, dropping down to 100 points. They're definitely stronger than, like, tougher than a Storm Boy unit. I mean, we just talked about small arms fire and such like that, right? Def Copters aren't exactly durable, but if they get shot at, there's a chance 2 of them die and 1 stays alive. And you still do stuff. And sometimes, guys, those leftover orc units are enough to just mess your enemy up. Go start touching them, try to jump on an objective for OC. I'm pretty sure Def Copters might even have 2 OC. Now you're making me want to look at that. Now I'm looking up Def Copters, you guys. Are you guys influencing me right now to just start playing like with Def Copters? It's hilarious. I'm like very much sure that Def Copters have 2 OC though. Like I'm gonna double check because I don't know one of you guys is gonna check anyways and correct me. So I might as well check right now. Yeah, they do. Boom. Yeah, so Def Copters actually do have 2 OC. And their rockets are twin linked, and then they do have access to the custom Mega Blaster that is hazardous. And then I think they have that flight bomb ability, right? Each time this unit ends a normal move, you can select one enemy unit. It moves over during that move and roll 1d6 for each model in that unit. On a 4+, they suffer a mortal wound. So, not a great ability. It really isn't. But they have deep strike. And it's nice to try to get mortal wounds on people. Yeah, they do have deep strike, yes. And if that's why I would say I would try to use them for that reason, right? There you go, another big get. Yeah, I'm 6'2" as well. The biggest is the best. Yeah, there's a guy at my work that's like, I think we were talking, and he's like 6'6", but he weighs like 210 pounds. I'm like, bro, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. Like, I'm just saying like, it's quite a large fella to be so light, you know? Yeah, it was Waterboy. Waterboy. Oh wait, that was Warriors. What am I doing? You can tell it's a little last 4 hours, right? I'm about to do the Warriors thing when they do when the guy has his bottles on his hand. He's like, "Come out to play." That old movie. I like that movie though. I'm going to pull them out of the foam home. You have them from home? Hold on. I'm gonna show you my Def Copter. Ta-da. Yeah, I wasn't joking. I have my Def Copters right here. And this is here. I mean, I base them a little. I don't go overboard, but this is essentially how the basing goes for me, right? So, yeah. I have my Def Copters. And then the one model that I really do like that if I could play is Me Def Dread. If you guys ever looked at the community, the tab and such, this is the Def Dread we used for our art or the picture, with his crazy face and stuff and the 4 arms. So yeah, this is Me Def Dread. I do like Def Dreads. Just right now, I think they're a little too pricey to play. Unless you're playing like fully casually, of course, right? Well, and yeah, we're past the 4-hour mark, guys. I appreciate you. I'm gonna keep going. I just meant I'm gonna give you the countdown. I'll probably go for like 5 more minutes or so, whatever it is, slowly dwindle down. So if you have anything else you guys want to say, let me know. But I appreciate you guys, of course, and thank you very much. I might pop into the Discord for a little bit after this and talk. Like I said, now that you guys seen, I put pictures up from the Discord. I hadn't done that for a bit, but that's the whole point. We put pictures up from the Discord. I want to get those out of there, throw them up on here so you guys can see stuff like that. So thank you for motivating and encouraging me, and I hope to do the same and keep it going with you. So you said, I want to get better with TTS and test an army with mech workshop. Oh, okay. Mechs and 18 I'm telling you, dude, I was like super serious into this, and then dude freaking threw 18 helicopters at me again. That was freaking hilarious. As long as I'm gonna entertain the conversation. We're gonna keep this going. But the mechs, right? Remember, the mechs don't do it to the unit, they do it to one model. And I'm just saying that just in case anybody else keeps that in mind too, right? The mech will give one of those models plus one to hit, because the rule as written is one model basis. But and yeah, I mean the mech shop workshop, I have one of those too. I actually really have mine too. And people have been trying to find ways to play it. So if you can do that, yeah. TTS is like one of those things where you can just like spam or bring a bunch of other things just to see how it would go, without having to invest the money and the time to paint it and build it. It would just sit behind a wall, healed by mechs, and drop bombs on them. Just coming out, dropping bombs, and just rolling dice. Like, here, guys, this is what my army does. This is what we do. We're about that life. That's really fun. I like that. And I like at first Maxo was like talking about 18 death copters, and it made me laugh. And then chat just started to feed off it. Like, dude, you guys are such orcs. You guys are such orcs. I swear. Do death copters get plummeting for being faced on the keyword? Well, we have to read, because now you're making me think about it. I don't think so, but let's look. And it would be now I really want to know if they get that. I don't think they do, but because you're getting plunging fire from being on a building, right? Oh, hold on. Benefit of cover, barricades, runes, house structures. Of course, you have to ask me a technical question, right? When I'm getting off, I'm like, wait a second, this is a great question. I want to know. My goodness, where is this? I read plunging fire. Plunging. It says each time a model that is wholly within this terrain feature makes a ranged attack, if that model is 6 inches or more vertically from ground level, and every model in that target unit is at ground level, and improve that armor penetration by 1. So yes, you're actually right. You can. Yeah. Yeah, I'm reading it. Each time a model that is wholly within the terrain feature, and I mean, you can fly up and stand on the terrain feature because you're a flying model. That was actually a good idea. That little bit of the little tiny bit of extra tech, right? Okay, I see that. Okay. Plunging fire on the death copter. For -3. He said, "These late night streams are the only time my weird boy 18 death copters would get any attention." No, I mean, since you've been saying this since the beginning, and I mean, all our streams are kind of a bit later in the evening, as like our hourly schedule kind of works, and I tend to read like all the comments for the most part. I mean, yeah, and even if I was doing like a normal 1 hour like or whatever stream, at the end I always read them anyways. But yours is getting more momentum because it's been brought up, and then because it's like a casual conversation. Yeah, everybody's like, wait a second, Jeff got this, and then like it's going, and I'm not mad about it because it goes in hand with what we've been talking about as a whole, right? And now we've learned another good idea by WAAAGH that like plunging fire, mech heal wall heals death copter. Oh my god. Mech boy workshop is one model. Okay, the mech workshop you're saying. Okay. I get what you're saying then. Yeah. Okay. Dude, and yeah, I'm down for it. I mean, there's been a couple times people have brought up the mech workshop. That's actually the first conversation me and Big Mech Brandon had, as he was trying to talk to me about the Big Mech workshop. And I'm just like, yeah, dude, totally. But do you own one? And then he's like, yes, I actually do. And I was like, me too. So now he's like, yeah, we're the few that actually have the actual Mech Workshop. Excellent. And mine is very horribly painted, but it has some paint on it. Technically, I guess it's battle ready. Yes. Oh, we have a new git has entered the chat. Shmulok. I can't even read. Shmulok. Sorry, I'm illiterate sometimes. Yeah, to fill you in, we've been going 4 hours. The mark was 4 hours, but we've passed that because we're still going. We're probably going to be settling it here soon. We did talk about a couple things. One was how to bring something that's a little bit different than the meta, or what I perceive as what the meta is going to be. I was thinking about bringing maybe in the meta. I think it's the top table is going to be like for orcs at least performing is going to be like Squig Hog Boys, Truck Still, Flash Gits, Mazrog Skill, all that stuff, right? But what I'm trying to say is I want to relate to the intermediate casual people. Therefore, I want to bring and also portray the way that I say to play is, it's not always about totally winning outright. It could be a part of the experience. You're still going to try to win. You're still going to try to do good, but you're not going to sweat about it and just buy stuff to follow the meta, put it together, paint it, and then get a data slate change. And then your 3 beast bosses on foot now cost an extra 20 points each. You're not even going to run them anymore, right? So I want to practice what I preach. And what I preach is it's about the experience of a proper scrap. A proper scrap means it can go both ways and it's a good fight. I'm not saying get annihilated in the table in 2 seconds. So a couple things we talked about were like Knob with Wall Banner, Mega Knobs, Def Coptas, Battle Wagons. Now we're saying the Big Mech Workshop. War Bikers over Storm Boys have been mentioned a little bit. Def Killer War Trek with the 4-up Feel No Pain. Just summarizing some of the things we talked about. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. I'm thinking I'm bringing some Def Coptas to try and encourage people in our TT level. Maybe for my GT lists or something, I'm going to tech more into Mega Knobs. And I do have those kill tanks from Brandon that he ended up sending to me. I think at the Armed Forces GT, it's not going to be good enough terrain for that. It's going to be too dense. But at Dragonfall, which is another event I haven't looked too much into, but it's in the area, I'm thinking that's going to be a bit more of the casual level because it's one of those giant, like an Adepticon kind of events. So I'm thinking I could bring the kill tanks. Yeah, I'll be a little memey. Yeah, I might get shot to pieces, but that would be pretty dope. Yes, plunging. Said, I've been missing the streams, returning for the wall alignment. Yeah, you haven't been around for a bit. You were, but I mean, it comes and goes. Everybody's been busy. At different time zones, stuff like that. And it's awesome. I mean, I don't know what time it is where you're at right now, but I mean, we're going 4 hours in and suddenly we just got another 3 or 4 viewers when we were starting to dwindle and peter out. And all of a sudden we must have entered another time zone because you guys are just appearing out of nowhere. And I'm here for it. Technically I could go another 15 minutes because then it'll be 2. And then I guess it's a better time to start. So, all right. So let me see what you said. Because actually your next comment was interesting. I've been using Mech Workshop and it feels so good against Tau. Interesting. What are you running with it? Come on, go ahead and elaborate. There's only about a dozen of us gets in here from time to time. You might as well let us know. We've been talking about Mech Shots on the Def Comp. This ain't the comp. This isn't a comp talk, man. This is about us talk and playing Orks to the optimally how we want to play, man. That sounds excellent to me. Let's see what's going on. I want to hear it. Oh, even Discord is popping off right now, guys, while we've been in this Discord. I mean, that's awesome. People were talking in Discord this whole time while we've been talking and doing the live stream, which is cool because that's what I want. That's why I wanted to do this because this is how I talk back to you as a whole in the community once we talk a bunch on Discord too. So yeah, I like that. I'm here for it. But I'm definitely going to look at this Mech Workshop real quickly again. I know it has a bunch of different abilities and perks it gives. I tend to not like make space for the points, but I mean, am I going to be one of them gets? So he gets each time a range attack is allocated to a model, if that model is not fully visible to every model in the attacking unit, because of this fortification, that model has the benefit of cover. Yeah, you can give like anything like vehicle related and such a cover, of course. When this fortification is set up, all parts of it must be 1 inch from another in the vehicle. Okay. At the end of the movement phase, each friendly orc vehicle model. Okay, that's interesting because that means each def copter, I guess. But I mean, you're only going to lose 1 in turn, I guess. Not really. But it's each vehicle model within 12 inches regains up to D3. Okay. Last one. Engagement range. That unit can still be selected, but each time it's made, unless that is made with a pistol, subtract 1 from the hit rolls. Okay. Models in that unit do not need to take a desperation test due to fallback while battle shocked, except for those with move. Okay, they move over. Okay. Yeah, you're giving. Is it because you're healing or because you're getting the cover and still able to stand kind of in open due to this? It is only T9. I think that's why I ended up not doing it for 80 points, which is bothering me because trucks. But that's when trucks were like 50 points, right? But I'm not hating it. I'm not hating it. Whoa! Oh, the Mark Bruce. What? Where you coming from, boy? Mark Bruce ain't been around for a bit. What's up? Whoa! Yeah, we're coming near the end here, Mark Bruce. We've been going for a hot minute. We've been talking about a lot of different things. Here's my war boss and mega armor. He's sliding around with his magnets. Nice to see you. We are gonna slowly start to get off here as it's pretty late here and all that, but it was a very successful stream, so I actually expect to do these more often. It's a huge long train to soak the storm surge damage. It felt so good. So they shot at him, and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, it's because it has so many gaps and holes in it. You could just. So that's pretty awesome. Interesting. And like you said, it's against Tau. And then a Tau player can be like, I don't like that. Let me shoot it, and then it could take longer than they expect to kill it. Okay. I'm listening. Got my attention a little. There we go. Big Mac Brandon would like to hear that too. Gonna hit the squig. Night balls. Peace out, you get. Whoa, thanks for being here. And I appreciate all you guys. You guys have been definitely helped me going because I went longer, like 4 times longer than I ever expected. It's 6 pieces too, so you can stretch it out both healing and cover. Yeah, it is a bunch of different pieces, moves along, and it's pretty transparent in itself because it's really just like a frame, like a skeletal frame. So your guys can still shoot also. I don't know exactly what you're bringing to shoot that back with, but there are options. Thomas Hip. Whoa! Yes, that was one of our late night walls. My neighbor's probably like, what the heck? This guy's screaming up there and stuff. Yeah, but we got so much done. I got a bunch of hobbying done. Show you guys some stuff that was going on with me, a little more personal and cool. Talk about a bunch of different topics. Talk about different lists. I got a better idea of maybe what I want to bring. Started doing because I'll just be upfront, guys. Right? I was at a crossroads for my list designs. Was I going to participate in what's the known, well-driven meta of Squig Hog Boys, trucks, stuff like that. And then a bunch of trash for scoring, like bikers and storm boys, or what I was going to relate more to the community as a whole, or like somewhere in the intermediate in the middle, and say, hey, I'm going to bring what I want to bring that's fun, and I'm going to bring stuff that can still do good, but not optimal. So I'm still going to bring like some trucks, but instead of bringing 5 or 6, which I do own, 5, and I could just Torx prime the 6, or even 4. But I'm thinking maybe 3, like, flash kits, because I do want to bring flash kits as they're fun, and I never get, I've had them for years and never really got to use them optimally in any kind of way. So I'm gonna have one for flash kits, and then maybe for mega noms. But then also, like when I go to Dragonfall, which should have like less dense tables, then I can bring kill tanks and mega noms, like keep that theme going. Very fun. So I was like in a crossroad, and I think after this stream, I'm thinking I will still try to obviously win, still try to bring stuff that's somewhat relative and competitive, but I do want to bring stuff that's different, and I want to bring stuff that's more relatable to you guys as a community, because people don't I mean, not everybody has or even wants to have 18 Squig Hog Boys and then hobby on that. Some people don't want to run 5 trucks. Sometimes you just want to run 2 or 1. Like, so I want to relate more to that. If I had like a Morkanaut as well as a Gorkanaut, like, right, because I only have a Morkanaut, I'd probably consider running that. If I had like another painted kill rig, because I have my one painted kill rig, I would consider that. But I'm like, let me go to a little bit what I'm aware of, but not totally dive in, and then I can still catch up in hobby and such. And then when the codex comes out, we can definitely know. Yeah, new gets are creeping in suddenly. You guys are coming out of nowhere. I must have hit a different time zone and everything like that. At one point, we got down to 4. At another point, we were up to like 15, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm surprised. And like I said, this is going much longer than I expected. I was nervous before this started that I'd be talking to Zero, and no one would entertain a conversation with me. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, if you download it, I think it gives us like the full time just because you download it. So that's super helpful. Super thank you. I appreciate that in your Magnus picture. And I hope your family is okay. I mean, I really genuinely do. It's a big deal. And but I totally understand. You don't have to go into detail or anything, but I appreciate you. And yes, I will definitely say this. I know Art of War even conceded to a certain extent that Ork are like a top 5 faction right now. I think, yeah, a lot of ways we are a very, very powerful. I don't think we have any super direct predators. I think we have matchups that are kind of maybe even mid-table that could kind of meet you and actually beat you in some of your lists, but we will still have the advantage for the most part, and we're still going to be doing better into the top tier factions than other factions would do. So I mean, yeah, man, I'm right on side board with you. I mean, we're gonna be really good, and that's why I'm trying to promote people in the community. Go ahead and play the RTT level, even if you're not considering yourself a competitive player, because we're overall like a small, not a very popular faction, and you can just catch people off guard. They're not being used nearly as much as what you would imagine from a faction that's been around as long as we are, right? So yeah, I mean, before everybody catches on and all that, just jump in, start playing RTTs, have fun, even if you don't care to go first or win first. It's like you can still have great success and meet people and network and such. That's really what I'm trying to promote. You have 30 flash you have 30 flash kits, don't you? Don't you? Spam the gits. No, I have 15 flash kits. I have 15 flash kits and 15 ludas that are painted. So I guess I'll just kind of do those and bring on the DACA. Got off late. BPSS here now. Gonna download if that helps. Well, thank you. I mean, if you do it, it does, because I think it counts as watch time if you just download it. Someone was telling me that before. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. So yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. And I'm sorry, like I said, Dave is not in town right now. He's in Italy for work. Otherwise, normally for something like that, like David would try to timestamp some of these and at least some relevant points, because he's like that. And I'm just trying to do more content, still be on time with the schedule and interactive with the community. We've been going. I mean, the subs have been climbing even while David's gone and such. The community's still growing and being helpful by interacting with me constantly and participating in Discord and giving me feedback. So that definitely helps anyways. So yeah. Hold on, I think I got another shit. I'm cleaning it up here because I think I based on my. Oh wait, actually, this guy needs a little bit more. Oops, I almost didn't finish it. The last guy almost didn't even finish basing. I would have been sad. Let me put this up again. I just picked like the hardest piece of diorama thing ever. Put it on there. It was like a little brick. Hold on. I'm like, I will base you. I got this. All right. I'm merch. I am. How's it merging? I'm finishing this basing material onto this one war boss, this old war boss. That way I can finish him. That way, if I do choose to run a mobbing, if I choose to go mobbing with the boys and bring multiple war bosses, they're gonna be based up. And like I said, I was considering mobbing with the boys, as in like I put a war boss with the knob with wall banner. Oh man, can you imagine? Like, that's so silly, yet it might actually work. Your war boss gets 2 walls where he gets like a buttload of attacks right there. Like, I know it's not super meta, but I'm so into the idea. I'm just so into the idea, especially because I've been running that unit with just the knob, and not even with a war boss or anything, and it's been doing actually pretty excellent. Of course, it hasn't been at the top level, but it's been like against people who are playing seriously and are bringing lists that they choose to bring to RTTs, and I'm like, nah, with WAAAGH banner, and then I win. I'm like, oh, that worked. That was actually excellent tech piece. Wow. So, but I'm trying to make like a whole mobbing list right now, which might be going a little overboard, but I don't care. I don't care. If it doesn't work out, it's fine. We have the whole rest of the edition, you guys. We have the whole rest of the edition. This is Index Hammer. Look at that Tyranid. Sorry, let me look at that Tyranid codex, right? And just think, oh wait, I think someone actually said something relevant to that. So I rant again because I said I was only going to go for like 5 minutes, and here we are, another 25 minutes in. Goodness, how am I talking to you guys so much? You guys are all interesting, helpful kids. All right. I just want to reply to this before I keep ranting. Are the Killicans a good box to have? Yes. So like I said with this dude, he is an Age of Sigmar model that is kit bash from Killican bits, right? That's like Killicans. His feet are actually Killican bits. His knee pads are actually some cut up Killican bits. These are shoulder pads on shoulder pads from Killican bits. That in his actual gauntlet is a bit that I cut to pieces from a Killican bit. And they just give you a bunch of bits in general that will give you like orky armor. And I like Killicans. I mean, I like them as models. I mean, they've been several times good in the meta. Shoot, they might just creep in all of a sudden again with that T6 and having a 3-up armor save. I don't know. I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying, like, you never know. If we could somehow give them +1 to hit in combat, to hit on 3s, I'd be much more likely to play them, to be honest, because they have that flat damage 3, and I like that. But yes, get 1 Killican box at least, bro. I have 6 models, but I would say, yeah, get 1, dude. They're really freaking, they're cool looking, and I enjoyed painting mine. And there's a good chance they'll come back and be useful, I promise. I've watched every video you have uploaded, and I'm so thankful. Dominating my local meta with the green skins. Did my 50th game with the Orks last week, and I think I'm ready to paint up and grind RTTs. Whoa! That might have been one of my highlight comments of the day. Wow. Thankful. First of all, I'm very thankful. Thank you for uploading and watching all the videos that we upload and giving me that feedback that you guys are doing, that you're doing excellent with your meta. Yeah, I'm sure they didn't see you coming. And if you're getting some tech pieces from all the awesome war bosses that are appearing on here and such, I'm sure you know what they're gonna do, but you're not sure what they're not sure what you're gonna do to them. So that's really cool. I'm really happy to hear that. And 50 games is very, very good amount of reps. That's more games than I've had of 2K and more games in this edition than I've had. And wait, oh, you did your 50th one last week. That's awesome. So you're getting quite refined, I'm sure, with your list and how you're playing your greenskins right now. I think I'm ready to paint up and grind RTTs. Yeah, and that's also why I advise people always kind of painting as they can, because our season, we'll call it right now, our season might be whatever short-lived, because if too many people do too good, we might get hit in the head with a nerf hammer, right? Like 3, 4, 6 months from now. So that's why I've always promote people, bam, get in there, go to your RTTs. They won't see you coming, especially if you get in there early. Just get it to battle ready, right? When you start putting your models together, make sure you base them. That way you don't go back and have to base over your own nice paint job and such. But yeah, get in there, just get battle ready. Don't focus on getting too nice. That way you can make the window while we're doing great for RTTs, while we're going to be doing great right now in the meta. And then, if all of a sudden we hit with a nerf hammer, start getting horrible, still go to RTTs, but then you can pull back a little bit and work on hobbying, stuff like that. It's ebbs and flows, just like the green tide. It goes up, it goes down, just like the meta does. That's why I don't care to chase the meta, and I never would advise you to. But while we're here and while we're peeking at it, get involved, start crumping. So thank you for that. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for saying that. Where's the merch? Funny you say that, because we do have someone working on merch. They're gonna go like on these green, like army green shirts with our logo. We're just wondering about the outline. And then I'm trying to get bandanas, because normally I wear the bandana. So yeah, we actually are trying to do that. I'm sure we'll have it like hopefully next month, or at least like the first like one that you guys will be able to see, and then we'll have an idea of how many we want to get made and stuff, because I know you're one of the first people to ask for it, but I know Brandon asked a little bit and such. And I mean, I'm just like surprised anybody would want that. And I mean, it's humbling, and it makes me feel great. But that would be pretty sick, right? And then we want to put our logo, this little one right here in the corner. I'm pointing. God, this is horrible. This, I should have done it with my other hand. I'm sorry. This logo right here. This logo, we're gonna have it on the shirt. We don't know if we want that colored outline that it has right there, because it might look a little weird on like a hard green shirt. But it's gonna have this, and then it's gonna have our saying, the one I always say when I do my outros, which is "Don't cross our wall because we knock your teeth out." Right? We're gonna have that on the shirt as well, on the back probably, right? And that's always I always like yelling that outro because, yeah, Vanguard, we want the war tactics. Yeah, for sure. Whoa! I think we should be safe for a bit because we don't really have any broken combos. Yeah, exactly, right? But like remember the WTC list, all it was trucks and beast bosses. And then GW seen that and they were like, nerf. Right? So that's what I'm saying is like we don't have messed up combos, but I'll tell you what, the knob on Smash the Squig went down in points. And Beast and Squig Hog Boys were already like a very, very effective way to play. So you just brought that unit down even more. And then so I'm just saying like they might be getting hit directly, which if you hurt Squig Hog Boys enough and Orks, that's gonna hurt us because they're really our main answer for anti-tank and anti-armor. So even though we'll still do good, it will hurt us like at the top tier. You know what I'm saying? If they directly smash down Squig Hog Boys. Or Flash Kits, because they brought down Captain Badrock 2 in points, and everybody else was like, what? Like anybody that knows about them is like, what? Did you really do that? Okay, cool. Like, so be aware. I'm also going to wrap this up here soon, guys. I'm going to read the rest of the comments, but I'm definitely going to wrap this up because it's 4:30. And we made it past the longest stream, I believe. Well, at least the one especially that we've had other human interaction with, right? But I think when we first started, we did a stream, and I think the longest one we ever did when it was David and I was like 4 hours long. Oh, it was 5 hours, but it was when we first started, and there was like almost like very little interaction. Or this has been continuous, nonstop interaction and talking about the meta and everything we've been doing. So this was more useful and successful. So it's awesome. But I do think we'll be like as a whole, as a faction, be okay. Like they won't mess our rules up, but they could hit our Squig Hog Boys directly, which would hurt us as a faction because they're our main answer for anti-tank. You're doing great, War Boss. I think he's talking about our friendly War Boss here. Whoa! Take my money. I want all of the merch. I want to get like the headbands, to be honest, and get like a little thing there, and then I want to wear it, and then I want to wear it when I go to events. That'd be really freaking cool. So I want it too. I'd get a merch shirt. That's very kind of you guys to say. Thank you. I really much appreciate that, and it makes me feel better knowing that there are people that actually want it. My cat's out here creeping around, looking around, like, "What are you guys? You're still here?" Yeah. So yeah. But okay, guys, thank you for being with me and spending this time here with me. And even if you came later, if you're here first, anybody who went to sleep that for some reason you see the last minute, I don't know how, but I appreciate you guys greatly. Remember, check out that Kork video if you haven't checked out the lore of the Orks of the Korks. I think just KORK. You'll look that up on YouTube if you're still going. There's Vox from the Void that has some cool Orc stories as well. You can go check that out. Was there anything else I wanted to mention? And then, yeah, I'm just going to do that. And tell me what you guys think of that Zagstruck short. I know it wasn't the greatest quality, but we have more of those, and we're going to do more of those. We did a Zagstruck short where he's actually fighting. We know the dice were a little bit fast on that. I do have a nice dice tray I can show you guys. We had a dice tray made for battle reports where it has our it's like a wooden dice tray, which is kind of big, actually. Similar like the Tabletop Titans ones, but not as deeply in because we're not throwing it and missing like Adrian does. And then not throwing shade, I'm just saying it's funny how he does that. And then it has our logo in the middle, and then on each wall of the inside of the dice tray it has an orc coin. You know how they've had those orc coins that have been coming out. So you're gonna see like one on each one. So every time we roll it, there's a chance from like a different angle, you guys are gonna be able to see a different orc coin. But the point is, now we're working on a bunch of different things. And see, I went on a tangent already again. This is how we ended up getting to this far into the stream. But yeah, so there's a bunch of ideas and stuff we have going on. But what I was saying is that WAAAGH shook short. I'm aware that dice tray is kind of little and ugly. But let me know what you guys think when you guys seen that WAAAGH shook short, because we plan to do more like that, but much better. That was just our first like attempt. And yeah, it'll be better. And that's part one. We did 5 matchups at least of him, and he does get some good fights in. He gets some good fights in. So when David comes back, I hope we show more of those. So have a good night. Everybody be good. I appreciate you. But there's one thing to keep in mind. Don't forget, right? Don't cross a wall, because we knock your teeth out. Whoa! Gotta press the end button too. Whoa!